Stocks continuing to march higher here as we head towards a Fed cut coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We'll get, looks like a quarter point pretty much locked in at this point. We'll get comments, obviously, from Fed Chair Powell. Then after at 2:30 p.m. Make sure you stay tuned for that. More tech earnings to deal with after the close as well. A number of things moving around here this morning. I was just reading this story. Uber popping to the upside here along with LCID saying they'll have driverless rides available in San Francisco. Uber teaming up with Lucid for this as soon as next year. Yeah, over on the left-hand side there, that's not a great comment. Paul Tudor Jones warning, yeah, it feels like 1999 right now with this market continuing to just float higher. Individually this morning, we'll touch on Tesla, Palantir, obviously with the big day yesterday. I mean, all things tech at the end of the day. But I think the big story going to be, what is Fed Chair Powell going to say that no one is expecting at this point? I mean, I'm not sure there is much, really.
The only really wild card I can think of, Brendo, is the job market, right? Making comments about the job market, especially the lack of data that we don't really have. Let's see if the Fed has anything to say. We've been hearing more about no hiring, but no firing either. So a bit of a sort of a stagnant, equilibrium-driven job market. Lots to talk about today, guys. Obviously, we're going to be talking a lot about Nvidia after the umpteen announcements they had yesterday at their GTC event. Above $5 trillion to start the morning here. Brendo as well. Caterpillar reporting breaking into all-time highs, up 5.5%. Nokia was huge yesterday. Big move up as they looked to tie up with Nvidia with 6G. I thought 5G was fine, Brendo. I'm getting great speeds on the phone over here. And then so many different earnings names to get through. Bloom Energy up 14.25%, Brendo. Enphase taking a bit of a different tune here, down 11%.
Yeah, another one after the close yesterday. We got Visa. Didn't really do much. Just hearing right now, more downside coming through here for Visa. Yeah, looking pretty negative right now. Session lows coming into play. We had that move down initially through 339, 338 at the lows there, but we'll keep an eye out for that. Boeing to the upside ever so slightly this morning. Company saying they're going to take a $5 billion charge on delays, and this is involving the 777X jet program. So not the MAX, but the 777X jet program. So more charges coming through for BA, not really affecting that initially, but now downside down to about 220. It's Fed Day, guys. Good morning.
Yes, sir. It would be like, it's like it's the World Series busy day of the week because you've got obviously big earnings after the bell with three Mag 7 names reporting, and then you've got a Fed Day. And on top of that, we have reaction to all things that were Nvidia yesterday. Heck, I mean, everything's getting a bounce today. There was just across the wire, Fubo and Disney completed their business combination. That whole like Disney, Hulu, getting added. So they're up 13%. So lots of movers and shakers. Going to be in a good mood because now best of three, everybody. Jays are looking good. That said, still got to handle business tonight. I'm glad to at least got a regular amount of sleep last night and not as much stress watching that one.
Right, that was
way less stress.
That was under control from the beginning, I feel like, yesterday there with Vladdy at the home run, which is really good. Yeah, look, yesterday, man, we hit Nvidia long 200. It went up to 202.50 or 203, something like that. 203, yeah, basically at the end of the day there. Pull back a little bit. Now it's up another 4%. So there goes Nvidia, $5 trillion. It's just been such an absolute monster, and I think we got to look at this again here today as it just continues to create wealth. Like I was saying, there's probably this and Tesla, the two most millionaires created, I would think, if you just go back the last 15, 20 years. So there goes Nvidia to the upside. And then, we'll look at gold today as well. We'll talk about all these names as we get ready for the Fed rate cut that will be happening, 25 basis points. I don't know. I haven't looked at the Fed rate tool.
It was 98
time,
something.
Yeah, here, this is what we have right now. So we have 5 hours left, 25 minutes, and ever counting down seconds. Oh. It is now 99.9%. So 0.1% chance of no cut. But right now, 99.9%. So if you can find a betting site that gives you better odds than that, you may want to take it. That is happening. It is going to be a Fed cut day, despite having no information. on government shutdown. You know,
Yeah.
What day?
Well, the other thing too is
now?
considering
What is Kalshi saying?
if you go to December, it's 85%. So well, let's do it step by step. 375 for. Looks like that's an absolute lock. And then another cut in December is already as high as 85%. Like, to me, that's what's a little more shocking. I can get behind this one, but like when they're still delayed on data and not getting all of the data through, the fact that it's actually still holding and is pretty much a lock for December to get another cut does tell you at least what the market thinks. So it'll be much more important what Jerome Powell says, because the other thing to consider is the QT. With the quantitative tightening, where they're just essentially letting balance sheet expire, that's something they could stop because there's some liquidity concerns. So you'll hear potentially about that as well. So yeah, it's going to matter much more what Powell says at 2:30 than what we know is going to happen here, because we want some direction. Is this really a mortal lock to get another quarter point in December? Market seems to think so.
Yeah, 85. I mean, 85 gives a little bit of room. I think wiggle room there for the market to get that wrong. But yeah, I mean, with no data, but the CPI was cooler, so that was nice. So we're getting those data. We're not getting the jobs, right? I think the jobs is going to be a big idea there today. But yeah, gold up 1.6. That's nice. Nice little bounce spot there. Didn't get low enough for me to average into it. But yeah, I like this play there. And then, you know, AMD's trying to match, but I don't know. Will there ever be another price match in these two names? I'm not sure. I think so, but. There goes AMD to the downside here a little bit, but nicely cooking from yesterday up through 263. I mean, this could also be on watch to take out its high here as well of 264.50. You know, if Paul Tudor Jones is right and we are about to blow this market through the roof, I mean, it's already, you know, NASDAQ is already like some of the ES is already like these are like this little bump up that we've just seen here, this gap. This does not happen very often. This kind of a gap over and then boom over the weekend and then just continuation. Normally there's a little bit of a pullback here, but this is like, here's a gap here too. Look at that, boom, started rate going. Like all of these plays are just starting to cook, man. So yeah, I don't know. No weakness anywhere. SoFi yesterday as well.
What a
continuous yesterday and continuing today. Sorry, actually down 1%. Okay, I didn't even look at the percentage today. I just looked at SoFi and saw it was still over 31. I thought that was pretty good. But I guess we closed yesterday 32. So SoFi down 1% here, second day off earnings. So this could be a play as well. We loved how that V-shaped recovery right there. So we'll see if we can find some bids down here. I'm going to put this on the sticky notes somewhere. Also looking at Palantir breaking through the top here of 192 as well. This has just been pretty euphoric upside moves for many of these names, right? And so, yeah, and then you get other names that are not so hot, right?
Well, for Enphase, we'll probably end up talking about Enphase, but like it's not like the strong stocks are strong and at the top, and you know sometimes the weak stocks are right back into the bottom. So Enphase, the guidance was poor. Let's just leave it at that. It was absolutely disgusting. Ooh,
Tariff bananas.
yeah, this is even smaller than yesterday.
They're tasty though.
They're tariff
Yeah, no,
bananas.
they were good though.
They're half a banana.
But there's no tariffs yet, so
More Lucid news, by the way.
these are
Yeah, Lucid. Interesting. Game of three, boys. It's a game of three.
Yeah, well, we want to win tonight. Huge. We want no part of Yamamoto on Friday. No part of that guy.
Wow, we'll have to deal with it anyways.
We're going to face him, but we don't want them
doesn't
to
have
be
to be a
able
closeout game.
Exactly. You don't want to close that game with the best pitcher in the series on the mound.
No,
We handled some Otani, so we're good to go.
You don't. But yeah, it's
Get
gonna
that
be.
breakfast yet? I'm kind of.
I smell it. So I mean, somebody.
Is it already here? I guess it must have.
So is quiche. I don't like the quiche. I don't like the. I was telling that to you guys. I don't like the pastry, the quiche. I don't know. It tastes off to me all the time. Banana with coffee. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we could do an segment with Randy. Please send in your emails to marketing@tradertv.live. Marketing@tradertv.live for any complaints or anything like that. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
All right, a few other things moving around here this morning. Tesla, worth keeping an eye out for today. We're up right now, coming back in a little bit right now. This 466 area was the high yesterday. really struggled with that midday, was at the end of it all unable to get through. Comes off a little bit back to 460. So the pay package vote, will it or won't it, could be decided here today. But I mean, the chart still looks great here for Tesla.
It's fantastic, Brando. We were talking about 440 the other day. Now we're talking about 460. So good move up. B of A today with a positive note on Tesla, raising the price target there from 341 guys up to 471. They're saying the revision is based on the sum of the parts valuation. So they're incorporating gains from multiple segments of Tesla's business. They're liking, they're a little bit concerned about the higher valuation, but they like the Optimus humanoid robot. They like the new build-out, Brendo, coming into the next, into the 2026, as sort of confirmed by Elon Musk on the call. Robotaxi expansion, Optimus, and they're looking for more scale for these cheaper EVs.
Yeah, I was reading on the weekend a little bit about his struggle, I guess, or challenges faced with some of the parts, sourcing some of the parts for Optimus specifically, and he was talking a little bit about rare earths once again. So I think there's still more to come from that side of the spectrum here, outside of the battery argument specifically. Rahim Alani's coming up this morning. He's going to touch on rare earths again.
You know, one story I feel like we haven't talked about as much is how well he's navigated the tariff situation. I mean, he had a double whammy. He had to deal with Mexico, because a lot of imported parts for his cars come from Mexico, as well as China. And we didn't really hear too much about that in the earnings call, not the last one or not the one prior to that, Brendo. So nice maneuvering by him. I think it's an underreported story.
As astronomical as this pay package appears to be on writing, I mean, so was the first one, and look what happened with that. It probably gets done. It probably gets approved. The 470, I guess that gap high that got faded, guys, going back a month or so ago here for Tesla on watch. Again, 466, bit of a struggle point yesterday. Thoughts here for Tesla?
Yeah, you know what's, look, it's weird because like all of the stories the last, I guess, half a day here have been other companies. It's been like Lucid and Uber. We're hearing about autonomous, and you forget about Tesla. We don't really. But what's weird about Tesla is the fact that it did almost the same thing yesterday as it did the day before. Like yesterday, whatever. I got away with, I got away with a couple of shorts because it did these really good mean reversions at yesterday's high. Sorry, at Monday's high, it did a good pullback, and then it had a pretty decent one off of 465. So like if you timed it, you were able to get away with a couple of shorts. But like stair step up early, and then just managed to lose VWAP in a pretty aggressive way both afternoons. But I'm going to stick to, if it's doing this trend, it's a Fed day, so you split it up into a couple of points. You get the morning, and then things will slow down, then all bets are off after 2 o'clock. But at least for the open, this prior high, like that 460, I like that for a double bottom. I don't wonder if like the bigger moves might end up happening. As I said, let's see what happens with like a Lucid. I didn't put that one on the note, even though the Tesla level is. But the difference, like Lucid was ridiculous yesterday. Like we talk about doing a full circle. Like this went ham in the morning, or sorry, in the afternoon, when all of those Nvidia announcements were happening. It gave up the entirety of the move. Today does the same thing on this Uber story, right? Like pretty much the same move up, gives you 10%, pulls back halfway. If it can hold VWAP, I think it's got some juice. The other thing, though, is to remind, like, I don't want to be super involved in this thing until I see buyers at the open, though, on, like, Lucid. So this is a for sure wait and see after how ridiculous the pullback ended up being last night. And for Tesla, the 460 level, I'm going to, like, instead of trying to peg, like, those shorts, I'll kind of just look for the dip buy as it was trend up for the morning yesterday. So just play that trend over there. Lucid's a very much wait and see. Kind of crazy that it gave up that entire move yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I still, talking about Tesla here, I like this for, we talked about this much more than just the car, right? So, but it's starting to go back up to the upside. It looks like it wants to take this 470. So I think today we do. And I don't know if we exactly take out this high of 477 right there today, but it's already up 1%. It's, market's going this way, so is Tesla right now. So if the market can start to pick up a little bit, I mean, we're always going to want to try the 200 period moving average, but you can see right off the open sometimes, like yesterday, it dipped Not huge, but 455 down to 452 and then took off. And then we came back and hit the 200 period moving average. So, you know, a move back into this area, I think initially, and then if we can break higher through for Tesla. So I really do like that Tesla is something to be considered here moving forward. And this 466, why not just look for that as a break long? I mean, when this thing gets momentum, it goes. And whatever, the pay package just seems like smoke and mirrors to me. This is this guy's, you know, whole thing. I mean, Tesla is Elon Musk, so I'm not worried about him leaving or anything like that, or because there's some sort of a pay problem. Like I was saying, I think if that wasn't overhanging this stock, this would probably be over $500 already. So we'll wait for that. It does have a $500 peg to it for sure. I like Tesla here, and yeah, maybe this is the bottom, 460. But I'm going to let it tell me where the bottom is instead of trying to guess. So I love Tesla today for the long. I think 460 little spy at that level early will probably pay off. So, and then the thing about it is too, is if you get the 460 long, then you can just stop out like whatever that price is there, 458.50. So $1.50 worth of risk for Tesla. Come on, you got to give it at least that, or you're not doing it justice, I don't think. But anyways, that's a good level there. So we'll see if it can break back down below this 458.50. That would be the ending for me. But long 460 on Tesla. I'm going to add it to the note. And yeah, we're going to move forward here. We got Rahim is now in the building, so we're happy to have him come through talking about rare earths we heard about. LAC. LAC was actually, I don't know what he's going to talk about, but this is a Canadian company, of course, but Lithium America this is the concern, right? I mean, it's been bumping down here instead of bumping up. So we'll find out what Rahim thinks about all of these plays. This could be a good value, man. I mean, you're getting it right back to, you know, almost day 2 of its initial bump. So 550 could be a good play there. I know you were buying some MP or thinking about it. And this is, I guess it's there it is, load. Once it loads. Another situation here where you're getting wow, this one is really starting to move back into some key
I bought
levels.
10% that V, and I have a stink.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was pointing at your chart.
Yeah, Neil says he bought some at 60.
And I have a stink bid for another 10% at like 50 something.
You bought some at 60 and then it went all the way to 105.
No, but I'm okay. But yeah, I said before, like I'm babying into this thing on the way down to not. I wasn't trying to swing trade it. So
right.
It looked stupid not to take 50%, but I didn't have that many shares anyways.
Yeah, no, exactly. So we'll see. We'll see where it comes out. But here, let's get some ideas with Rahim right now.
Stock that's coming free trading.
He's here. Rahim has arrived. We're going to touch on a couple of things on the mining side of things once again. Last we spoke, we were touching on some of the rare earths and the absolute craziness that happened around individual names every single time Trump said, okay, let's buy some of this, let's buy some of that, let's buy some of this.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, they were all Canadian, so we thought we'd touch on a little bit more here.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun time if you are a junior Canadian mining investor. You've been in some of these names for maybe a short period of time, long period of time, but we haven't seen runs like this ever. Yeah. Ever. And unprecedented runs. And yeah, the last 2 weeks, the names have come down a bit. So people are like, oh my God, it's down 30%. I'm like,
all over.
You understand it's still up 400% from where it was 6 weeks ago. Right. So it's okay.
Yeah, perspective key here. We were just touching on the simple fact that something's happening this year. It hasn't happened in a really long time in this space specifically. Yeah. Typically this time of year, we're starting to talk a little bit about tax loss harvesting going into the end of the year. This year, it's more on the gain side. Yeah,
so just as you know, our audience out there may or may not know, prior to Christmas, you're going to want to lock in your gains or your losses to ensure that you are in a tax-efficient place. So in the next 60 days, typically what we start to see is some names will start to trail lower simply because people want to lock in their losses at as high a point as possible. This year, again, we do have a converse point where you've got the gains. So it's been a great year for investors, but just keep an eye on some of those names that may be lower than where private placement financings were. Just take a look at some of those because you're kind of going to want to see where people played, where they invested, where they bought, and where names are now at in terms of where they might want to sell in the next 60 days.
So Trump and Xi going to speak. There's a lot riding on that conversation outside of this. One of the things they'll definitely touch on is rare earths.
Right.
The Canadian side of things, a little bit icy right now.
Slightly.
What should we expect here?
I have no chance I'm going to comment. That's way above my pay grade. We are friends with some politicians, but I'm not going to comment on what that's going to be. Just Canada is. We're doing our part. They're doing their part. You know, you can probably read some of the negotiation tactics in The Art of the Deal. I'm sure you could probably even in that.
But I mean, from a higher standpoint, individual companies shouldn't necessarily be negatively impacted. I mean, a month ago he was throwing out cash trying to buy or take large positions in some of these. So whether or not that continues post this conversation with China remains to be seen.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a very pro-US because that's what they're going to want to do. Like I talked about last time, 50,000 tons a day of processing occurs in China. It's not this gigantic number that everyone thinks like the world's going to shut down. But it's going to take time for Americans to come on stream in terms of their processing technologies, whether it's America, Canada, Europe. Those technologies will take time to come on stream. Everything does get a lot does get processed in China, so there is that element to it. But I think there is going to be a lot of catch up that's happening, and it'll be accelerated with capital that's coming from DOE, DOD, just anything in the U.S. And China is going to be competitive against it because that's, as far as I understand, that's what they're going to be trying to do.
And let's be honest, all the positions that they did take in Canadian companies were specifically because they have mines or active products manufacturing in the U.S. So the Canadian aspect of it was merely just the company.
Yeah, but you do see a lot now here in Canada. Our premier here in Ontario, Premier Ford, and his government have been very proactive. You see commercials now for Ring of Fire that we're going to make mining operations. Mr. Lecce has been on there talking about getting mines going as quickly as possible, reducing red tape because they want to be as competitive as possible with other jurisdictions.
All right, let's talk about a couple of ideas when it comes to the smaller end of the market cap scale. Once again, most of these going to be on the Canadian side of things. Leading edge materials, I mean, you just mentioned the simple fact that, okay, there's been a pullback, but zoom out.
A little perspective.
These are still having a great year.
Yeah, so these names are having a great year. And again, just look at the perspective from where it was 6, 9, 12 months ago, even 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. So you saw that big run up that we had 2 weeks ago, and it was a great day to be talking about rare earths when I was here last. And it has pulled back. So just take your perspective on where you think these names are going to go. So this is a name, obviously they're rare earths in Sweden. They have an exploitation concession for 25 years. This mine was discovered in the 1900s. And in 2011, it was deemed to be a project of national interest. So you've got the EU, depends on where you line up on where things will go with these discussions that are happening. Is the EU going to take a bigger step? If it is, then look at projects that are in Europe.
And one of the things that the government's also been talking a lot about here now is expanding that marketplace and looking for other partners in other countries that would be interested.
Yeah, certainly. Canada just recently made an announcement with Australia that they'll be trying to work more closely together. The EU is right in the middle of everybody, so they'll be trying to work with Canada, with countries in Asia, perhaps with the US. So there's a lot of moving parts that are kind of like, it's just like a movie playing out in real time for us.
Yeah, with no end in sight, that is for sure. One we've touched on before on this show, Critical One Energy Incorporated here on the CSE here in Toronto. Got above $1. I mean, it held for a better part of a couple of weeks, it looks like, coming back in though.
Yeah, so that was a name again. We're just talking about names to take a look at. This is a name again. You look at that chart from 16 cents to we're almost $1.50, $2. It held above. This is the first time it's gone below $1 for the first time in a month. So again, just taking your perspective, I believe that some of the sell-off that's happened in the last few days. Look at the history. So they just had a private placement that had a 4-month hold period, just came off. So people that have got a gain from 60 cents to over $1, some people might clip that gain. So just something to take a look at. If you believe that is just people taking their gains and taking that and just going to put that away, then that might be an opportunity to buy back in. If you think some people haven't even realized that that's happened, they may be looking to sell. So just names like that, keep an eye on and look at those private placements coming available. There are warrants on that as well that are in the money, so you might see some fluctuation on that price there.
If you want to go really, really small on the market cap scale, Consolidated Lithium Along with AI, if you put it in the name, it has to be worth a buy. I mean,
It's got to be something,
couple
right?
months here, straight higher here for this one too.
Yeah, and again, this is like a micro one. The reason I thought this one would be interesting, it's sat at a penny forever, but it's up to 6 cents. They're actually doing a private placement at 6 cents currently for $2.5 million. But the reason I thought it was interesting was because they bought a project off of an Invest Quebec entity. The government of Quebec's not going to just, Brendan and Raheem can't just show up and say, hey, we'd like to buy something. You got to have a little bit of gravitas to be able to get those types of projects from a government entity. So they were able to get that with cash and stock payments, and the management appears to be pretty strong with connections into Quebec and into First Nations where they're going to have to work. So that one I thought might be interesting just because, again, lithium's in the name and it's in Quebec, and if the government's working with you.
I mean, these moves, I mean, every single chart that you mentioned here that I'm pulling up, these moves are just unbelievable. This was 10 cents. This is MKA, Macango Resources. This was 10 cents going back to the beginning of this year. We're at $2 right now.
Yeah, and it got up to $3. It's a name that's listed both on the AIM and here in Toronto.
Right.
They've got projects in Malawi. They've got a recycling plant in the UK, and they've also got a project in Poland. I believe they are trying to spin the Poland and Malawi assets off into a SPAC onto NASDAQ. It was halted last week for no particular reason. Just look at that chart. Probably a reason to pull you over and have a little speeding ticket chat with the authorities. And they're like, yeah, there's nothing wrong. It's just rare earths, and that's what's happening to these names.
And the key point at the bottom of the screen here, I mean, the volume just accelerating as we get to these new highs as well. So yeah, there's a little bit of selling going on.
And just interestingly, on jurisdiction that we talk about sometimes, that's a name. They're based in Malawi. Malawi's government put an executive order around mining concessions. They were unaffected by that. So that's just, again, when you're looking at jurisdictions, look at what some of these governments are also doing.
There you go. Apex critical metals here on the CSE in Toronto again, down here. Volume absolutely peaking as we get back to highs.
From 53 cents to $5 in the course of a year.
Unreal.
Trading right smack dab in the middle of that, right at about 240. And again, another name halted 3 times in the past couple of weeks, and for nothing. It's just you're moving too fast. So again, when these names get halted, all of a sudden, traders might back off. They might not say what's going on, but you're seeing these names that are just, complete accelerations on growth. And this one again thought was interesting because they actually have a rare earth operation in Nebraska. And so, again, right in the middle of heartland America, and probably, U.S. names might be favored with whatever America is doing.
Right.
So I think people are just looking at taking all the names of American-based critical element companies, throw them in the ping pong machine and see what pops out, really.
Or you and I had this conversation off camera going back to the last time when you were here, but the simple idea of instead of trying to say, okay, here's 3 that could be the next ones. Let's just buy 10
The
or
basket
20,
of them, yeah.
Smaller positions, obviously, but 10 or 20.
Yeah, you guys can check it out. It's going to be the Brendan and Raheem Index of American-based rare earth companies. We're going to create it. Sean and Neil are going to trade it. And we're not really sure what it's going to be called, but we'll figure it out. Suggestions, throw them in.
I mean, they're only up 1,000% at this point. Good time to start.
Yeah, so we'll start in the next right at the top.
Fine.
We'll be fine.
Anyways, more to come on this story for sure. Raheem Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Group. Good to see you.
And let's go Blue Jays.
Once again.
Hopefully the Jays can bring home a World Series. Sorry, LA, but we kind of need it. It's been 32 years.
Yeah. For what is it, Friday, Saturday now, Neil?
Friday, Saturday, Halloween, and Saturday.
And Blue Jays.
And Blue Jays, yeah. It's going to be interesting, so let's go Blue Jays.
Blue Jays, never heard of them.
I had the discussion with my daughter about Halloween. My wife's going out with her. I'm going to be at the game, unfortunately. But, fortunately. That said, I mean, look, I'm kind of more of a try to pick one in the space that I like. So, in critical metals or rare metals, so I'll pick my horse and just try to dip by that one, because it's hard enough to know where to buy the dip on those, let alone which ones in the groups are going to fail, because when you have things that go parabolic like this entire space has, you'll have a bunch that will have staying power, and 5 years from now we'll look at them and be fantastic, and you have 80% of them which might end up being absolutely nothing. So that's I'd rather lose some upside to be in one that I don't think will go to zero. That's kind of my approach. But the other thing that happened is Amazon here. As we were talking with Raheem just now. Amazon completes its AI supercomputer and expands Anthropic deal. So another name. Just buy these bad boys. Obviously, we have to wait. Obviously, we have to wait for earnings here with them, but decent chance now that it could test the triple top high of the 240 level. So, another opportunity. The post earnings level was 210 or 211. It bounced off it twice now and headed right back into those highs going into earnings. Everybody gets a bump today. Let's go maybe talk some upgrades and downgrades and some options with Joe.
All right, good morning, everyone, and happy Wednesday. Let's get this party started. We're going to start with some of the upgrades. Yes, we got some big names rocking and rolling this morning. To top the list, we have Apple, yes, by BofA Securities, getting that price target raised to $320. Now, Bloom Energy reporting last night after the bell went on a substantial run all the way up to 140, so a big-time move there, guys. Price target 105. Slightly interesting on that one. Checkpoint Software by BMO Capital Markets, $240 is going to be that price target. Now, the bell of the ball, Nvidia, D.A. Davidson, $250 is going to be that price target, up 3.3% on the day. Just to take a couple steps back, Bloom Energy up 15.5% on the session. Now, to go over to the downgrades, guys, Alexandria Real Estate, BTIG Research going from a buy to a neutral, slightly negative on the session, 0.75%. Now we have Enphase, TD Cowen lowering that price target to $35, and then we have Kenvue by Canaccord Genuity lowering that price target to $15. Once again, slightly red on the session, down 0.6%. United Healthcare by Deutsche Bank lowering that price target to $333, down 0.5% on the session. Now moving forward, guys, some of the options activity on yesterday's session. We have SoFi at that $30 strike price expiring this week, with 83,500 contracts traded at that specific level, with 38,000 contracts still open. Now, Nokia, you thought you'd get a little bit of a squeeze on this one. That $7.50 strike price, once again expiring this week. Volume 55,800. And no, that's not a typo. Open interest, 120 contracts. Always be cautious of liquidity when you are trading options. It's very, very important. 120 open contracts for a stock that's only worth $7.50, a little bit less than that, is not too much. Now, United Healthcare, 370 strike price, volume 14,700, with the open interest relatively light with 3,220. Now, as for the call of the day, yes, a lot of Nvidia talk, partnerships left, right, and center. You almost lost count of them. Now, at that 200 strike price expiring this week, 371,000 contracts still open, with volume at 135,000. That is substantial. That is a lot of size. Look for that to slowly cool off as we head to the latter half of the week. Now, you can see that the spread is relatively tight as well, too. The bid, $5.25, with the ask, $5.15, $10. We're not going to complain too much about that. The gamma exposure is still relatively high, but one thing that really caught my eye about these strikes is your delta isn't very substantial, especially for an underlying that is heavily in the money at this point. Only 0.24. So what does that tell us? For every $1 change in the underlying, that contract's value is only going to change $24, all right? But the gamma is up there as well, too. So you have to implement that as well. So for every 1 point change in the delta, you're going to see that change 0.28 in the actual contract delta value, all right? So gamma is delta. And the at-the-money IV slightly elevated around 63.3%. Nothing substantial. I mean, the market is euphoric, but it's not relatively cool either. I would look for that to be around in the 40s, but that's not the case. This stock is most definitely in play. Keep your eyes out on that strike price ending this week, guys.
All right, let's get into what we need to know here this morning, heading towards the open. Sharif's going to have a look at the market.
69.26, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract with the overnight high right at that 50-point area, 69.49. So we're super close to that. We're at 69.43. So that first level of resistance, like we always talk about, is going to be the 50-point area. If we breach through it, and it feels like we might, we're looking at 75, 69.75. If we sell off, Brendo, we're looking for that 6,900, or I want to say the overnight low, 69.24 is our first level of support, 6,900 is number 2.
As we continue to just float higher here into Fed Chair Powell coming up this afternoon, if you haven't done so yet, grab that. It's free. Link is below in the description if you want to, or just copy that. Enter your email address, sign up, and comes every single morning right to your inbox. Absolutely free of charge. A whole bunch of tech earnings to come after the close tonight. We'll touch on a few of them here. I mean, it could be more of a wait and see type of a day as far as a few of these stocks are concerned. Meta, one of them, Google, another one. Take your pick at this point today.
And these are the 3 that spend the most, Brendo, on CapEx, especially on AI. So what I'm going to be listing for is more CapEx spend. Everybody's looking for the bubble to pop, Brendo. It's not going to pop if they keep spending money. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Are they going to accelerate CapEx into 2026? And are they going to give us any more sort of guidance with even past 2026, possibly into 27, any new deals that they're striking? Nvidia announced umpteen amount of deals yesterday. I'm going to be looking for these companies to possibly look to source some others as well. Starts, I think at 4:05 we start earnings.
Yeah, big day yesterday for Microsoft as well. The other one we did fade. That's a daily chart, obviously. We did fade off throughout the session, but gapping back to the upside here for Microsoft even, guys. I mean, take your pick again. Could be a wait and see kind of a day. Fed, 2 p.m., Fed Chair Powell, 2:30, and then earnings after the close. Jam-packed schedule. They're not even paying attention. That's okay. Go ahead.
You know when Raheem is here. Yeah, we always get to chatting when Raheem is here, everybody. So, look, whatever you thought of big cap tech, we'll talk about Nvidia next. Remember, this is pre-earnings. I don't always love the pre-earnings. That being said, there's some things to look out for. The Anthropic deal notwithstanding here for Amazon. What I want to see for all, I want to say all 3, but you know, obviously, when we're talking about the cloud names, you don't always get them all at the same time. But it's just about the cloud growth. Like for Alphabet, I want to have 30%. For Amazon, I want that to be 20% because when they were in the teens, they got beat up for it before. And with Microsoft, they probably need to be in the 30 just to maintain. So that's the thing to key in for when it comes to the earnings. I want that cloud number to be very, very key for them. Obviously, here with Amazon, I wasn't this one. It was on the list to trade, and then all of a sudden it's breaking out. So, like my general thought, if something becomes in play to me, is try to be as simple as possible. And when you look at the last 3 sessions, including today of Amazon, 29 top and then 29 consolidation, that's good. But the prior high as well here at about 230.75 to 231. Then we have news on SMCI reports entity to expand further into federal market. Like, does everybody get a headline this morning? Like SMCI's filled in the entirety of the gap from their guidance. Like they updated their guidance and was looking poor. Pretty sure Kramer said sell 2 days ago, but that was because of that guide. Right back to 55 is SMCI. So yet another AI name that gets a bit of a pump. But if we just quickly go back over to Amazon, yeah, like this is one where it's not in my top list to trade, but if nothing else is setting up, I do like the momentum that it's had since the earnings low, and 230, call it 231 to like 230 and a half. That area for a dip buy, even if that were to fail, 229 looks like a great level.
Yeah, look, I just agree with all of that. I have on my sticky note today Nvidia, Palantir, SoFi, and Tesla. So other than SoFi, I have all big cap names. So yeah, we can talk about big tech. I agree. We don't know what's going to happen this next quarter, but the market seems to think that they're going to be good, and the market just continues to climb. So Joe looked at me yesterday and was like, weren't we trading the TQs in like the 30s and 40s? And it's like, maybe it wasn't that low, but it definitely was a pretty epic move here in the NASDAQ over the last week. Like we went from 105 to 120. Like this is a TQ, so we can just use the Qs to get a proper percentage there. So, $600 back in October 23rd. So yeah, you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and you've gained 5% pretty easily and clean right there to the upside. 5% in the NASDAQ. Do you know how much money that is being added to the market caps of all of these companies and just to the overall ETF? It's an absolute monster play. So I guess the market does believe in these tech earnings, so we should too. I'm just looking long today in pretty much all of these names. So that's why I initially call up the TQ, because this is what I like to trade. So we always try to look at yesterday's closing prices to see if there's going to be something there. But like, look at that. We had this long yesterday off of VWAP right around here somewhere. And then we just ran it right into the close before getting out of it, thankfully, right near the close, as Nvidia pulled back a little bit. So that was that little bit of a move. But down to 119. If we can get any sort of support down into here, like if the market does move a little bit down, like look, yesterday, although the NASDAQ winds up that 1%, it was pretty troubling a little early. We did pop and then came back in and then ripped. So yeah, this 200 period moving average should be something. That's sitting at 120. Let's see if we can respect that. But it's just been, oopsies, I'm on the wrong thing here. It's just been an upside grind, right? Every day seems to just be, especially in the last little bit, nice grinds with a little bit of a pullback into the close. So there it is again, bouncing off VWAP a couple days ago early. There it is yesterday. So we'll see if we can get something there today. Yesterday's top of 120. Technically, none of these look that great because we're at all-time highs. So you do want to play pullbacks. But to think it's going to stop at 120, the only thing we have is that reference point right there. I'd rather see about down into here, 119-ish. For the TQs, which means we have to drop a little bit here off the open. But I mean, Nvidia continues, and I know it's the very next story, but it just continues to climb here. Like you're probably going to break that 210 even before the market opens up here. So yeah, go long and stay long. I mean, that's been the recipe for success. I'm checking the portfolio now, and I probably shouldn't because it's giving me FOMO again of like, maybe I should be getting out. Because when it drops down, I'll be like, we knew it was
always
too high,
thing,
but
yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stay in.
It's like you do what you trim what you trim. Oh, there's another.
You could trim something, but then I'm going to sit in cash, and then what the hell am I going to do with cash, right? I mean, I don't have any real ideas to buy. Bitcoin, I don't know. Anyways.
Oh, gives the ASTS story here. I know a few people mentioning AST Space Mobile. 10-year commercial agreement with STC Group. Committing a prepayment of $175 million for future services and a long-term commercial revenue commitment. So up 7% on that. Why not? This one is coming right back. See, like even the dips 30%, and it's already moving almost halfway back there. So ASTS, another rocket ship. It's probably AST is not going to get to 5 trillion because there can only be one, like Highland.
Okay, Randy, we didn't need that one. No, it's fine. Randy's renoing stuff. Supermicro expanded collaboration with Nvidia as well. Another headline just coming through for SMCI, so I was keeping an eye on SMCI here. It did come off the highs, but got all the way up to 55 at the top there. Let's touch on Nvidia. Absolutely monstrous yesterday. I was reading this morning, it was 204.80, which we got to after the close yesterday. You can see we actually struggled there a little bit. 204.80 was the magic 5 trillion mark. Gapping well above that here this morning. What
a move, Brendo. Unbelievable move through 200, 5 trillion, whatever you want to call it. Jensen is expecting over $500 billion of orders for his AI chips. And here are some of the people he's doing it with. This is almost an exhaustive list. I think it's missing a couple. Nokia, we talked about that. T-Mobile is involved as well. Uber, we've talked about the NVIDIA Drive platform. Palantir, they're going to collaborate on AI agents. The Department of Energy, they're going to supply them for chips for their supercomputers. Samsung, Brendo, Hyundai, Cisco, Mitra. I don't even know what this company is. We got Dell, IBM, HPE, NetApp, Google in there as well with DeepMind, Disney Research, not the Disney we think of. Their physics and engine robotics. A lot of quantum names in there. As you can see, there's many different quantum names. General Motors, Belden, Caterpillar, Foxconn, Lucid, Toyota, Joby Aviation getting their hat thrown into the ring there with the Thor platform. platform for autonomous flight. It's ridiculous, Brendo. That $500 billion has to go somewhere, and I guess that's where it's coming from.
Joby got to mention there at the bottom. That's good to see. Just seeing from the White House, Trump to meet China Xi at 11 a.m. on Thursday in South Korea. So that's just coming across there as well. Again, Trump to meet with China Xi 11 a.m. on Thursday. The market did actually move slightly higher on that, guys.
And one of the things they might discuss are NVIDIA chips. So if you're looking for yet another catalyst for NVIDIA, re-entering the Chinese market is certainly a possibility. Jensen said they have no presence there. They can't sell anything, whether it's going to be a new updated, I guess less amazing chip, or I just don't think it'll be the best chip. I think they're going to have to go with the new one, but I think they get into China again. Whether that happens with this deal or it happens in like a couple of months or a couple of weeks, who knows? There's a few levels to look at. For NVIDIA, it was like 205.20, I think was the 5 trillion mark, at least when I looked at it. That's the number that I was able to come up with, and ChatGPT came up with that actually. Actually, no, it was Perplexity. ChatGPT got it wrong. 205.20, and then the prior day high. As long as, like, those are the two levels that I want to play a dip by. But the other side of the coin can be, if you look yesterday, after the news, it bounced clean off VWAP. In the morning, it was a pure VWAP rejection, and then there was a consolidation here. Like, if it does something like that, or it's upward trending and it don't get the dip buy, then I just want to be involved in front of the volume weighted average price. Keep in mind, this is a clean break of a long consolidation. It's like, well, how long were we saying this AMD's going crazy and this isn't going anywhere? Well, now it is. So that breakout literally happened yesterday, so looking for the continuation today until we find a new zone to settle in.
Yeah, for me, I've already sort of laid the plan here for myself. I'm going to go long. Yesterday we punched we punched $200. We all saw that one. That went up $1, $2, $3. I think we can get extension here again today if we do fall back in. I wrote down 202 long, but don't be too afraid to take 210 break. I mean, that looks like that's going to happen right now. It's going to happen just as the market opens up here. You can go over at Trader TV Sean and find that. But there's 210. It's a high, just like 200 was such a key level. It's take it again. I mean, that level broke and it just basically went $3 unabated there. We stopped for about 5 minutes, and then it just kept on hitting new highs into the close before the market gave some back there on those imbalances, and we still wind up getting up to 202. So I like the break. If there's going to be momentum in this name, you're going to have to get long at some point, right? You don't want to be holding anything between like 1 to 2 o'clock as Fed starts coming through. So, hey, maybe we can get that. And then I was going to say, like, if we're wrong, we have some outs, right? Like the pre-market low is at VWAP, which is 208. So you could take it for $2 worth of risk, or you can almost punch out if it fails. Yesterday it failed and came back 50 cents. So that could be an indicator there if it fails and comes back. Like yesterday's break there of $200 was it was late in the day. So it did a little bit of a dance before whoops, all the way to the upside, and that was supported by the 50 period moving average. So that's where we got into 199.50 and then we popped. So I think that'll be something similar today if we can find the 200 period, which is too low right here. But once the market opens up, again, 208 is the 50 period. We got the 21 period there at 208 as well. So I think $2 worth of risk here for Nvidia makes a little bit of sense. So we'll try that. It looks like it's going to take 210 anyways before the market opens, because once those imbalances come through and if there's any buys, then it's going to be see you later. Right now we only have NYSE, right? So at 925 we'll get the NASDAQ and then we'll be able to see what's going on. But it's sort of already going right now in the pre-market while the NASDAQ is doing absolutely nothing. So yeah, let's just wait to see what happens with Nvidia. It's going to be a long. It's just, I don't know. I'm just glad what the account is doing right now. I mean, it's blasting. It's taking everything. It is its own ETF. Someone in the chat said that. I mean, when you're $5 trillion, there's not much that's going to stop you. And Sharif and I talked about this, but just based on Sharif's note there, the moat is getting bigger and bigger, because all of these companies are now somewhat trying to be intertwined. So the minute that you buy their chip, you're also buying their software stack and everything like that. And that's a problem to get away from that. It's just too expensive. It's like Randy putting up this TV. Once we decide which company we're going with, guess what? you know, that's a done.
And if you ruin a panel, you can only get a replacement
wrap.
from one place.
Right there. There's only one Randy over there.
Not that any
Carpenter.
panels get ruined.
There's 2 Randys?
Yeah?
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
gotcha.
Yeah, yesterday I got you a coffee there, Randy, as you remember that one. That was good, right? And then I bought you a coffee during lunch. Yeah, wow, I was in a very giving mood yesterday. All right, yeah, it's done now. Where's my coffee at? All right, let's go back over the desk. It's 9:20. Nokia again?
Down.
Indeed. Just checking on a couple of White House headlines there, but nothing significant. Randy with the longest job description in the history of employment, including carpenter.
Yeah. And he's really good too, Brenda.
Nothing that man can't do. Nokia back to the upside right now. We did get a pretty good flush out of the gate this morning. A little bit of profit taking, perhaps, after $8 was a forever seller throughout midday and into the close yesterday, if you were watching the price action. But even Nokia getting the Nvidia magic touch.
Yeah, they're looking for a 6G tie-up, as we mentioned at the top of the show, Brendo. So a big move up for it yesterday, 40% thereabouts, following the news of a strategic AI and 6G partnership with Nvidia. They're going to develop AI-powered radio access networks, Brendo, called AI-RAN, and data center networking solutions. Nvidia, for their part, they're going to invest $1 billion into Nokia shares and own about 2.9% of the company. Nvidia's role here is based on the AI aerial platform, which is going to anchor the AI native wireless stack for future 6G networks. It's going to boost automation, latency reduction, etc. But analysts here are a little cautious. The deal does look promising at first sight, but their warning of medium-term revenue potential remains uncertain given the weak sort of market outlook. It really depends on how quickly they're going to launch 6G. Again, I joked at the beginning of the show. I don't have a problem with 5G right now. I'm getting very, very fast speeds. Maybe, I'll do tests. I'll get 300-400 megabits per second. To me, that's fantastic for 4K video and everything that I'm doing.
I was trying to think of something that it wouldn't be, but I don't think there is at this point.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, Nokia, guys, already very active once again after huge volume yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, it's weird because I have Beyond on my list again, but this one, if it had been up, I think I would have been a little bit more exciting. But then you look at the daily chart, it makes sense. You'd already ramped up. It's a double up from consolidation bottom. And so when the news drops, it didn't do much off the $8, and then it gaps down. So profit taking, yeah, a lot of that makes some sense to me. Maybe just play off of the volume weighted average price here. Like, I think maybe, yeah, keep it simple, because actually 740, like the initial support after the halt, right? So the support after the halt was about 730 to 740. So call that your base of operations, and then maybe you go off of the 750 level. But the small capper that I'm going to have up, well, I guess in addition to Lucid, because we added that one potentially to the list, I still think I'm unlikely to trade it, will simply Beyond. Like, I'm doing the same thing as yesterday and Beyond Me. Like, this one does not have any good news. So if it trends up, it was a double top prior day, which made it easier to short, but there was a trend break and then a short underneath the volume weighted average price. I'm going for the same thing. Playing a 250, or it could be a little bit higher, it could be a little bit lower, and breaks trend. This is a small capper I want to fade. Nokia, I'll wait and see the opening range, and then if it's above VWAP, I would get involved. Otherwise, I'm going to pass. I didn't expect it to be red. I actually was more of expecting a continuation through $8 today. That did not happen.
Yeah, some names are starting to pull back in a little bit here. The interesting name for me on that list with deals there. Oh, we have Uber coming up next. Okay. I didn't even realize there was anything with Lucid. We talked about Lucid, but I was going to bring it back to Uber here, taking out this $98 level for Uber. So let's go talk about the story here with Lucid, as there's a decent one, and then we can talk about Bloom Energy, which is just continuously going here upside, pulling back, but at the end of the day, BE is a monster. But we'll get to these three stories, starting with the first one with Lucid and Uber. Let's go find out what the guys have to say about it, and then we'll look at some charts.
Yeah, nice pop early on this morning. If you were with us in the first 30 minutes here, we brought it to you live. Lucid and Uber teaming up There's going to be driverless Uber rides available in San Francisco as early as next year, according to Bloomberg here.
Yeah, apparently testing is already underway, Brendo, with around 100 vehicles set to operate across the Bay Area in the coming months. So they're going to use the Lucid Gravity, Randy, and they're going to equip it with the Neuro self-driving system, of course. Uber invested about $300 million into Lucid earlier this year to solidify the partnership, I should say. And the collaboration is going to use Lucid's electric platform and the Neuro AI-driven autonomy stack and Uber's vast mobility network. So it's an expensive cab ride, as Randy's saying off camera. The partnership was announced in July, Brendo, but they didn't actually announce the test city being San Fran until yesterday. So we kind of knew this was coming, we just didn't know where.
Coming back in, meanwhile, for Uber right now, Lucid actually looking a little bit better, but nice move here, guys. $1 and change to the upside initially for Uber.
Yeah, Uber was nice yesterday. Lucid, okay, here's Lucid still doing absolutely nothing. Hey, good news, look at the support. Lucid has held the same support level at $19.14 for the entirety of our morning show and then another 15 minutes. So for almost an hour, for over an hour, it's been holding that level. If it holds it and close anything above VWAP, maybe a join with an obvious support level, but until that happens, I can't even think of a more boring stock right now than Lucid. It doesn't mean it's not. It's absolutely in play. And the thing about it is more volatility in Lucid since, why does it stay on Blue Ocean? There we go. There's more volatility in Lucid since the split because obviously when you do the reverse split, you're going to have a little bit less liquidity. So it's going to move a bit more. Uber, I think it's pretty obvious if you're not getting above this double top, wait for it to test the low. It turned exactly where it turned yesterday. Both these names had pop and drop. So until it proves VWAP or breaks out above 98, I think you're going to have to wait for that 100 level. That's why I'm not as excited about those. I'd rather add Amazon to the list. Like I said, I'm in Enphase, Nvidia. Amazon got added to the list for me, Tesla. But these ones are a pass until they prove they can hold a bit of a bid here. I like the story. And I like the stock. I like Uber. It's just I don't think today's the day for 100 until we break out this 98 level.
Yeah, I think you always have to have, obviously, obviously it's going to have to break 98 to get to 100. And I think Neil's probably like to go up 3% from here. I don't know if it gets to $100 today, but, on Fed, if it does, then I think that's, I actually think it's a short until we break these wicks. Up there, 102 and change. We've seen too many stocks bounce around those levels. Like even Nvidia had a minute where it didn't really want to break that 185 or something like that, whatever it was, and kept on pulling back until obviously it didn't. But yeah, Uber downside. So I was just going to say, for me on Uber today, I like 95. That's kind of where we closed yesterday. Here, maybe a 5-minute chart will be a little bit better for that one. So yeah, down into here. I just think it's get all this sort of garbage of Monday, Tuesday out of there. We know that they have these deals in place now. I think Lucid's a hot car, right? I mean, if Uber can team up with with Lucid and get some in Waymo and get some of these cars on the road, I would choose a Lucid Air over a Model 3 or a Robotaxi or anything like that. I mean, I don't know what the lower end of a Lucid is, but if those things are riding around, it's more luxurious. So I just feel that it's a little bit of a better ride, and I would choose that over a Robotaxi. So I like what Waymo's doing. I love Google. I love all of those ideas. So $95 bottom here, I think, for Uber. If it does whoops the other way, then fine. Or we just wait and to see what happens around $100. But you really got to like Uber. And, left on the side of this is Lyft. I mean, they're not really getting too much talk here. And right now, they're kind of just doing this. So I want to keep Lyft on radar because if it breaks through $21, you're just, again, like all these deals that are being made with Uber, Lyft has pretty much the same drivers. I mean, most Uber drivers that I talk to, at least used to, were Lyft drivers as well or have that capability of switching. So I was going to say, like, if Lyft does get some news, this name we've seen have great moments in to shine. So what about a $21 break there? Then, even in your own account, you use $20 as a nice little base there. It's a 50-period moving average. So maybe Lyft, if you like the space and the idea, continues to go. With only 2 minutes left, Nvidia is making a move down into 208 again. So this might take a minute. There's really nothing on the imbalance locator that I saw. We had some good news with Joby yesterday as well, after hours with Nvidia and Joby. What a surprise there. And there was the move there after hours. Adair and I covered that. Fubo and Disney lockup, that's getting finished now. Nvidia with a buy, but maybe not as big of a buy as people thought. I don't know. That's making moves downside right now. What was it? Yesterday, Mitch mentioned something about XPEV. I don't know if there's anything there. But yeah, so right now, IonQ, we only have 1 more minute left. Let's go talk about Bloom. But right now, IonQ, just not much going on the imbalances. It's Fed day, remember?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, real quick, BE to the downside right now, but a huge move after the close yesterday. Gets all the way to 138 here. Coming off on better than expected earnings.
Beating on the top and bottom line, we're not going to go through the numbers, but really what the company is benefiting from, guys, is the rising electricity demand for these data centers. You can't build these nuclear reactors fast enough, so hydrogen's filling the gap, Brendo.
A stock that's had all kinds of retail attention over the past few months here, guys. Bloom looking pretty good. I mean, it needs to hold here somewhere.
Yeah, I don't like that downtrend after VWAP, but so I wouldn't think short on that one, but I am thinking short on Enphase, down 13%, horrible guidance. I was kind of hoping there'd be like some kind of a mean reversion trade back into like 33.5 to 34. If that doesn't happen, then I might have to look at the volume weighted average price. It's like the only short idea that I have that isn't beyond meat, and those are in their own bucket. But it's a Fed day, it's hump day, it's game 5, it's everything you want, big earnings, and we open the bell in 2 and 1. Let's get this party started. First things first is usually, what is Nvidia doing and why is it going to be amazing?
Yeah, 207 right now. It's just coming back in a little bit, so kind of not as expected, but you know, this is what happens off the open. Look at the market, though, is starting to go, which is a little bit silly because if Nvidia is not going to go, it's strange to see the market not going. But there's a little bit of a bottom, maybe 206, 206.50. Let's give it a breath here. Up 3% is Nvidia. Could be worth a little bit of a pause here. Let's just wait. Still 5 trillion. So there it is. Open market, 5 trillion Nvidia. Congratulations. Palantir 192. This is on my radar, so we're going to try it right now. I don't know why my chart's not switching. There it is. Palantir. It just tried to get there. It's trying to bounce off 191 right now, PLTR, trying to go. But other than that, we are going to be looking everywhere, man. It's Nvidia, it's Tesla, making a dip down to 460 a little bit there. And then Amazon was going early, sure, yeah. And then Palantir, yeah. So right now, nothing for me on board yet.
Yeah, same here. Enphase is starting to come up. So like, it's oddly enough, it might be a short that ends up first, because Nvidia dip is not going to dip enough. Amazon's losing VWAP here, so unless it holds a prior low, there might not be a long for Amazon. Yeah, Nvidia is no longer a dip into 205. My VWAP might be a little bit off because I'm missing a little bit of data, but that shouldn't matter. Okay. That shouldn't matter in a bit here. It's right around 207. If it can close it above this 207, then that's where I'm going to get in. Why is my scaling so bad here? Yeah, so if it can close this above 207, we'll go for the long and just in front of that volume weighted average price or so.
All right, we got, I mean, our first trade, we're in something here. Our first trade, as we indicated on our sticky note, was going to be Palantir. So we have a 192 long. I took some out at 50 there. We actually got a good fill up there at 50. And now we'll wait to see because it's going to be Nvidia's world as well very, very soon. There goes Palantir. Let's put another order upside just in case it continues this trajectory. I mean, who knows if it's going to. But here it goes. It's Palantir. We've got that one. And then we're waiting for Nvidia right now to break, Neil. It's trying to go upside through 210.
It's going to break.
So there we go. I'm going long on this break of 210 on Nvidia, and then we'll just wait. I can't believe, I mean, it had a nice bottom there at 207. We were waiting for 206.50. That would have been great. So you're already in the money now, 250 on Nvidia, if you were fortunate enough to catch that move. All right, Palantir is having a problem with 192.50. I just put my stop in for PLTR 191.25s. That's kind of where we bounced around. So if we get back into VWAP, then we'll stop out of Palantir. But so far, so good, as it's trying to go. And Nvidia just bounced off of 210. So, yeah, maybe the market's trying to turn around a little bit. I don't know. I'm surprised Palantir didn't go up a little bit more than that. The most we got there was 50 cents. So let's see. And here comes Nvidia right now. 210 incoming here.
It is inevitable, it seems, on Nvidia. I'm still trying to pick it up on the bid. So as long as it doesn't break, then there's a chance it could dip down. And even then, I'll play any fail break for a dip, but it's not going to be 207, so it's at 208 effectively. Like it hit 210. It's hit 210 as far as I'm concerned. So the dip now comes in a little bit higher into the volume weighted average price, which is going to be the 50s. I did get into end phase underneath 32, so that's the only short idea, and I just got that one in. But there goes Nvidia breaking that 210 level, still dancing around with it.
It's not really doing anything.
No.
This is what happened yesterday.
It's back and forth. I'm looking for buyers to step. Buyers just stepped up. I just saw buyers step up in front of the 210. So once that happened, I just jumped in. I'll give it to 209.5, and then we'll play the volume weighted average price game as well on Nvidia. So one long, one short. Nothing going in Tesla. Amazon, kind of a disappointment on Amazon, to be honest with you, as that one started losing the bid.
Yeah, here comes, you know, we're in Nvidia, and I don't know, we just got some out there at 40s and maybe 50s, up there 40s, I think it was our best trade upside. I don't know, maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. Remember, we do have Fed Day here, so let's talk about like where the damage spots maybe are if this does wind up failing. I'm at 210.85 right now, so it's a nice trade here. Hopefully we'll be able to hold it a little bit longer. Yesterday we had a great trade on this where it just kept on going and going and going. We talked about taking that $3 or $4 on it, so hopefully it can get upside again here is NVDA, and there it goes again. So we've got a big trade on board here, so we're pretty proud of it. Again, and I hope that you guys are on it as well. We hit this with some pretty serious shares here today because we saw what it did yesterday, so why not hit it again, guys? It's NVIDIA, and we are living in their world right now. Palantir, all right, so we're 2 times day right now, but we don't have that goal today. It's Fed Day, so Palantir is the one that's really bothering me. It's not breaking higher into that level, so hopefully this can hold, but we will stop that out. Like, we just got some more out here as Palantir is having its day in the sun, but going downside. Wow, Nvidia is really ripping. Like, we love this trade right there. Spin the money right there for Nvidia. We've made almost 3 times there on that trade, but Palantir just dropped out for us. So it's Nvidia today, not Palantir for me. And let's go over to Adara quickly, and then we can come back to this monster NVDA.
How this so?
I have to discuss Pfizer here. FI is down 44%. On earnings. Double miss here, and they cut their guidance. They're also moving their listing from the NYSE to the NASDAQ, and they're going to change their ticker from FI to FISV. So interesting here for FI, but I did want to address this pretty sharp drop to the downside. Additionally, there is some news here on LHX, L3 Harris. Stock isn't really moving here, but the White House announcing that South Korea has selected L3 Harris to develop a new aircraft. Kraft Heinz as well, looks like their call's happening right now, CEO of the company, saying that this is one of the worst consumer sentiments in decades right now. KHC moving around a little bit here, just be aware, it seems like that call is happening. Back to you.
So something crazy happened in SoFi that I was not expecting, which was it broke out. I was dip buying it early, and when I took that breakout in Nvidia, SoFi broke out as well. I'm like, okay, well, we'll just throw the bid and see if we get it back in. I'm like, oh, we're not going to get this at 32.50. And then a split second later, I was long at 31.60. Of course, I put 69 in there because why not? It's now starting to stabilize. Yeah, it's now starting to stabilize. So I'm going to add back into this one.
Tesla.
It's starting to look a little bit better. Tesla's at 640, but I got to go to end phase first.
Or 460, yeah, one of those.
Sorry, what did I say?
640. Maybe it can get to 640 eventually.
Out at VWAP on end phase. I'm not fighting. It's down. It's SSR. So if it breaks VWAP, I'm out, and then I wait for the pre-market high to jump in. But Tesla's at 640. Thank you. I inverted that like an idiot. Load. Come on, chart. I'm only looking for a mean reversion off of this level if this chart ever loads up. So it has to actually break trend or do some kind of a bottoming tail candle. I think this chart is going to crash. I'm going to show you my black chart. This is what I'm looking at when I stare upside, guys. So you're broken that 460 until it breaks trend. Then I want no part of this falling knife that is Tesla. So it's got to do some kind of a like bottoming tail or a clean trend break. I might have to go to a 1-minute chart to make that work as well. Tesla's really taking it on the chin here.
Yeah, I got out at 50 cents there. Once it didn't hold that 460, we actually didn't even really make any damage on this at all. Like, we've learned our lesson from chasing Tesla. And I mean, if that name gives it up, you got to get out because you got to let Tesla settle down just a little bit to see. All right, so we do have to hit the fail though, because we do flush down on Palantir. It took 192, it didn't look that great. We didn't really average in too hard to it until it came back into 191, and then we stopped out, so 75% there, another piece there, and then it started to go back to the upside, so maybe 91.50 is that top little take there. So let's put an offer in and around 91.50, see if we can get it. I'm gonna use 90.50 now as the bottom, just in case the market does want to continue its upside take. Nvidia is pulling back into 210. We got out of more than half of it already, but I still like the long, and maybe there's a reload potential down here if we can get into VWAP or something in and around those areas for Nvidia. But yeah, if Palantir goes too much lower, then we are going to get out of that. Yeah, I mean, Tesla continues to fall down, right? I mean, this is why I've learned my lesson. Just get out of that until it gives you an actual base, right? So right now, Tesla just continues to drop. So this stock does that, man. All right, so here comes Nvidia right back in again. So a good thing we were able to get out there near the top. We can't necessarily let this thing go. It can always go red against us. But that 209 area, 209, yeah. So if we could break back down below there, then we will bounce out of TSLA and maybe, or sorry, of Nvidia, and maybe try to average in a little bit to it if we're able to. So that would be a trade for me to look at, but a break down below. I'm just gonna put the stop in now, 208, basically 208.99 or so. I think if it just breaks, let's just get out. Like, we don't have to be in this for any reasons. All right, Palantir does give us a little bit of a dip buy, so let's see if we can take advantage of that. We do need the market to rip if anything's gonna work out for us. So
market just bounced off the volume weighted average price here. So
hopefully,
if you're looking for help from the market, there's a NASDAQ bouncing off 26.25 or something along those, right around those lines, but it was able to hold VWAP on the last dip. Need to hold it again. Tesla just, yeah, look at the violence. Tesla wants violence this morning. When it broke 459, it was instantly at 460, and then I just got, see how quickly that was? You guys just saw that. It was at 460, and then I actually got my fill that I just left in there at 49. So I got to give it to the prior bar low. That's going to be the out every single time. Nvidia is coming back in. I did reload at the 10 level, but if it loses VWAP, I'm jumping out. Because like this, like if Tesla breaks the bottom, the next low is like $7 lower. So I'll give it the buck, but then that's going to be about it. Got to get back over to end phase because that was the one thing I wanted short, and it just made a top at the 33 level. So there's your topping tail. I'm going to take my second shot at this one to the south side.
All right. Yeah, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe as we have big time movements today. Like Nvidia breaks through 210, gets as high as 211, 211.50 right there, and that's still going. Neil's talking about Tesla over there. We're over here on Palantir as well as we buying some dips there. It gets as high as 191.50. Let's check out some other names, right? What's going on with Nokia right now? Down 750. Wow. Okay, so that's not doing too much, but it is a downside push there early for Nokia. What just happened? We just got Palantir sell. Okay, so Palantir, nice upside move there for them. SMCI had some stories earlier as well. We could look at Lucid. Oh, $54 SMCI. So that got as high as 55. They're also pulling back in a little bit. Lucid's been on a lot of people's minds, and mine included. So there goes Lucid down to 18 and change. I mean, a lot of these names are pulling back from yesterday, so not sure where exactly. Now we got $1 right now on it. Finally, a nice little dollar take here on our good friend Alex Karp. And then we did buy the dip there in Nvidia, but it's not giving us what we need here. It needs to get a little bit going.
It's almost at VWAP though.
Right now. Yeah, it's almost at VWAP 209, exactly. That's going to be the shutdown spot for me. We're going to get out if it gets into 209 for Nvidia. But all right, so here we go. It's trying to bounce. It's the big trade alert for me is, hey, look, it was at first Nvidia, but now we switch it over, man, and take on Palantir. This is now starting to rip higher. This could be day. We just need Nvidia to start to go now. So here we go, man. Nice little reload there on Nvidia. Let's see how high we can go. I'm at 210.40s, seeing if we can get something. Wow, I don't know if there's news on Palantir or whatever, but we've just made a nice, wow. There goes Palantir. Let's go, man. That's your fake slapper of the day for me. Palantir, we just got 190.75, and we just got some out at 193.20 there, Neil. Palantir, absolutely ripping. We're now $3 in the money on that one, plus a nice little reload there in Nvidia. So let's keep going. Yeah. All right, man. Now we're starting to cook again. What's up, Adara?
See any direct news on Nvidia, or sorry, not on Palantir, but there is one story that could potentially be benefiting PLTR here. LHX, or L3 Harris, which is his partner, as I mentioned earlier, actually has been selected by South Korea to develop a new aircraft. So it could be potential sympathy with L3 Harris, but that's pretty unclear. It's also worth noting, too, we also had Korean Air apparently buying 103 new Boeing aircraft valued at $36.2 billion. That was another announcement from this morning with regards to Korea. So other than that, though, with regards to Palantir specifically, beyond the L3 Harris potential, nothing I'm seeing. Back to you.
Right. Well, yeah, we saw just strength, right? I mean, the minute it dropped into there, we were always going to use the 200 period moving average. We talked about it giving us that low of 190.50. So this trade, risking, Neil, 40 cents to now make $4. So a nice 10 to 1 there, nice move higher. And there goes Nvidia right now as well, man. We are at our day's high, obviously P&L wise, as we bought the dip pretty heavily there. So that was a nice trade. Let's see how high Nvidia can go, man. I mean, maybe its current high is 211.50. I'm gonna put another offer right here at 90 because it is starting to get going now. And we are now $4 in the money in these two positions. So we did this yesterday. We're doing it again today. Man, I love trading.
Yeah, trading great so far. Nvidia is about to break the high today, hold through the high. Not on Tesla. Tesla is a play to VWAP for me. Tesla was an absolute falling knife. So if it's going to get back into the volume weighted average price, that's actually 461. So I should be trying to get out here. Fill me 80. Fill me 80. Fill me 80. Fill me 80. Fill me at 80.
If you say it more, you might get it, I think.
Well, whatever.
A couple more.
You know what the funny thing was? I wasn't even at 80. I think I put it at 80, at 83.
Well, that might be a problem.
Yeah, well, that's exactly. I'm staring at 80 didn't fill, 80 didn't fill. No, essentially, I didn't get the absolute bottom on Tesla because it was a pretty violent turn, but I was able to get 59s. Ideally, you get something along here in the bottom of Tesla, but that's not what I was able to get. Nvidia is doing Nvidia things.
Yes.
I just want to remind everybody, there's a bunch of random names going. I know GSIT's doing some things as well. And for now, you're going to see this on our visualizer. Nvidia, Fubo had a big news story. Wow, FI, really? Fiserv? That was like 40%. People want to talk about that. Amazon, disappointment. SoFi, Tesla, AMD, all the names that we've probably discussed already. But if you want something else or something interesting, something's moving, type $ and then that symbol. So it gets on this list. Not too much. Look, I mean, again, there's not too many small cappers on there that we haven't already discussed. But certainly we'll get to them if you guys want us to. I know we didn't look at Fiserv. I decided to stay away from this because down 44%, it's not always the best SSR play. I like if it's closer to 10%, but Fiserv, disastrous earnings. That's the story here. 43% is a huge, huge haircut. And when you do a move like this, there's no levels to play off of. It's just gonzo. So maybe let it settle down that opening range and then go on from there. Nvidia just ticked the top again. So the resistance is at 11. It's been unable to break it, at least for now. Hasn't really dipped all the way into VWAP. I'm still sitting there for another reload on Nvidia, but it doesn't seem to want to give it to me. And the other names that were involved in this morning, Lucid. Wow. The buyer that was at 1912, look what happened when it dropped off. Just straight shot down $1, flat bottom break for Lucid, but it's doing a V-shaped recovery. So I said it was boring because it wasn't moving in the pre-market. That's no longer true on Lucid. If you can play VWAP even into 19.5, this is starting to wake itself up as well.
All right, new position alert over here. We got SoFi. We're just trading everything on, and we're going to drop it out. If this breaks, I even have 94 on here. I don't want to mess too much around with SoFi. Yesterday at this time, we thought we had a good price on SoFi, and then it just kept tanking. I didn't find a bottom yesterday till around 10 o'clock, I think it was. Yeah, 10:45. So SoFi on good earnings did this yesterday. I thought I was going to take a risk and a shot here at 31. So we're in it right now at 31 on SoFi, and if it breaks, like we got some outs actually already on that. So it just had a nice little move higher there. I'm just trying to, like I said, that's a 15, so that's 10 cents. That's the much risk that we're trying to put on there for SoFi. So let's see what's going on with that. It's Palantir's day, man, and we're all just living in it right now. I mean, now Palantir just continues to get higher and higher and higher, and the net is just ripping off of this. Like, there goes Palantir, good trade there. There goes SoFi. And if you just, again, if you want some trade ideas, you want to take some size and, you know, hit some shares that I'm doing as well, this is it. Nvidia, Palantir, SoFi, and then Tesla. I have all 4 of these plays already today. Those are the 4 names that I've traded. And there goes SoFi. Put the money in the bank, SoFi. SoFi. Nice little move. Yeah, that's it, Sharif. Nice little move right there on SoFi. We have this trade, and it's going to be a good one, hopefully, for us as it continues a little higher. I'll take some more outs there around 20. But yeah, man, Nvidia, what a reload that was down there. Let's see if it, I mean, you could almost reload it right now if you want to. It's bouncing around 210.50. We have enough shares here to be quite happy with what's happening right now. We just got a 195 alert on Palantir, man. I mean, this has just been another one of them days, and don't take it personally, but it's just another one of them days. 210.60, nice move higher here for Nvidia. Let's just get some more out. We have a boat on it, so if we can keep getting it out at these highs, that would be good, man. We got to build that Noah's Ark over here.
Noah's Ark?
Yeah, why not, man? Put all these stocks in the Ark, man.
Oh, I get it. And do it in pairs if you can.
Yes,
just
man.
Just to steal from that one. That's my segue to show you what's happening. Look, Nvidia is doing Nvidia things. I'm gonna hating my charts right now. But AMD might get lost in the sauce, everybody. It's up 3% on its own, and it's continuing its breakout. So I think you can ride either one of these horses. They both look absolutely fine. Right now, my eyeballs are back into Tesla to try to get a reload in Tesla. And, of course, just mentioning Lucid, partnership with Uber. It's back through 19, so that prior high from before, it's about to get regained, at least as far as I can tell. Oh, I guess we might have gotten to VWAP on Beyond Meat because I'm in. It must have gotten just underneath VWAP because I'm in it, so therefore that's where it is. But I want this closing VWAP itself on Lucid. That'll be anything above 18.8, and then I jump into it just to show you. Did this on Beyond Meat yesterday. Like lower high, there was no pop up, so I shorted to the volume weighted average price. We'll get it out if it breaks like 205. I'm in at 02s. So we'll play inside of the range at least for now. But it's Lucid that's on my mind after that big, hopefully V-shaped recovery. The market's not doing much of anything. Market's pretty much 0.5 and not even moving at this point. Nvidia also breaking the high of the day as we speak, but it's the Lucid party that I want to try to join. These V-shaped recoveries are insane.
We are. I was just telling you, Sharif, man, we are really, really long, man. We are $5 in the money right now. Like, we have Palantir's $4. Like, Palantir just keeps on trying to break this 190. You know what? Let's get another piece out right now. It keeps on trying to break 195. Nvidia is the one where we just got another piece out there on Nvidia. So, you know, we do have numbers coming out, I guess, or we have one out right now. I don't know. I'm hearing something. But there it is. So, nice move higher. I don't know. Canada. Okay, even SoFi right now, maybe, remember, like with Fed here, it's just one of those things where I'm not sure like what the Fed's going to bring here today, and if the stock market may just kind of chill until 2 o'clock, but I don't think so. Right now, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. It's very, very stock dependent on the moves here today, obviously, as you can quite see. Some of these names continue to move around, but let us know if there's anything here in the chat. I'm going to call up the stock visualizer for you guys now. You know, Nvidia, Pfizer, I know Neil just did this, Pfizer down there as well, Palantir, CMBM, your dollar stock there for 191 right now. PayPal, interesting. PayPal had a great run yesterday, back down to $71 again. What up with that? I see Neil's in Beyond Meat, Lucid, and Nvidia. So we're covering some of these names right now for you. I'm into SoFi as well. Fubo is up. Yeah, Disney and Fubo going. So, all right, the market's pulling back just a little bit right now. So, or some of the market's not. Some of these names are, as I'm noticing my net.
And Grun in the chat,
around.
We are aware of Caterpillar too. Caterpillar also reported. There were some earnings names that we didn't get to. Again, obviously, it's a trading show. Caterpillar is not usually a name that anybody day trades, being a $600 stock, but it is up 12%. It is fantastic. Guess what you can't do, well, without Caterpillar?
Farm.
Build data centers. Oh. Well, okay, well, fine. You probably can. It's just nobody is. So. No, yeah.
Yeah, you need the equipment.
Obviously, you could build data centers without Caterpillar. It's not factual, but Caterpillar up 12%. They're blowing it out. Look, I'll admit to having trimmed 10% of my Caterpillar before earnings because of how parabolic it is. But that's, again, I thought things were frothy, so I was taking 10% off the top of some things that had gotten high in the portfolio. Obviously, it's always the wrong decision to sell a good company, but you take some of that profit, drip it into some dip buys, buy a little MP, which I'm trying to get, and then I'm trying to buy some things after earnings if we get dips. At this rate, I'm not sure we get that many dips.
No, that's why when Bitcoin went to 108, I was just trying to gobble. And the fact that we have 5% on that is pretty good. Bitcoin right now, 112. It was 112.8. I mean, Bitcoin got as high as 115 and change. So that's why I gobbled up some Bitcoin down there as well at 108, because I don't know how far these dips are going to go, and maybe they're not going to go any further than where they've already gone. Talk about something that's gone. We did take a hit. Well, no, we never took a hit. I don't know if we were ever red on Palantir. We must have been actually. But we have a great little opportunity here for PLTR, and it's just continuously going here, back up to the upside. And I don't know. We just took another piece. Well, I didn't take another piece. Trying to take another piece out here on PLTR. So hopefully we're able to get some.
What was the story on Palantir again?
Nothing.
I don't know.
I don't think there was one.
Oh.
It's just a monster, I think.
Because you know what's
all.
Well, I don't know if it's related, but remember they had to deal with. I keep forgetting Lumen has a deal with Palantir.
Yes, yeah, that is yes.
But this is a Lumen thing. So like if Palantir starts going, like Lumen could be a bit of a sympathy play. So I don't know if you yell out. I don't know if I want to add this one to the list, but if like Palantir does a mean reversion, there might be a trade on Lumen. But Lumen's up 5% in its own right. Again, deal with Palantir, I believe a couple of days ago was announced. And yeah, up 5% in its own right. Lucid, let's just go back to some other things. Lucid, again, everyone's using Nvidia chips. They're using it for automation. It held the 19 level. I don't even like 7s. VWAP's here at 1890, so the money fills might be underneath 19 to play it underneath VWAP. But you've got to take profit, because look at the barcode that was in these teens, 19 and then the teens. If it breaks out this level, that's a hold and maybe an add higher until it gets to the highs. But when it's trading in this range, scalp in the range. If it breaks out, maybe add in here, something along those lines. And Nvidia is starting to pull back. All right, where I was at VWAP before is clearly not VWAP now because it's upward trending. So it's going to be an upward sloping VWAP, which means I got to try to get something in front of 209.5 here on Nvidia. We get any bounce, and I'm going to go for the long, the reload on the long in Nvidia. Beyond Me's doing Beyond Me things, and Tesla also recovering more than I expected. But everybody remember, hit that subscribe button. 21.4% of you are not subscribed, they're watching.
Yeah, hit it for sure.
Do it.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. $6 on Palantir. Okay. The whole day is here on Palantir. I mean, Nvidia is a blast, that's for sure. But Nvidia is pulling back in. What? I thought I had a bid down here. 209.50 I do, not 209.80. That's where we're dipping down into.
It's not VWAP anymore.
Into Nvidia. So yeah, you got to watch out for some of the trade that you're looking for. Right there. But yeah, VWAP is a little bit higher right now, 209.70. I'm going to give this one to 209.50 and try to buy some more dips here on Nvidia. But you know what? I just posted this up here on my account. Like, this is what we're talking about. Here it is. Here's a SoFi trade I took off the attached sticky note. Like, we wrote down SoFi 31 long. Day 2 pullback. It comes right into 31. We sat there, we took it, and now it's at 31.50 and going higher, hopefully, well, it was, for SoFi. So that's just, try to make trading as simple as it can be because it is a tough game. So if you just make it simple, you should be able to create some value for yourself and get those trading ideas through, right? I mean, it's just something very similar to Palantir. It was just, I wrote down, are we going to break that weekly high? And if we were, then we liked the long. It did break. The long came in. Then it came back to the 200 and it blasted. So I'm very, very comfortable with all of these trades here. Now we're at 3 times our daily goal. So we've been doing it once, twice, now 3 times today. So it's a big move. It's a big day. And, congratulations. This Palantir must have a $200 marker on it right now because we are starting to rip City right now. Huge. Nvidia's, Nvidia. Neil, man.
Nvidia just bounced, reload off in volume weighted average price there.
That's what.
And it's right back. Remember, 211 is not breaking. It's not holding on Nvidia. It's broken multiple times without closing above. If this closes a 3-minute candle above 211, I think we're going to see probably another explosion here for sure. Jameson in the chat mentioning a couple of other names that I haven't seen already. One of them, I would assume, ARM's probably up, Jameson, because this is happening in chips, but that we haven't looked at. Oh, thank you, James. Thank you, Fabian. But we haven't looked at Quantum and IonQ making a bit of a breakout. Check out where it ramped or not ramped. Check it where it failed yesterday at about 2 o'clock, like right when we opened the afternoon show. This cook another leg down. That's where it is now. So maybe a playback into VWAP if you want to join it. Don't know that I'd buy at the resistance level there on INQ. Just be very, very careful with that in my estimation. So look, Fubo we haven't talked about. This was not on the trade list. I don't trust Fubo. Usually, yeah, okay, that's probably a good decision. Fubo giving it all back. Maybe it bounces off of yesterday's close on a complete whatever pattern you want to call that to the downside. Christmas tree, retracement, I don't know. Yeah, Fubo's going to give it all back in about a couple of minutes here. Shame.
Yeah, congratulations, Hedge, there in the chat. Bought Palantir at $6. That's a little better than my cost average, so that's a good one there. Congratulations on PLTR.
It was ever.
Sometimes you got to. Yeah, I bought some at 7, so I do know that it did get down there for sure. But
because it was a direct listing, right?
Correct. The direct listing was $9.
I was going to say it was just under $10.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest purchases for like an IPO/direct list. I also bought Spotify back in the day when they direct listed. Palantir was a good one, and obviously pretty satisfied with the way that trade has worked out. But yeah, it's still going. So look, man, on Nvidia, we'll take a couple more outs here at 211. I mean, like I keep saying, like we've made our days a couple times over now, so let's not lose it. That's all, and we've done that before. We're not planning on doing it again. So let's just keep on watching it. I am waiting at 211.45 here, just because it's ahead of 50, and there we go, we got it already. So it's already going meme crazy here. Neil, Nvidia is just an absolute monster. Like we made a boat yesterday breaking 200. It goes today up to 212, man. Nvidia, what a name, what a call. We're now just mooning even more. Wow. Okay, now we're at 4 times our day. This has been quite the move higher now for Nvidia. Congratulations to all, and hopefully all not a good night, because we have a lot more to go here in this market. What's up, Adara?
Couple seconds away from pending home sales change. Forecast here 1.2%, previous 4% number coming in here at 0% here for pending home sales change month over month. I'm going to see if I get any other data on that. But yeah, it looks like flat here for home sales month over month. That's what I'm seeing here. We're going to have to wait and see if there's any other info on this. Yeah, 0% here month over month. Home sales for September, pending home sales. Market just keeps pushing higher ahead of the FOMC decision, which is going to come through at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll be covering that for you guys right at this desk, and I'll also be covering the 2:30 p.m. press conference with Fed Chair Powell immediately afterwards. But we know what everybody wants to cover right now. Of course, these big AI moves like Nvidia. We had the Nokia deal with Nvidia, and we also have a whole bunch of earnings. We'll talk about some earnings we have on deck. Microsoft set to report tonight along with Meta and Google. These should all be huge reports. All 3 names are scheduled or estimated to report at 4:05 p.m. Then we've got Apple, AAPL, nice push higher today, getting a street high price target of $320 from Bank of America. Tons of names reported today as well, worth keeping an eye on, like Boeing, Verizon. We had Cheesecake Factory, Bloom Energy last night, Enphase. So lots of day one earning plays on watch, but even more exciting names to come tomorrow tonight and tomorrow. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. I just grabbed 212 when I saw it do an up-down, threw a trail in there. So I'm out of Nvidia temporarily. I threw the bid back onto the volume-weighted average price, which, trust me, that's where it is. This is a black chart with all of the data. Sometimes when I flip back and forth, I just lose some data on this one. So it's it's almost exactly $210 is going to be the volume-weighted average price. That's going to be the reload spot. Always willing to join a trend off of that level on Nvidia. On NVDA, its cousin, AMD, is at VWAP if you like. I don't like it because if it's already at VWAP and the market's breaking out the top and NVIDIA's at the highs, that means AMD is trailing. So that's not going to be the one for myself anyways. Just got to double check to see what Tesla is doing. I got out in front of you up on Tesla. Tesla goes all the way to the high of the day. So we'll look for the volume weighted average price to come back in here. Tesla, this is yesterday's high, 466 on Tesla. So far, pretty range bound despite the market breaking out. Before it breaks out, hopefully it'll give us a dip to play off of the volume weighted average price for the next step. No real big catalyst for Tesla today, obviously. Like we've already covered. Everything was Nvidia related yesterday, and there was some automated driving stuff, but that was mostly Uber and Lucid. But Tesla, no headline, just playing it off the momentum and the range from yesterday's trade. So let's try to pick up the bid if it can catch. Oh, the market's coming back in too. So market's coming back in. That might provide that dip by VWAP on Nvidia and Tesla.
All right. I'm just getting lighter on everything. I've already put in a date, man. It's 10 o'clock, and I'm possibly not going to reload anything. Big Bear AI is trying to go upside rate. I was just trying to figure out some of the stops where we want to get those stops involved in. But Big Bear AI up another 2% there, 670. It comes right into that level, and then bounces off of that. We don't want any. I don't want any smoke on Big Bear. We already when it was down here at 650, we were asked if we could buy it. It does make that move up to 740. Now pulling back down in. Just be careful with these names. They don't have any earnings or anything like that. So Big Bear AI, I'm going to pass on that. And then also SoFi, if the market comes back in, fine. We are out now. As I look, we only have 20% left now of SoFi. I mean, when it hits these levels, we get out. It just breaks a little bit lower. We're still going to wait for it. We'll wait for the last breakout, breakdown actually back through 31. That was where our stop always was, man. It was $30.95. So if we break below that, then we'll go. But again, that's a 10 cents worth of a risk, and we made there 30 or so. So about 40, sorry, was our very, very top spot. So that was pretty decent for sure. Yeah, so just talking about where our stopping spot's going to be. Nvidia's 209.50 there. Looks like that's the drop zone there for NVDA. So if it does break back down in through there, then we will stop out of that trade. But I think we can even get a little bit more long. I just want to make sure that my stops are still good to go. So 209.50 for a stop here on Nvidia, and we will try to reload a little bit of this in and around 210 if it's coming in right now. So I said we wouldn't reload a lot. We're not going to. We'll reload actually a little. So let's put a little bit more on here at 210.02 because, like I said, man, the day's already been made. We had some huge moves right off the open, and we want to make sure that we are able to keep that profit, right? We're not playing with I want to make sure that we don't give it back. Because I could just put on a couple 100,000 shares, whatever, right now. Then if it rips down, then I'm going to go red on that. You don't want to go red on a name where you've done something like this on. So there it is, a little bit of a reload. So we are now reloaded right there. We just got 210. So let's see if we can get something out at 210.30 or so. And then, like I said, our stop now, 50 cents lower. So 209.50 is the new stopping spot there for Nvidia. Let's see, it's starting to go a little bit now. We're at 210.30 as we said. So upside right now for Nvidia off the most recent reload, but maybe not as it stops there at 210.20. All right, over to Neil.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go red when you have a strong day going. But you know what? Speaking of strong moves and strong opportunities, at the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, which is SILO on the NASDAQ, is rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPCE15, is advancing toward FDA approval as its submission of potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, with data already showing strong safety results. And at the same time, they're expanding their digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen and fuel-proof its crypto strategy. So, whether it's the lab or the ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. You can find them chilling out on the NASDAQ, SILO, with an obvious ticker, as you guys could find, and a fantastic show on Apple, which, by the way, is also having a good day. Last I checked anyways, but I got to drop the fail on the second trade in Lucid. First time good, second time no. I needed to break trend to try to jump back into it. I also reloaded Nvidia. That was a little loud. I also reloaded Nvidia in front of the 210 level, which is also the volume weighted average price. But if it eventually loses that, this is like the 4th time in at this level. If we lose 209.5, I'm jumping out of that trade. As we go to Adara at the desk, futures really coming in.
I think a moment here to mention SILO, that Silo Pharma news story today as well. This basically they're mentioning here that they've selected the Alpha Ledger T12 fund as a core component of their real world asset or RWA investment strategy on the Solana blockchain. So this strategy is going to align with Silo's approach to treasury diversification and their digital asset integration. So this is going to be the basically the Alpha Ledger T12 fund, again being selected by Silo Pharma. Good look here for SILO. Back to you.
All right, nice. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, we are getting very, very close here. We've indicated 209.50, so if that breaks below 209.50, we are now out, and we don't have very many shares, but it is going to break lower here, so get ready to get stopped out of your NVDA trade if you do have the stops that Neil and I have at 209.50, because here it comes right back in now. So there it goes, and we'll just slap a big congratulations. That's a face slapper there for Nvidia, man. Really makes the day there. I think it'll probably be, based on this, the #1 net there for the day for myself. So we really like Nvidia, although it just drops off of 209.50 there, and maybe now starting to get back upside.
It could.
Yeah, I don't want to get back into it. We've already, honestly, man, we did quite well there on that trade. So let's just back away from that for right now. Palantir as well. We have very, very small amount of shares left here on PLTR. Oh, and then SoFi came out. So we're going to go positives on everything. We did lose a very, very small amount on, like, what we lost on Tesla. Here, I'll give you an example. You know, my red stock today is about 5% of my winning stocks. So of Nvidia, and then Palantir is still to go. I didn't make as much on Palantir as I did on Nvidia, but that's the way it's supposed to go, right? I mean, it's about 10%. So what I lost on Tesla is about 10% of what we made on Palantir, and nowhere near what we did on Nvidia. And SoFi's up, so we wound up making about triple on SoFi as we lost on Tesla. So that's, I mean, it's been a really, really good day as far as that is concerned. But there are other trading happening. I mean, including stock like Nokia up to 960, looking to break through that top of 765. That could be also a pretty good trade. But, you know, the Nasdaq's had its moves. It came all the way back into VWAP there. So that could have also been a TQQ trade, by the way. So something to look forward to there on the Nasdaq if it does break through that level of
there's a super chat. This is the easy one. That's an easy one. I can grab that. Thank you for can't get right. That's a character from a show or a movie. It'll come to me if you just let me know what that is, because I feel like I should know that one. What's RNA doing? RNA's a buyout. I think 72 cash. If members. Oh, thank you so much, Rob. I definitely need that. So RNA is being bought out. I believe it's 72 cash. I'll have to double check. Oh, I'm not going to get that fill. The high yesterday was like 69, like 98 or something. I was just going to short it in front of the 70. It was a couple of days ago it got announced, so it's not going to move very, very much. You can take the spread. It's done a couple of million shares. So that's a pretty easy answer. There was another one on DraftKings with Mike Lowry, but I guess we have this one up from Adam Jones on Microsoft. Earnings tonight. Bleeding at the moment. Yeah, you know what? To be honest, when I haven't really been looking at Microsoft, they've been focused on maybe look at the chip names. It's only down 0.8%. So bleeding, I know it's down when the market's up, but I feel like that's not really an apt description. Microsoft was a rocket ship yesterday. Like everybody else, they just kept getting good headlines. And I think it's on the verge of the break to the highs. It just needs to have a 30% growth cloud number, and I think then you get back to the all-time highs when it comes to Microsoft. But yeah, relatively weak today, I suppose. But it's only 0.8%.
Yeah, you got to give that one.
On an earnings, before earnings, on a Fed day, yeah, I wouldn't be too worried yet, obviously.
No, I wouldn't be worried about any of these positions. It's Fed day, so you got to just like take not with a grain of salt, but take what it gives you. There goes Palantir, man, 197 now and still going. We just tried Nvidia again for 25 cents and lost that as it comes in. And you're 100% right in the chat there, Roland Joe. Yeah, the reason why is that Tesla was a falling knife. So I don't, I already put 460, so I follow the plan here and put it down onto this. But at the end of the day, that fell in, and I don't want any piece of that because I've been seeing Tesla. It can go and go and go and go, and then you're like, what have you done? And you start to question your life. So I'm going to wait on Tesla and hopefully be able to do something with it at some point later on today. It's not a trade that I'm necessarily looking forward to there, but we've got $7 right now, $6, sorry, in $6.50 right now in the now for my good friend Palantir as it just continues to rip. I mean, this is the whole day right now. We have the bottom and the top, and it's continuously going right now again. Looks like it, did Nvidia just find a bottom there or not? I don't know. I'm gonna try it and give it a little bit more room into 209 again. If it does fall back in, let's, like I said, we're not gonna turn this stock around on us, but let's just see if it wants to hold that 209. Remember, these stocks can and have really dropped many times in their lifespan. So let's not think that this can't retrace 10% or something like that real quick. What was that?
Lars in the chat, sure. You know what Lars around here, just said pigs get slaughtered. It can be true. And on a Fed day, like, I don't even want to be in position. I'm pretty much never in position at 2 o'clock, but I feel like you want to take your profit early and divide the day into sectors or sections for sure. But if you're a small cap trader or you could have any kind of style, some traders like the after opening range. Like it's after 10 o'clock, so the opening rush has happened. Some traders prefer this time of day for certain setups. Maybe it's joining the trend off VWAP, something along those lines. Maybe they don't like breakouts. So you just have to figure out what works for you there. Just let us know what stocks are interesting to you because I still just see it's the same three up top there. Nvidia, FI. I promise you nobody's trading this stock today. FI down 40%.
They probably just want our analysis.
No, I don't know what to give you for a stock down 40% that has done this, except yay for the hedge funds that have been shorting the 50-period moving average on this stock, very obviously. Like, congratulations. Maybe they take some profit or something here. It's just not much. There's not much to say for this. Everyone wants to try to catch a bottom on a stock like this, and I don't really have any good strategies for guessing at when an absolute dumpster fire turns good, except for when it breaks a trend, which it's not going to do today. Let's be real, it's not going to happen. Speaking of dumpster fires, the low of the day yesterday on Beyond Meat was $1.85, so that's going to be where the target is. Doesn't matter, like 2 to 180 is 10%, but I could care less. 185 is the low. That's where my next bid is. And I'm going to move my next offer to underneath VWAP because it no longer is. I'm shorting the volume weighted average price here as long as this one continues on the trend, and then we're good to go. JB asking why PayPal isn't loved. I feel like PayPal just got to resistance and pulled back. You know, like it's like PayPal has been a very structured stock recently. So on earnings, before earnings, it held 65. And last earnings, it failed 80. So what did it do? It broke out, went to the 80 and pulled back, and now it's testing the moving averages. So I would believe in let it settle down after earnings. If it's still holding the 200, then I think the long can be there. If it's holding the 50, then maybe you play the long there. Otherwise, 65 is the long. So that breakaway trade, it did give you that 10% move, maybe a little bit more if you're perfect. Now let it settle for a couple of days. It's trying to find its way. This is very much just profit taking, right back into some support levels, but I'd give it still another day.
All right. Yeah, as you guys know, we reloaded there on Nvidia a little bit and tried to give it a little bit of a room here. Now it's going back up into the 50 period. So we're taking a couple outs here at 25. I took actually 15s pretty much both times. So now we're going to wait to see how high can she fly now. And of course, that name is Palantir and Nvidia, both continuously going. Let's have a quick little look. Do we have to go to Adara? Was that call first? No, okay. Not yet, they say. This is what Bitcoin's doing, 112.8, bad. I already said that yesterday. Oh, this is Cardano? What? I didn't know that. Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin yesterday, I mean, we had talked about it, and I said, like, as opposed to the NASDAQ, you have to be pretty disappointed if you're in Bitcoin hoping to get these great returns. But it sucks that everything like Nvidia up 3%, Palantir up 3%, like all these names that are really ripping, that are positive, Bitcoin, I feel like, should be doing it as well, and it's not. So I don't know exactly why Bitcoin is falling down. I said that we would do some work and look to see about Fed Day Bitcoin moves, but yeah, this is the one right now that's coming in. So watch out for BTC.
Well, but it's not tied to AI, so therefore, why?
AI is just going to crack.
Well, yesterday there was not a lot of breadth in the move yesterday. Like if you weren't AI,
exactly.
if you weren't AI related, it's not like you were running yesterday. So I guess to me that kind of makes sense.
Okay.
And although I mean, how does that? I guess how do you explain Apple then? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Apple's doing Apple things, so they could just
look
be
at
doing its own.
Nvidia.
Could just be doing its own thing. But I wouldn't be too concerned about Bitcoin because I feel if it would have been a market breadth to the upside and 8 out of 10 sectors and all that was green, which even today it's not, then I'd be a little bit more concerned about Bitcoin because that'd be a problem if everything was up.
I mean, I'm concerned about it, but I mean, I'm just trying to buy more. I bought at 108, so I don't think I'll do it again. But wow, what a reload, Neil! Now we are $1 on. So now we have $8 now in total combined in the account right now as Nvidia really ripping faces off to the upside again. It's not stopping that name. Look at Oracle down there. You want to talk about a name that's has not had a good month or so. Oracle, too bad Oracle. You reported and just went up 40%, and now you're paying the piper. Really strange that happened. I hope that doesn't happen to the rest of all these guys today. But ADSK Workday, I mean, I hope they all rip the way Oracle did, but then they all came back in. Oracle came back in. I hope they all don't do that. Adobe down 5%. That's yucky. CrowdStrike yesterday with a nice move upside, now back in a little bit there today. It's the financials that are not healthy today, it looks like, right? A bunch of red. Robinhood down 0.7. JPM holding at least. That's flat. BAC relatively flat as well. But yeah, not great little levels there in the space for finance. So we'll see that in consumer non-durables also not doing that great. It looks like it's just all producers. Oh yeah, because Caterpillar. Yeah, Caterpillar, nice move there. Nvidia and producer manufacturers, right? Like Caterpillar, probably John Deere as well. There's John Deere right there, upside as well. Yeah, up only 1%, but Caterpillar leading the way and helping out those names. What's up, Adara?
Caterpillar, in addition to being an earnings play, was also one of the many, many names that Nvidia mentioned yesterday, or specifically CEO Jensen Huang during his keynote. I want to talk about Oracle. I saw this story floating around this morning. I just want to mention it with regards to the move in ORCL. So Bloomberg reporting that apparently there is an increase in Oracle default swaps over concerns about the company's massive spending on AI. So that's sort of coming through Bloomberg. I started to see this circulate around the open. Unsure when it was released, other than it was released today. But either way here, ORCL could be on watch with this catalyst. Back to you.
Yeah, speaking for on watch, you always want to look for relative strength and weakness. I was noticing AMD. When Nvidia bounced, I'm like, okay, well, what are the other things doing in that moment? AMD did not. It is underneath VWAP. I'm like, well, is there something even weaker than that? And the answer is Intel. Down. Market up, chips up, Intel down 1%. So this one is now falling into the relatively weak bucket, and technically, right where support was in the afternoon would be the volume-weighted average price. So that gives me some confluence at this time of day. I like VWAP plays at this time of day. So if I can, Beyond Meat, fine. I don't think it gets back there, but certainly Intel. 41.30 to 41.40. You do have a bit of a double bottom forming here, so got to be a bit careful that this hasn't found a bid at that 41 level. But this one looks like a short relative to the market. Like Nvidia for me didn't hold. If it wasn't gonna hold 210 and that volume weighted average price, then I was more waiting for that 208 level a little bit deeper. Still a chance it gets there, but I want to look to this Intel short as we go to Adara. I think we've got the small cap recap.
Yes, we do. We'll start here with Ernex Therapeutics, ERNA, holding up relatively well. Nice push here pre-market and with a little bit of strength here off the open, announcing a deal here with Cellapoint Bioservices for a cell therapy manufacturing partnership. So nice look here for ERNA. Looked into this company here. We have about a relatively small float here for ERNA. About, I believe, 3 million shares. Then we also have CMBM on watch, Cambium Networks. This one here, roughly $56 million market cap, announcing integration of their One network with Starlink. So good look there for CMBM, at least pre-market. struggling a little bit today, but still, of course, up on the day with that big gap up this morning. Last but not least, APLD, admittedly not a super small cap name. They do have about a $10 billion market cap, roughly 34% short float, but this is a name to watch with all this AI strength. They do have a deal with CoreWeave, so APLD certainly has that working for it. They also had a Needham this morning reiterating a buy rating and a $41 price target, so no upgrade, but still bullish note here. APLD and its sector certainly in focus, and again, that short float pretty significant. Now, before we send you back to the guys, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're never having enough to start. The fear of losing. This will keep so many traders on the sidelines, but it's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first valuation. Back to you.
Oh boy, thanks Trade the Pool. I mean, maybe it just has $200 in it, Palantir. I mean, now it's 198, so we're long at 191. I don't know. Let's check out DraftKings yesterday. I'm just gonna hold. I think we're just gonna punch long 200. You know what? I'm just gonna put an offer 190. Let's go 199 even. All right, let's put an offer there. We'll see if it gets to it, and we'll just ho hum this until it does that. We're trying to ho hum Nvidia as well. Let this thing just continue to expand. Hopefully we're at 210.85, just ahead of that 211. That was our best out, was right there, 210.66. So now that we're trying to hold, let's see if we can continue to go. We did get stopped out right there when it broke, which sucks because I could have just used 209 and been fine, but whatever. We did take our out there and it got reloaded back up once it took VWAP again. So, you know, similar trades that I make every day with the same rules. And I think that if you have rules, then you should be able to be okay. I wanted to look at DraftKings. DraftKings bottom yesterday was $31, and it looks like today here again, it's trying to hold those levels. So didn't get to 29, but this little level right there, 31 or so, it just held again and now trying to bounce back up, as of course we talked about Polymarket and all these things that are starting to really hit DraftKings. Sometimes when there's blood in the streets and it just sounds this bad, you know, you have to sometimes get in there and buy dips on stocks that you do really believe in, and one of those names for me is not DraftKings right now. I don't, it's falling out too much from that top there and not really going too far. I'm going to just look at Amazon and then we're gonna get a coffee. 230 right now, so Amazon doing oppo of other names. So maybe this is the name that has to eventually catch up. I mean, Amazon had a great start to the day with this like move up there in the pre-market. I forget what that news was on Amazon.
It was partnership with
who? Okay, so neither
Anthropic.
of us know. With who?
It was Anthropic.
Anthropic. They already own Anthropic, don't they?
But it was a further in the deal.
Yeah, I mean, wait till Amazon pays Apple $50 billion for Anthropic to be, you know, the LLM in Apple. Then you'll see Amazon and Apple both moon again. So, all right, I guess we can throw it wherever.
Yeah, it was an announcement of the Anthropic. I'm just sort of reading through it again. Yeah, there's like and then a Project Rainier is operational, and now it is operational. This battle station is fully operational, and we are going to Adair at the desk.
Keep an eye here on WIX and PYPL. The companies are teaming up here. Wix will now become a key partner for PayPal's new agentic commerce platform. So WIX and PYPL partnership on watch here, guys. Back to you.
PL, yes, PayPal. PayPal with a bunch of different partnerships the last little while. So
yeah,
maybe that's a good benefit for Wix. Let me check out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
What time? Well, this is definitely an Adair question. What time in Central Time will Trump have the Xi meeting?
It's not. It's Thursday, anyways.
I know, but like I don't know what time.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll just find out that in a minute.
And obviously, if you're live with us, anything the president is doing live while the market's open, we're going to cover. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Try to fight it there. Look, it will always cover, and Adair will have that news for you. But it isn't today. The big news, obviously. Oh, there you go. 11. Okay, well let's go to it. Let's go to Adair because now everyone's putting it in the chat.
So I looked into the time here with South Korea. We're probably not going to be able to cover that meeting because it's going to be Thursday in South Korea in 30 minutes. It's currently 11:26 p.m. So unless they have this meeting like really, really early at the crack of dawn in South Korea, then unfortunately it seems unlikely we'll get any Xi-Trump updates during the day. Back to you.
There you go. I mean, today we care about Powell and earnings. Right, so Powell at 2:30. Well, I mean, the Fed's going to do what they're going to do at 2. We already know what's going to happen. 99.9% chance. No news is bigger than the Blue Jays news. Got to actually, it's not over. Like just like we were saying, our manager was saying, the Dodgers didn't win the series with that extra inning win. They just won Game 3. We didn't win anything by evening at 2-2. We just evened it at 2-2. And so now you got to take care of business. You got home court or home field advantage back, and it's the best 2 or 3. You got to close the deal, or none of it means anything. It's a great season, but one win in the World Series just.
Now, when you're here, you want to win.
Yeah, exactly, and it would be great for us if we could. It's great, but we'll see what happens tonight. Before we get there, as I was just saying, as expected, and then I want to hear what Powell says about QT because that's now all of a sudden the topic, whether they're going to stop the runoff of their balance sheet, and maybe not necessarily going back to building the balance sheet, but just stopping the runoff even. There are some concerns about liquidity. That's not necessarily, it's a weird thing to start considering that when the market's at the highs, right? So I would love to hear his comments, whether he's concerned or not, and maybe he just squashes that altogether.
All right. All right, so CMBM, I think that was another name that some people asked for. CMBM, was that the right one? Yeah, KMBM. We had this story from Sarah as well. Yeah, a couple people have been on this name, and it's just fading out again. It's funny because you got to try to figure out which of these names will actually hold, which will do things like this. But CMBM downside pushing still continuously. It opened up at $3. Now you're at $165. So this is potentially trying to find a base. I mean, you do have the 21 period moving average, which has been a good little indicator for me in the past as well. So right into there, 180 or so, breaking longer, 177, 180. That would be a level there, and then you can use its current bottom as a base. So I think you got to get above 180 on CMBM, and then we'll go there. Again, yeah, there was a super chat, but
I'll put it back up.
It's gone.
Now that I found it.
Okay.
Reza Kareem. Hey, we knew a Reza on the trading floor at one point. You guys are awesome. I love the updates you provide in the stock market. That's what it's all about. Through the day, do you have a Discord or membership group? We do not have a Discord. I think that's a good idea. Membership, we do have a YouTube membership, but what you get with that is Sharice's note. You spend 25 cents a day, right? That's the math, something like that. I mean, something along the lines, 25 cents a trading day, let's just call it, for the membership, and then you get the morning note. There's Nvidia. I mean, number 2 stories probably, actually it's Caterpillar. I didn't think it would be Caterpillar. Caterpillar with a complete rundown of what the news is, why it's in play, some key price levels, what it means to the stocks, what it also means from a fundamental level. So fantastic. Every single day the market's open, you do get this, and that's what you get with the membership. So thank you very much for the super chat if you are interested, and then pay it forward. Hit the subscribe. Don't even remember why I pulled up DB. I probably typoed it. So I'm not even sure why that stock is up. But no, but seriously, Caterpillar is now 13% up. You could have read that report, seen something you liked about it, maybe played, that's hilarious, 560, psychological resistance. 560 was where it broke out. There you go.
And if you want actual trade ideas, of course, for free, 20 cents a day is virtually free as well. But right into here, we have the sticky note every single day. So go check that out as well as part of the suite of information that you can have here, including Nvidia long. I mean, that's been the play. Palantir long, 192. Palantir's only at 198 now, Sharif. SoFi, $31 long, and then your Tesla 460. So those are actually, trading ideas and different levels. Obviously, that information that Sharif puts out for us is absolutely fantastic. We want to thank him for that as well. So thanks, Sharif. But all right, so that's what we're doing right now, is trying to trying to make way with some of these trades back in and trying to find new ideas potentially here. What's going on with JP? I always look at JP Morgan, although, 1 million shares, it's just nice little move down there into 305. It just hit the scanner, you can see, because it hits our 200 period moving average right there and breaks through VWAP. So almost like a double scanner there. Action. Well, yeah, there it is, right? Two things, moving average and VWAP right there, both hit on JP Morgan on my alert. So we can come over here and have a quick look. I mean, obviously it's only down 0.15 right now, so maybe nothing there. Oh man, there goes Nvidia on the reload again. So we're still holding all these levels. We just took a piece out. We said we get some out at 90s, or sorry, 85s. So we did. Now it's at 210, 211. My next offer is at 211.25 for Nvidia. Stay with the stocks that are actually doing something and making you some money. And that's why we did stick with Palantir. We did actually get back into SoFi today and took a little bit of a long there, which was great, and then dumped it, which I think was a good move as we broke a little bit lower and then did not have to worry about that, Phil, down there. But look, taking out yesterday, we had the same move in SoFi where we went like this, downside, and then eventually got going back to the upside once we broke the 50 period moving average. So if we kind of go forward right now, we need to get above 31, basically 05 or so. There, let's give it 31.10s. It's 31.07. So if we can get back above 31 change, I think that would make a lot of sense there for SoFi. But yeah, man, for me today, it's going to be all about Palantir. I don't even, now I only have 2% left, so it's very small, but we've been taking out, most of our outs were right into here. We let this thing go. We let it go through 194 up to 195. We have no outs. And then we finally got one at 195.50. Then we got more out at 196. And then we got a top out at 197.50. So again, we got out when we were wrong, right? I think that's always important to do. We were wrong right there. It broke through. We got out. We let it settle down. Thought we had a decent base here against the 200 period moving average, and that's when we pumped along, and there it goes. Huge upside play, and it's just a big day trading today. So I don't know. I know I always say that, but you guys can come every day and see the trades that we put on, and I just want to thank everybody for all of the super chats and want to make sure that you guys do hit the like and the subscribe right now. We only have 1K likes, 9,000 of you watching. So that's a pretty good number for 10:30, but we'd like to get that number a little bit higher. So if just, every one of two of you, 50% of you hit that like button, then we get a lot more than where we are right now. So see if you guys can do that. Wow, there it goes, Neil. This is the trade, man. It's Nvidia now. There we go. We're now $8 in these two positions, man. So far, so good on NVDA as it just is climbing, trying to get back there to new highs. Nvidia, name of the day, right? Up 5%, NVDA.
Exactly, 5% at all-time highs. The other reason 5 is big is because it's 5 trillion, which is more than surpassed. I gotta call it. This is not calling out, but 1312 Wolf. Someone asked in the chat. I have to go way down. Why trade Beyond Meat when other runners have gone? Yeah, I've been in Tesla. I've been in Nvidia as well. But the answer to that question, which I will reiterate here, when the back end comes in on a trade like this, I think it's a short till it's not. So I've shorted it as a strategy every single day. Try to get the reversion. If there's no reversion to play, then play it off a resistance or a double top or the volume weighted average price. So I have 3 ways that I look at it, but I look at it to the short side until it proves it can hold like a double bottom and start curling back in to the upside. That's pretty much it. 1320 was and appreciate it was the kind thing to say, don't ever question Neil. I disagree with that. You should always question. You should always question. I mean, not everything. I think that gets oversaid because then you get analysis paralysis. You should always question. If you're curious about a strategy, like where the exit might be, why you chose a particular exit, why you why do you like Nvidia over AMD? Maybe that's obvious today, but it's not obvious every day. Right? So those kinds of things are really important to ask. Everyone's going to have their own approach, and that's what it's all about. I just saw Brian Gibson in the chat saying AVGO rocket ship. Maybe you love Broadcom to trade. On a 15-min, look at Broadcom. It's just as, 2%, but it's pretty impressive in its own right. There's so many ways that you can play it. At this time of day, I like 2 setups, which is usually the volume-weighted average price, something I can play on trend, or relative strength and weakness, right? If the market's pushing toward the high, which it's trying to do right now, and I didn't pick up anything where I liked it long, then as it gets to the top, I'm looking for something that I can just mean revert short. So a relatively weak name is Intel, so I picked that one. If we get to the top here and revert, then I want to short this one at some kind of a resistance level, which could be right up at that top. So that's what I like to do in the middle of the day, and everyone's got to have their own strategy when it comes to pretty much everything. And you can sit out the middle of the day too. I know lots of traders that do that.
Yeah, it's me. I'm gonna be sitting out now. I'm only trading the big names, and even then, I'm just putting out candy money right there. It's just topping out the day. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day here, including our flattened position. So that's going to be a good one. But we can still look other places. It doesn't mean we're done trading, that's for sure. Tesla would be another big name to look at in a day like today. Remember, we do have Fed coming at 2 p.m., so it's going to be a cut. So obviously the market's planned that over the last little while as the NASDAQ just continues to go through all-time highs. So yeah, it continues going forward here in all of that. SMR, Oklo, some of these nuclear names continue to go a little nuclear. There's Nvidia just pulled back just a little bit there. I'm gonna offer, there you go, just get some out at 86s as it just pulled back down just a little bit there, and then we will get that figured out. Okay, I like to get absolutely schooled here when I ask questions. That's how I learn, and both Neil and Sean have schooled me. Good. Yeah, well,
There was another.
congratulations for that. I'm glad that you're learning every single day. Chase the packs. And
There was another super chat saying thank you for ER and A we got as well. So I didn't catch the name. There it is. So thank you, Douglas, as well for super chat. That's actually breaking the high of the day right now. Adara?
Keep an eye here on Boeing. BA getting a little pop here as we hear, according to officials, that Boeing is planning on increasing the production of its 787 aircraft to 8 per month, quote unquote, soon. So Boeing looks like it's going to soon, hopefully, try to increase the production of that 787. Back to you.
Cash flow positive for Boeing. That's all you need to know. I mean, ignore the $4.9 billion. Yeah, they took a bit of a hit. Come on, chart. They took a bit of a hit for a one-off item. If I change to a 3-minute, okay, well, that absolutely didn't help. Let's go to a daily chart. No, Boeing's going to be down, but I think the best thing about the report was the fact that they're cash flow positive. I prefer that they weren't down 1.5% today because it looked like we were going to be holding that 50 period on earnings. But the day is young. It could still close above here. You still have plenty of time for the rest of the week for Boeing to hold out. I think a positive step forward. Again, it was a one-time charge that drove that EPS miss. So if you believe that for them, then I wouldn't want to overrate this move. But it's a little disappointing, especially when the market is going to be up. But it's a tech-led rally. It's like tech, and Caterpillar's Caterpillar's like very adjacent to this whole AI thing anyway. So it's like it counts, but it doesn't count, but it counts. And Boeing today doesn't count. Give it a couple of days. I think it settles down.
I think Caterpillar is a great way. I mean, you got to, that's the thing, is like, I'm all tech. We've talked about, not all tech, but mainly tech. And it's like, that's another good way. I know Caterpillar's riding on tech, but it's still
because if the AI move pulls back, it's not like Caterpillar's giving you protection. I think that's the best way to think about it. Like GEV, like to me, like GEV's not a tech name, but I had to trim it anyways because it's part of the AI move. So all these things that are going higher, it's like, well, if you own a bunch of, because I own a lot, I own Nvidia, I have a lot of the Qs right now. Like the way I see it, when those things start going, like Eli Lilly I don't have to worry about because AI bubble goes poof and Eli Lilly shouldn't be a problem, but GE Vernova is going to be a problem. And Caterpillar is going to be a little bit of a problem along with a pullback in Nvidia. So like those things I think count in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're talking about that with Sharif. Like, he was calling, basically, it's going to be a nasty unwind, I think, in NVIDIA. And I'm not going to take his words. This is what he was talking about. Could be an epic unwind. But that's why I'm saying it, like, if you thought that 2 days ago and you got out at 190, it's now 210. And I know we didn't talk about shorting it, that's for sure. But there goes the explosion to the upside. So as long as you ride it out, even if this thing unwinds 30% now, you're only coming back into here. Like that would be obviously great dip buy opportunities, right? So it's like the more this goes up, the better the unwind is, because then you get to buy dips in great companies, right? So, you know, it's bad if it starts unwinding like right when it's kind of just getting going and maybe some of us haven't taken profit. Like if it really stopped right here at 183, which I was talking about, and that continued to go down, then you'd look back and be like, oh man, I saw the top, I didn't get out, now it's down to 110. But right now, as you continue to extend out, I mean, I got people messaging me like, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do? And I'm just saying, just hold on for the ride, because right now, it's this continuous push upside. We don't even have major earnings yet.
Yeah, they're last.
So, I mean, you know, forget about Nvidia. Nvidia earnings will be fine. Nvidia doesn't even move on their earnings really lately. It's just about the other names, right? What will Amazon put up? What will Google put up? And if they all put up well, Nvidia can just float. Even if Nvidia goes up 0.5% tomorrow or whatever, at the valuation that it's at, that is a lot, and that could mean something to everybody's portfolio. So, yeah, stay in the game, stay in what's strong for now. I dumped some stuff that I thought, you know, I dumped some Intel, I dumped some SMR, I dumped Oracle, all of those plays near highs, bought some Bitcoin, bought some gold. So trying to get a little bit away from that tech play, and then also, I'd buy the markets, but I mean, those dips.
I think sometimes you have to
happening.
You have to separate the trims versus dips, or as you said,
I'm just sitting on so much cash.
What I like is dump, you get out of something altogether. Trim, you take off 10%, 20%. Like you separate the companies that are, this is a hold forever, I'll never sell it all, and the ones that are like, that was just a play, I can get out of the whole thing. I believe we had a call for Adair, so let's go up to the desk.
Here's a look at our sector board for today. And as you can see, electronic technology in particular, really strong. Nvidia up 4%, becoming early today the first company to exceed a market cap of $5 trillion. So $5 trillion club for Nvidia. Broadcom really strong this morning. Micron strong. We've got KLA Corp. They're also to the upside. Technology services quite a lot weaker actually, but Palantir up 4.5% and Google up 0.6% as well. Microsoft and Meta both on watch, but lots of weakness in some of the other names in the sector, including Adobe and Oracle. Finance red, retail trade red, consumer non-durables very weak here. Actually, Mondelez with earnings last night could be that. Health services relatively weak, communications relatively weak, with the exception of Verizon on earnings day one. Commercial services weak, but we do have some strength here in energy minerals, and producer manufacturing, Caterpillar on earnings day one, leading this group to the upside. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
It's only like, okay, so like it's just like yesterday. It's all the tech, and then you can add Caterpillar and add Caterpillar bringing up the sector, and then energy, which I got a cop I didn't even look at, and it's Wednesday today, so we actually at 10:30, 10 minutes or 10 or 15 minutes ago, we actually got crude oil inventories. But if you're not looking at energy, you probably don't care, to be honest with you. We did get another super chat, which from Michael Moore. I believe we missed this. Sorry. Again, they fly fast, but I love the new tool. I was on the wrong page. That's why I wasn't able to see the super chats as easily. Long UROY. Don't know the stock. Get that out of the way. Where should you set your stop? I'll make some assumptions because, like, I don't even know who knows where you're long. Maybe you've got a 420 break. You got 438. I'm assuming you took it if you're long at 438, right, on a break of this 420. Personally, if I was swing trading over the 50-period moving average, then either first support or like 1 or 2 percentage points under the 50-period moving average is my out. That's how I play. I think someone asked that earlier. So if I wasn't stopping here, then I'd be stopping somewhere underneath there for a swing. And as far as targets go, well, you probably already hit one at 1-to-1 underneath $5, and I don't usually have anything crazier than give me the even dollar levels or like every 10% up, because I don't use like Fibonacci's or anything like that. But if it got to 6, I'd probably just use some kind of a trend line once it's set up. But yeah, if I'm long off the 50-period moving average breakout, then that's the reason for the setup. Then I use that as my out. Again, I'm making the assumption that that's effectively what you're doing with that long. Good one. Pulling back a little bit here today. Again, don't know the stock too well. Okay. I said if the market got to the highs, don't sneeze. I said if the market got to the highs, the fade would be Intel, but something has changed. And that is the market got to the top and pulled back to VWAP, and Intel kept on going to the high, which is the opposite of what I was expecting. So I don't think I'm going to play Intel at this level. It's not what I expected. Now it's relatively strong to the market. So I can wait patiently for it to get to another high or look for something else. Because, again, it can get to my price, but that is not what I was expecting at all. I figured the market would be at the top and they both turn together. That hasn't happened. But I can look over at AMD to see if that looks a little bit better. AMD's breaking under. AMD might be a better play for a short trade. Because as the market's breaking down, this is underneath the volume weighted average price. The other thing is, probably, Beyond Meat got to that low, but it's breaking trend. So it's breaking trend here. I'm going to get out if it breaks that 1.9 and then just wait for another re-entry point into that one. So I might find myself flat. I have to cancel script to put a new one in. So I'll go ahead and do that. If we break this 90, I get out. VWAP, whatever. It's not as much of a thing at this time of day because you don't have as much room, but I'll probably reload that one as well.
All right, we're, so we'll props it up, man. Again, you know, the P&L and Nvidia grew, and we had enough shares out at the top. We take this out at VWAP when it comes back for a flat.
That's why AMD.
So boom, 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 right? Market breaking VWAP as well. So we get out right there perfectly to just capture all of that profit. So we got out actually higher than we were last in. So on this trade, that's 209.70. That's I didn't even realize it was that good. That's 211.40. Wow. When this name goes, man, it just goes. It just jumps. So that's a great fill right there. We almost actually got back to 212 there. 211.50. And now the drop is happening. All right. We do have a new position alert. So it's TQs. The market's coming in, man. If we break this low right there that we already made at 10 o'clock, then I'm out. I don't want to play these wicks down. We could be wrong. I mean, maybe the market falls here. So we have half a unit, small beans right now. Half a unit for me. All of our units are much different here. This is just a small trade, half unit. Let's wait to see where it goes. If it does come back in, we'll put on one full unit in here once it comes back into 120.50. I think I'm bidding 55s. 120.55, yeah, with a drop just below 40 or just below 50s. So that's 55 there, that's 50 there. So just into here, if we drop that, then we will get out and we'll lose whatever we lose there on 1 unit, 30 cents or something, what our average price will wind up being. But we do have another bid here at 55 just to see where it goes. Palantir, we have 2% left of Palantir. This has just been, again, a pretty good stock, obviously, today. And yeah, I'm going to wait for VWAP for this one, 195. I just been really impressed with that stock, needless to say. So AMD, Apple, TQs, Netflix on.
Got another super chat here.
Okay, Netflix.
$9.99. KC526. I recognize that one. I believe you might have sent a super chat yesterday. If not yesterday, it was certainly this week. What sectors would you look at with interest rates allegedly dropping? Well, I mean, it's not allegedly. They've already cut once. It's a 99.9% chance that at 2 o'clock we get another cut. It at least was an 85% chance that we get a quarter cut in December as well. So, you know, it's happening. Well, I've already mentioned energy because a lot of those players have dividends. I think there's at least some concern that the reason for cutting could hurt demand. Because, you know, job market and all that kind of good stuff. But you just got some good numbers out of China when it came. And I know it's a grain of salt, obviously. You just got some decent numbers out of China from industrials there.
I know.
So I do think that can help energy get back into a trade. And then the names in that space are dividend names, which then get a little bit more appealing, of course, as rates go down. So I feel like that's exactly what I said when we were asked about energy specifically the other day. But that's probably the first thing that we don't usually look at that I'm considering. I'll probably start buying dips in. I don't know if I'll use the ETF, to be honest with you, or just sort of stick with individuals' names because I usually go CVX. But I might consider the ETF, but I usually go CVX.
All right, we do have a call for Adara.
Here's a look at the US dollar, which is trying to break a 5-day losing streak, though. Losing would be putting it pretty strongly. It's basically just been choppy over the last 5 sessions. Now, the USD, always worth watching, especially with economic events, but keep an eye on with this Fed decision at 2 p.m. because as you can see during our last Fed day on Wednesday, September 17th of 2025, we had a pretty volatile move in the US dollar, which briefly dropped to its lowest price in 2025 before making a nice rebound and setting the USD back into an uptrend on the daily chart. So all this is to say that whatever rate decision we get, the reaction in the US dollar is absolutely worth watching. And I'll make sure to cover that for you guys when I'm sitting up here with that rate decision at 2 p.m. With regards to said decision, as mentioned here by Neil and Sean, and I think everybody here, we're widely expecting a 25 basis point cut. 97.8% of participants, according to the CME FedWatch tool, are expecting that rate cut. Only 2.2% of participants expecting a hold. So let's see what happens here with the market's reaction to this cut, because at this point, it's not what's going to happen. We already have that priced in. It's more how will the market react and what will Fed Chair Powell say during that press conference with regards to how the Fed sees things moving forward. That's what's going to be key here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. And the market, wow, that's a big bounce in the market. You just turned to Sean and said, why in the heck, as the market broke down, did Intel break even higher? Like, it's for some reason looking strong. I'm like considering whether I want to be long through 42 here on Intel. Yeah, like that's absolutely good. That's just insane. But Apple's another one that I want to look at here.
Because
the market,
I had that long.
Apple's about to break trend.
Ooh.
So this is the trend line on Apple, and it's like kind of a relatively clean trend from the high. So this is what I'm going to watch. Intel, I might regret not thinking long on Intel just after that move down and it continued to break higher, but I'll stick to like trend breaks here. So if Apple can break the trend line, I'm going to go long in this name. It's only 0.2 to the upside, so it's not like it's super strong. It's just a setup that I like.
Okay, yeah, so just looking here, Palantir back up to one. I'm going to put an offer. I mean, I have it at 199. I was just wondering about 198 maybe as a potential there to see about if there's any sort of a trade that's going to be happening up there, like because we've just double touched basically. That's the same touch, and then right there again, and actually triple. Like if we can get back up to 198, that would be a level there. So something to look at for sure would be Palantir up in and around those levels. We have our TQQ short right there. We have Palantir long. I just want to check back on SoFi as well, $31. That's trying to figure it out right now, so we can see if that does anything. Oh, while you were gone, we did have an Amazon short that did not work. We tried to short it against VWAP, and then it popped through, so we were like, oh my God, Amazon. So I thought Amazon was relatively weak, made a move back to VWAP, and then made a move back in one more time. And we tried to short that, basically that second pop. So there's the pop, came back in, tried to short that, and now we just took it out. So Amazon, yeah, is making higher moves. Now only up 0.4, but still with the market. So I thought Amazon was going to be a little weak there if the market started to drive, and just not right there. So we'll get out of Amazon and kind of lick the wounds there on that trade. But let's make sure that we do put our order upside for Palantir now into 190. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to go 197.70. All right, and I'm going to cancel my 199 fill. So if it does come back into this level again, we'll have that trade. But for right now, we don't. So we're going to put that offer there and wait to see what winds up happening with the TQQs. And we'll go there. And, we talked about Oklo, and, we didn't look at any
We
Rigetti.
did look at Oklo, actually.
I think I called it up, but I definitely didn't trade it. So that part is accurate for sure. But right into here, Rigetti now trying to pull back just a little bit. It hasn't actually had too many dramatic moves. It had that one right away off the open. We just came into yesterday's close right there of 37 and then up to 38.50 and now bouncing off of VWAP. So an interesting take there as we look at VWAP for RGTI. So see if there's some kind of a play there. And I assume that all the other ones, IonQ and some of the other quantum names are probably something similar. Yeah. So drop early and then the move higher. Quantum continues to work, and then we talked about SMR and Oklo a little bit, but those names were up higher early. Let me see. Once it loads, yeah, okay, so still going. So yeah, wow. Again, a lot of these names had good dips early, man, and then a nice move up. So Oklo's up like $9 from the bottom. Good move there for Oklo and for anybody looking over there. So yeah, that's what's been going on over here. Yeah, and that's a fact, Jack. That's right, Mike Peter Ryder. I'm excited for Meta. Meta's the one that eventually goes. Their earnings is going to be great, I have a feeling. And then you'll get right back up there to 780 and change again.
They are advertising.
For Meta.
Yeah, they are. Everyone's concerned about Alphabet's advertising, but nobody's concerned about advertising when it comes to Meta because they are king when it comes to that.
Hey, Randy, figure out what's for lunch.
I'll tell you something about lunch.
All right, go.
There's nobody here to eat it.
Oh, today we get to get our own lunch.
No, today lunch is here, but the office is empty
Why is the office empty?
because of the jackhammering out front.
Right.
Oh, shoot, I forgot.
But I didn't think.
So
oh, yeah,
if-
I forgot all
no,
about
remember
So
we
if you're
talked about
hungry-
that. We talked about that.
If you're hungry,
Okay.
there can be seconds
Please be tacos.
and maybe thirds.
Please be tacos.
I think you're
be
wishful
tacos.
thinking, but
Yeah, it's
Well,
not.
you already looked, so you know.
No, I don't think. Is it here? Oh, it's here already. Okay, lunch was.
Then how can it
Breakfast
be-
was late, but
How can you say no to
okay.
tacos if you haven't even watched?
It is Randy's who Randy is, I guess. Glazed gochujang chicken with wok tossed noodles and stir fried veggies. The noodles have been really good around here. So, yeah, gochu. Goch.
Ooh.
Gochujang. Probably yang. Gochujang. I don't know what it is there, but
Actually, yeah, you're
that's
probably
what's
right.
for
Sounds
lunch around here. A little Asian flavor coming through today. That's what's for lunch around here.
China.
So yeah, so there it goes. Yeah, China. Yeah, good one.
China.
Right there. So some nice Chinese chicken coming through there today. We are going to continue to short the cues, see if that will work out for us. Maybe we've had the highs, maybe we haven't, but we are now underneath VWAP right into there. We're going to go short. We were long initially. We reversed that into the shorts. We got stopped out when it broke that level. Had to short it back at VWAP. So just making back what we lost. We're actually making back more than what we're up more now than what we lost on this trade. So that's okay. But yeah, so that's what's for lunch with only a couple minutes left. I thought Randy was going to say there was no lunch and then we could go get brisket or something, but there is lunch here. And that's right. Remember last week we had that?
The email.
Yeah, I was, oh God, the lawyer's emailing, what's this all about? And it was the jackhammer. So
Because it never really affects us. Because it.
No, we're already
said,
used to having.
Also let people work from home on that day. Well, obviously we don't ever apply because during COVID we were still here.
Yeah.
We didn't get a. No, there was like 2 days. I think there's 2 days that we have done a show where we weren't sitting here. It was Jimmy Carter. No, but that was a half day actually.
Yeah, that was just a half day.
No, it was just what was the
We
reason
never did a show from home ever.
There was that one day where we did like
I think it was because they were doing all of this.
yeah, there was a huge renovation and we had to sit in our homes and essentially just sort of talk about the market, but we couldn't trade. I remember sitting on my laptop. That wasn't as much fun, but yeah, we've done it once and hopefully we'll never do it again. Yeah, it was, I don't know, I didn't think it was a heck of a lot of fun. But we're starting to roll back over. Intel finally broke the trend, so whatever program was buying it, there's the trend break from the low. I'm going to play this one back into the volume-weighted average price because sometimes this stock is irrationally strong, which it was yesterday. There was no specific news on it, and you had to wait for, it was actually a longer trend that broke up here somewhere. I think it was this trend line. When that trend line broke, it was actually really good. This is the morning trend line, so we'll take this one into the volume-weighted average price, see how far it can go. Remember, at 2 o'clock, everybody, we know exactly what is coming. Not much matters until Powell hits the podium. We'll get comments, obviously, those prepared statements, and then everyone sort of looks to see what words are there and not there prior to the previous statement, looking at the previous statement. That's all well and good, but you got to hear the commentary because there was one dissent last time. We already knew who that was, so you want to hear if there was anybody that might have joined the you should have cut twice or maybe we shouldn't be cutting at all tone, let's just say. Oh, we got another super chat. And thankfully, we don't have to deal with what the topic of that super chat is. See if I can find it here.
That's how it is.
Fried tilapia. Tilapia tempura with tilapia soup. Thankfully, that is not something that we are dealing with at lunch.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some tempura around this joint.
Tempura would be great. They're never.
They're not. That's not what's happening. All right, it's 11 o'clock. We're back at about 1:45. So join us then. All right.
150.
145 or 150. Yeah, something like that. We'll be back to discuss the eventual rate cut of a quarter point. Take that to the bank.
Yes.
According to Fed. So yeah, no surprise there at 2 p.m. But join us as we'll be trading it then with you. On to the midday, boys. Let's go get them, Sharif and Joe.
Go get them.
Hey, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Uh-oh. All class Adam is back in the house. Shout out to Adam. Welcome back, brother. It's been a hot minute. Shout out to Oxlong, Juan Padilla. We got Nygaard and Chase the Packs. He ain't chasing money, chasing the pack. Gary F, Jody Mills. We got Eski, Saul G, Danny Patel. Shout out to Yannick, Durant, Dan. Curly Fries, Flatner, that's crazy right there. Blackhawk JP, shout out to Ryan, Rage Quit Radio. We got the OG Other Zinc, bless you Ram Ram, Clipwave, Dexter Smith, as well as T-Moon, Rogelio Concepcion. We got DeLeon and Dexter Smith, man. Shout out to Irish Talks. Ichiro, get it, my man. Pavel. We got, who else, man? Theo Vroman, Jaguar Nut, PMAC, Kyle Lynn. We got Saga. We got, who else? Papacito. Cody Var. I don't know why I did that voice like that, but Joey, but I'm not taking it back. We got JC, Andrew Chow. Who else, man? Come on, throw your name in the chat if you're new. Howard. We got Becky V, Big 40 Nephew, Wise Investor. Shout out to Justin, running back in Cloud C. One more, Joey. Who are we going to do? Wicked, Chunky, Trades. Whoop, whoop. Right back at you, girl. Hope everybody's having a good morning. Good morning, Joey.
Good morning. This is for my buddy, your Huckleberry.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, let's go. We're rocking and rolling, guys. Let's go, Blue Jay, says ADL. Here, class. Yeah, man, a lot going on this morning. Some fun stuff to talk about. Multiple trades being taken place. It's been a pretty good start this far. If you've been trading Nvidia, you've been having a fantastic morning. Hopefully we don't want to make any assumptions, right? As one of the famous rappers once said, believe half the things you see and nothing that you've heard. So I don't know. There's no correlation, and I don't know. I wouldn't go by that anyways. You want to believe what you see. But anyways, I'm having audio issues, someone's saying. Save woman, man, peace. Guys, confirm. I'm not hearing it from anybody else. Assassino, let me know. What's up, Mike Peter Ryder? Enough is enough. Let's get into some of the trades that we took today. Tesla, one of our better, actually, is it? No. NVIDIA was hands down the best of the trade. Audio is fine, says Martin Z. But let's take a look at what we got going on here with Tesla. So we take the short initially, a nice short signal. I'm like, okay, let's rock and roll. If it holds up and we don't establish a new high, I think we're good to go. This is what I'm going off of, essentially. So a beautiful print right there, above the volume weighted average price. Attempt number one, we get stopped out. No problem. Volume starts to pick up, and you can see the momentum start to head towards the volume weighted average price. And then that's why we know Hesitation Nation over there. And then we take additional short. Boom, 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 boom. So we're still sitting in this one. I have 10% remaining of that. But let's go over a couple more trades. What was our better of the day? Our best trade was going to be NVDL. That's correct. But just some scalps on it. So we'll break this down. This one I was frustrated. I'm like, no, why did I do that? So I take that move and then I got out. There was no accident. That was full on intentional right there. So we're not going to beat around the bush. But bang up there, VWAP hold, piece them out, piece them out. A nice little ad looking for the break of the high of the day. We didn't get it. I moved there. But other than that, our best performing name on the day is that. And then also Robinhood. So we've traded 4 names on today. And we'll go 4 for 4. Bang. We like that. A nice little scalp on Robinhood. Well, why did I decide to go long here? Let's break it down one more time. So essentially an indecision print off of the lows. You get that hammer candle close, and then bang, we take that move right into the volume weighted average price. So that was that one. And one more street before we send it off.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this one I'm not in any. Oh, okay, yeah, because I haven't done any transactions yet, Pathic. So once I do, you'll see it pop up there on TSLA. And then, yep, absolutely. Just let me go through this there, Assassino. Bang. And this was short on my darling IBIT. And this thing is getting smoked. I bought some more contracts. Guys, we're going to go over the game plan. You are a mini. Yeah, shout out Katina, man. I appreciate that. Bang, 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 bang. So essentially what I got going on here, and much appreciated, obviously, Katina. So essentially what I got going on here, we'll break it down a little bit more. I have a game plan with this. So if we don't get a pop at that come the FOMC cut, Sharif, what I have to do against my position, considering I'm in on 5 contracts, is that we're going to have to calendar spread this and start writing some potential calls against my current long call position. And it's not going to be the equal dated. It's going to be a calendar spread, closer dated. We're going to get more into that as soon as we get back from my guy Sharif. But first and foremost.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Oh, Joey, it's not that number.
It's not
That number. Improving, Joey. That
not
number.
that
I don't know
number.
what to say to anymore. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
hold on, I know what to say.
what are you gonna say?
You have the option to like and subscribe. Trade has unlimited upside.
Oh.
I like it.
All right, man.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about eRNA. I'm involved in this one right here. Look, this one is putting in a whole bunch of higher lows. That's really what's keeping me interested. So look at the bottom chart right there. Area low, 160. Area low, 182. Area low, 2. So here we go. We've got 7s. We just wet the beak at 14s. Let's take out some right there. We're looking for continuation. Look, it's up nicely, 70.5%, but it's having really trouble coming back into the high. The high is 286. I like the trend hold. I like a squeeze into 2.5. I find that the real resistance level on this bad boy is 2.5, despite the fact that it's worked its way up into 286. But look at MSAI go boom to the high side. We take this one for a 130 break. Why do I like 130? We'll take a gander at what we did over here at 10.05 and 10.10. 130 was a clear level of resistance. We drop and then we pop, right? We take that level out, 142. Here we are trading at 137, knocking on the door of that 132, 142. And so I'm looking for a little bit more over here. Call me greedy, but that's what I'm going to be waiting for there, right at that 140 level. Let's quickly now go back to eRNA as this one's working as well in the 16s. I've seen this one price spike up aggressively before. Take a look at the candle at 9:15, aggressive price spike. You saw that also in the pre-market at 8:30, but you also saw it during regular trading hours, 10:20. It has this tendency to have an aggressive bid come in. When it comes in, your guess is as good as mine. I'm just trying to pick it up off key levels where I feel the buyers are picking this one up. So eRNA and MSAI are the ones that are in focus for me, but I want to get to this other trade that was very short-lived and negative for me. SLGB, this one was holding trend very, very nicely on the 10 EMA. Gave it up, as they typically do. It is finding support at the 20, top right of your screen, guys. It's not up big. It's up 10 and 2/3 right now, but it's double bottomed off the 20. So if this one continues to make a move up and makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, I think I'm going to try my hand at this one again. SLGB, the one I'm talking about. We're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Boeing. BA, we're getting comments here from CEO Kelly Ortberg saying that the impacts of those 777X delays on their suppliers, quote, might be significant or might be fairly insignificant. So some commentary here in the 777X delays. Now, we know the 777 delays actually resulted in a fairly significant impact on Boeing's report this quarter. So BA here on watch. I've seen commentary from executives from this company throughout the day. Right now, it could be the call. Usually, I feel like the Boeing call is around 11 a.m., and I will look into that. But also, we do have Kelly Ortberg saying that Boeing is going to be exiting the year, quote, very soundly. So interesting look there. I'll keep you guys posted on what Kelly Ortberg has to say. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what are you keeping an eye on there, brother?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. That would be absolutely disastrous. Yeah, for sure, Mike Peter Ryder. At your own pace, by all means, brother, keep doing your thing. I know you like to trade small caps, so come the FOMC meeting, I think you'll be sitting in a good position. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to get involved with these markets after that, so just be patient. Nothing wrong with sitting on your hands until that point. I was thinking about doing the exact same thing, but there are some opportunities. Other sessions, I have no issue whatsoever. It's just waiting until 2 o'clock, and if you find something, then congratulations, and if you don't, then by all means, guess what? It's Thursday tomorrow, and you can have another opportunity because the market opens up at 4 a.m. Oh, I was looking at Blue Ocean last night. Some NVDA was trading nice on Blue O last night. I didn't trade anything. Was watching Jays and just trying to limit screen time currently right now. So anyways, aside from that, let's go Tesla. We'll post up at 21.75 to see if we can catch an offer on that front. Let's get that put in there, and I don't have much left. Again, it's been a solid morning, so I'll be patient, and I'm looking forward to
this Oklo?
Is it going nuts?
It's freaking going, dude. It's about to go 10% right now.
Really?
It's a breakout.
Oh,
Joey.
wow. Look at the volume step in there, too, Shreve. Great call out there, my friend. That's a big-time move in Oklo. Let's zoom out and take a look at the daily. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity. This is obviously going to be a key resistance zone because you don't want this to start forming a head and shoulder, right? Like shoulder one, boom, boom, boom. So if you have the ability to break through, sit on top of that, who knows what can happen with this name. So bang, we just caught another fill there in Tesla.
Get it, Joey.
As it's continuing to sell. I mean, as of late, the past couple of sessions, wow, look at this move to the downside. Excuse me. The past couple of sessions, Tesla has been absolutely phenomenal, trading higher and higher and higher. So this is totally warranted. But there it is, a nice little move to the downside there.
All right, guys, we're doing it here on MSAI, popping back up. We wet the beak there at local area highs. I like the higher lows. I don't like the fact that it's rejecting south of 40, but I like the fact that on the 5-minute chart, we're getting higher lows on this bad boy. So MSAI, the one in focus. But I didn't bring in my black charts to show you guys what I'm looking at today. So we talked about MSAI, we talked about ERNA, and I briefly brought up SLGB. But remember W key from this one yesterday? Well, it just got into the day's high, guys. 1524, we are lower than yesterday. So we have a couple of resistance levels that we got to keep in mind. That 18, 17 and 3/4, 18, that was a day high yesterday. But we also have to account for this implied balance high right at 16 to 16 1/4. That could be a level of resistance if we get above the pre-market high and break above 15 1/4. There will be likely a gap. I like this gap here between that 15 1/4 to 16, 16 1/4. So W key in focus. AXGN. Look at this clean buy program here. Barely any red candles. Certainly not many red candles in the volume bars on the bottom, but fantastic. Shout out. Who was that? Who was that? Shout out to Met Alt Ord. Lock in. I'm locked, baby. I'm locked. Shout out to you. Thank you.
Who's saying lock in?
I don't know. It's this Met guy. I like him. Who cares? He's telling me to lock in.
All
No
right,
big
lock
deal.
in, man.
So AXGN Assassino, I like this one. It doesn't really touch the 10 EMA. It shows you how strong of a buy program that is. So I'm keeping my eye on that. HAMA, light on volume, likely to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily here because the volume is dropping and it's doing bupkis. Okay? And then last but not least, CSIQ, Canadian Solar. This is not really like my definition of a small cap gapper. It's barely above $1 billion. This thing used to have promise, man. I made money on this thing holding it from the 30s into the 40s. This is a friend of mine's play, Alpha. Apparently it's run by like a husband and wife combination, but they've been crap in the bed as of late. I mean, really not their fault. The entire industry hasn't been good. We saw ENPH report this morning. Anyway, CSIQ, say that again, Fabian?
Headline.
CSIQ is continuing to go 1860, the high, 1840 trading right now. Beautiful bull flag breakout and a good continuation on this one. I'll keep my eye on that. And then last but not least, WETH. Look, this one was a buy program yesterday. It wasn't on my radar, but look how clean that buy was. We end up closing out at the highs, and then lo and behold, this morning, we hold yesterday's highs. So it's a fantastic look for WETH. It's straddling the 10 EMA right now with a lot of lower highs, so this is going to have to break trend. As Neil would like to say, you know, he's not going to get involved unless that trend is broken. I'm going to be looking for that trend. I like it. He commented. He's like, yeah, I like that. I'm not getting involved in this one until the trend is broken, but it's going to stay on my radar, guys. So those are the 8 that I'm keeping my eye on. We'll see if we can get in on some new ones there, Joey.
All right, man. Shout out to E Passions out there giving us this name this morning. He's like, no one's really listening to me, but when you have a chart that looks like this, you have to, at the end of the day. This is insane. So from August, middle of the summer, all the way to where we're currently trading, you're up 400%, almost 350, 360. 5-minute, big time move from an intraday standpoint too, man. So yeah, way to point that one out. Hopefully you're an owner of this. This looks absolutely phenomenal. Quantum name, Montreal quantum name to be exact. Gorev's going long. There's signals printing across the board, Gorev. On the Qs. I'm going to avoid the TQs. I like Tesla. I'm short it currently right now. I have no issues with flipping that bias, but there it goes. That print that we're looking for. Let's see if the go-go picked that one up there. I don't know if it will, but maybe possibly. So there it is on TSLA. It's going to be really tight. Speaking of, let's take a look at it. Shout out to Gander, or I was going to say take a gander on that. Boom, Tesla, head over to the 5-minute. So you guys know that so it didn't pick it up.
That's okay, though. We're not too worried about that. I know why it didn't, so again, it didn't fit the criteria, and that's good. You want to be a little bit more selective. But aside from that, guys, we're catching prints all day here on Tesla, which is pretty good. But let's break down what I was getting at with just writing my calls. Full disclosure, I'm already down $1,000 on some of them. So I don't know. It's comical to me at this point because you win some, you lose some, right? Yeah, and it's just how it is. So what do? That's the beauty about these options, man, is that you can just take advantage of them. So essentially, 51 days out, we're going to look to write some of these 70 calls. Those were worth $250 this morning, so $25 down already. Let's take a look at the profile just so we can see. So your probability of profit sitting around 76%, which I like a lot. And then my max return is going to be $1,000 roughly, 908, which I like. So that's going to be until December 19th. If we collect 50 to 60% of that, then I'll be happy. My contracts don't expire until May, but I'm going to be adding one more. I have 4 on here. Let's actually just do that now. Let's add this up here. We're gonna increase the quantity. So essentially what I'm doing here, guys, is just I'm hedging against my current position. It's that simplistic. So instead of me starting off with a bull call spread, I'm waiting for the FOMC. So essentially what I'm thinking is gonna happen, we're gonna get the pop in the crypto space, and then over the weekend maybe we can get somewhat of a continuation. If that isn't the case and the rest of the week Bitcoin continues to be choppy and churny and just do whatever it's been doing for the past couple of months, then that's when I'm going to write these calls. 5 calls to be exact. Again, 76% probability of profit with a max return of $1,100, and that's going to be expiring December 19th. So if it continues to not move in an orderly type way, then I'm going to be able to collect probably about 60 to 70% of that premium and then roll those contracts over if I still don't like it. But after I've written a couple and it's not working in my favor, I'm going to reduce my size. So essentially what I did is I'm averaging in. So FIFO, first in, first out. My higher price contracts will be eliminated first. I will realize somewhat of a loss, but that's going to allow me to have the better average price and then also write against those as well too. I don't want to hold them forever until they expire worthless. That's not the game plan. We obviously want the price appreciation, but you have to have a strategy, and that's what I got going on with these options.
I like it, Joey. As specific as it gets right there, man. I mean, like you put it on a silver platter.
Yeah, but
so shout out to Joey Options, my man. All right, a couple of things to update you on. Just allow me a second over here. I'm trying to throw in a breakout trade. So we're going to buy, and we're going to give it a 2-penny spread there, Joey, for a possible breakout trade on WETH. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. All right. A couple of new trades over here. We got stopped out of the remaining amount on MSAI. It broke trend, so we get out of Dodge, took out the majority. SLGB, we're trying our hand at this one. As I mentioned, I found support at the 20 EMA, and now it's made a first 5-minute candle to make a new high. I'm talking about SLGB, up 12%. There's the second beak wetter there at 12s. 26. We got 22s on. Next one at 29. That was the end of my order, so probably behooves me to throw out some more. And there it goes, taking out my order through 30, and it's actually showing me 33, but it's got a cross, so we'll have to pack our patience on that one. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. SLGB, looking for continuation. We just got back into the high of the day, which is 3 1/3, and there it goes, Joey, taking out my order now, showing me 35s. There it is, 36s now. The breakout seems to be on. 37s is where I'm waiting. It's showing me 37s. There it is. It's now showing me 40s. And now we're going to take out 42s. 44s now showing up on SLGB. If we can pop up a little bit, unlike my chair, which keeps dropping over here. I don't know what's going on with that one, Joey. We're going to have to see.
We got to tighten that one.
We got to tighten that one up. All right. Shout out to the man. All right, so we're keeping an eye here on SLGB now, 18 2/3 trip printing into the high of the day. Go SLGB, go, and there it goes again, Joey. We're waiting, and there it is again. Boom, through the $0.50 it goes. 49's area high. Now we're posting at 54. Let's see if we can get that continuation. 50 showing up now on the level 2. There's 53. We want one more now for 54. Let's go. We're seeing 55. There it is, Joey. We're taking it out. Now we're posting at 60 here on SLGB. Let's see if this one can go, or the $0.50 is going to be a little bit of a resistance level. Pack in the patience. Let's see what comes. Forgot to tell you about this trade. We're in the Alfred special here, CSIQ, looking for that 60 penny break. There does seem to be a large seller, pardon me, at 50. What keeps me optimistic, let me get out of this trade on SLGB because it looks like it's coming down. Let me just pack my patience on that one for a second. But what I want to say about CSIQ, what keeps me optimistic that this will take out the top at 1860 is the umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles. So it's not exactly rocketing up through the $18.50 level, but what I'm seeing is buyers becoming more exuberant every time this one dips down. They're buying it at higher and higher levels. Whether or not that means another seller of note comes in and tanks this, we'll have to wait and see. I'm trying to pack my patience. I'm waiting at 55s, excuse me. It's showing me 54s. There it is. We get the print there. Now that's a good move here on CSIQ. 2 pennies off the high. We're at 58s. We're waiting for a 60 print, and then we've got really nothing layered above that. So probably behooves me to throw in some more orders. Pack in the patience here on CSIQ. Still a seller at 58, but look at that spread tighten up. It was as wide as 7. Now it's 1 or 2 pennies at the most. So I'm liking what I see here from CSIQ. And there it goes. Joseph into the high of the day again. Nice move here on CSIQ. Let's post a little bit higher now. We're going to wait at 67s. And then you already know. Where are you at, Ozan? I hope Ozan's in the chat because I'm posting at 69 only for you, Ozan. Not like I ever do it on my own.
Dang. All right, nice square, man. As always, so yeah, I mean, just gonna think. And actually, no, I'm not doing it. It's not time for that. Aside from that, guys, there it is. Tesla, attempt 1. We get stopped out. Attempt number 2. We get right back to the paint in that free throw line, and then just boom, 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 boom. Again, 1 strikeout. Vladdy Guerrero homer against Shohei Ohtani. Big time, man. Listen, I'm not gonna talk about.
You're not gonna dunk on him? You're not gonna dunk on Shohei?
No.
He reaches base 9 times against us the previous game. Oh,
is that new? Did you just get that?
Is that new? You've had that one for a hot minute.
Hey.
Yeah, I remember. Get it, Neil.
All right, bang.
He reaches base 9 times. 9 times. I don't know if that's a record or not. It feels like it is.
Yeah.
And then you want him to have a good game against us? If we didn't dunk on him yesterday, I would have felt like this big.
You know what I mean?
Like, we definitely needed to have a game.
Someone in the chat said, I forget what it is, the Toronto Dodgers and the LA Dodgers. Just the way that they worded it made me laugh because people say that they're.
What do you mean Toronto Dodgers?
No, that's what they were calling them. Don't quote me. I'm not saying it right, but just the way that
Weren't they the Brooklyn Dodgers? I think that they were in New York.
A little bit. It's a little
bit, right?
No, it's a little job just saying. I think they're just saying both cities are woke or something along those lines.
Oh, yeah. Well,
like, listen. We're not getting into that there, Sharif. Now, I want Toronto to win. Dodgers
That'll go off well with everybody in the
it's not
chat.
going to go off well. Yeah, exactly. So we don't want to start this. It's been fantastic. There's no questioning about that. But yeah, guys, if there's anything specific that you're looking at, please let me know. In the meantime, you know what time it is. We're going to go over the top performing sectors of the day. There it is. Yeah. Well, exactly. Trust me.
Chat's undefeated, bro.
You got tough skin around here, man.
Undefeated.
It's hard to offend Sharif and I personally. So there it is, guys. All right, let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. We got the tech sector leading the way, guys, up 0.9%. A little bit more. Industrials up about 0.9 same thing. Chat is gnarly. Yeah, the chat is undefeated. Energy 0.8%. The bottom 3, guys, we got the financials taking it on the nose this morning, the brunt of that. Consumer staples 1.6% down, and then the real estate sector also getting rocked as well too. Could we see a potential pop in the real estate sector, Sharif? I like that you brought that one up earlier this morning, saying, hey, with this rate cut looming, could this be a good time for small caps and the real estate sector? Speaking of, let's take a look at XLRE. How you been? How you doing?
How you been doing?
Hot garbage. Oh man,
That is not good whatsoever.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it's just, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Right? Builders ain't building.
They ain't building.
Millennials don't have money.
They don't.
You know what
Not
I mean?
yet,
Like,
anyways, until we get the great wealth.
Exactly.
Until the great wealth transfer.
Right?
I want to say, like, if you're a millennial in the chat, let me know what you're spending it. Are you buying a house? Are you buying Bitcoin? Are you buying Labubus? Or like, are you just buying materialistic things that essentially gain no value for your life at the end of the day? Please let me know. I'm curious to see what's going on there. But no, in all seriousness, XLRE, not too bad of a look. Street. Before I send it back to you, I want to go over a couple more sectors here. That's going to be XLS. No, what is that? Come on, we want. What is, I used to know them all off by heart, man, my poor brain. XLC, no, that's communications. What's the staples? XL.
I don't know, brother. I have to look
I used to know them all, man. Anyways, XLF.
Futures,
So there it is. We'll go over the financials. We'll go over the ones that I know right now. Quantum, Joe. Yeah, Quantum's moving. All right, let's take a look at. Never mind those. Some of these sector performers. We want to go right to the big dogs that seem to be moving today, and that's going to be the quantum spaces. Shout out to
XLP.
XLP. That's it. Staples, right? XLP. We're going back to the staples. Getting rocked today, guys. On the daily. Not too good of a look either. Geez Louise. All right, guys, let's take a look at RGTI. A lot of people saying that we've been moving pretty steadily in that name. A solid session. You see that at one point we were down like 41%. A nice little bounce off of those lows. Head back to that 5-minute chart, and sure enough, you're breaking through some pre-market zones and post-market zones. Where's that next level? 40 could be 41 could be in the works for today, Sharif.
All right, bro. All right. Working my way back into SLGB, so an ugly topping tail candle into 357, comes back, generally holds trend. Where are we long? We're long at 27s. It's showing me 33s. Current bar low, I believe, is 20. Pardon me, just give me a sec to find out here. Current bar low is 20. Prior area low is the 20 EMA retracement where I got in 312. So that's my out. 312, that's the end of the trade, which is this bad boy right here. If it breaks area low, then that's not the right move. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and post at 311 or so.
Beautiful.
And then we're going to give a little bit of room there, Joey, in case, the spread opens up. And this SLGB one is a bit spready. 22 on the bid, 35 on the ask. So be careful with this one. Layer your order, so if you get a price spike up, you get the fill. There we go. Keeping an eye on this one. Show me 34s now, but it's got a cross for me to get filled. The volume is really not that good on SLGB, quite frankly, here. MSAI is trying to find its footing back at 15, but it's below VWAP, and that ain't my move. And then last but not least, CSIQ, back involved in this one. It broke trend, but I still like how this is being bought up. So what I'm going to give it to is prior bar low, which is at the $0.25. We're in at 45s. It's showing me 45, so we're break even currently on it. Jameson, HLIT may not be enough volume. Let's take a look at that one super quick for the OG. HLIT. Yeah, it's not doing enough volume, brother. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 80,000 and a half shares. So yeah, that one is going to be a little bit light for me, brother. FJ, what's up with PayPal? It had that headline yesterday with OpenAI. Looks like it's a bit of a sell the news event today. What is PayPal doing percentage-wise? We are down on PayPal about 3%. But let's zoom a little bit wider. It had earnings, of course, yesterday, as well as the headline with OpenAI, and it's given back the entire move. So that's kind of sad, right? But look, this company's had a whole bunch of trouble basically from the pandemic onwards, the end of the pandemic onwards. So it was trading at about $71 in the pre-market yesterday. It popped up to 82, and it's below $71 now. It's 70.82. So that's not a good move. That's a bit of a give back everything, so to speak. What are we talking about? W Key. Shout out to the OG, 2 New York cents. W Key is a holdover from yesterday. It's still on my side chart. It feels like it might be flat top breakish through 15.25, a bit of an ascending wedge pattern. Not really. I think I'm grasping at straws here. Look, I've already put the order for this one. If it takes out 15.25, I already have an order to go long. Right now it's at 14.85. It's putting in higher lows, so I see the trend, but I'm also really alive to the fact that, it hasn't been able to take that level out, whether in the pre-market or regular trading hours. It's still up 19%. and change from yesterday's close. This one did give back a little bit yesterday. We got into about 18 bucks. By the time all was said and done, we closed out about 12.50. So we're substantially above that 12.50 right now, trading at 14.80. I like it, but I'd like it a little bit better if it broke through the technicals that I've earmarked. So we're going to wait for the set technicals to break out. Otherwise, we do not get involved. Keeping an eye here on some of the others. I'm not really liking anything other than the ones I'm involved in right now. I got to tell you. So if there's any new small cap gappers weaseling onto the scene, and I see one here, MAMK. What is this one all about? 1 second, SSC. We're just going to MAMK real quick over here. Light on volume so far. We still only have 1 million shares traded, but look at this. Look where the volume started coming in, 10:45. So we're about 45 minutes deep, being 10:30. It's already losing the volume weighted average price, so be really careful with this one. I'm talking about MAMK, which is losing the bid. Quickly, before we go to Adara for the crypto segment, I want to look at NNVC as well, which is also trading near highs. NNVC. There you go, bull flag continuation breakout. We get the initial bull flag 9:30. We do very little, and there the volume steps back in at 11:15. We take out area highs. I'll be keeping an eye on this one. I won't be quick to jump in. It's up 20.5%. Adara.
Let's start this crypto segment with a news story adjacent to the crypto space that's going to be about TeraWulf. Now, TeraWulf, of course, now having this deal with Google as well, but they are also a Bitcoin miner, which is why I want to bring them up here. This morning, they announced they're trying to raise $575 million to help fund their data center ambitions, which are backed by Google. Now, they're going to do this, though, via a $500 million convertible note offering. Why we had this move down pre-market. Then there also have plans to raise another $75 million in debt following that first offering. So bit of a story here in WULF. Again, a Bitcoin miner worth discussing today. But always worth discussing is Bitcoin itself. BTC on the daily chart here continuing to struggle with that area just above 116,000. And right now we're actually on our third red day. Let's see if this day closes red or if we get a little bit of a bounce here with depending on what the market does here on Fed day. Again, 2 p.m. Eastern is going to be when we get that FOMC rate decision. We are widely expecting there to be a 25 basis point cut, but no matter what the decision is, Bitcoin is certainly, like the whole rest of the market, absolutely going to be on watch. Back to you.
So I did something yesterday.
What'd you do?
So I've been playing tennis this year.
Yeah.
A lot, right?
Yeah.
So I've got over 30 sessions logged in since the beginning of May.
Yeah.
To last weekend. Over 30. Almost 40, to be honest. Signed up for a tournament.
Oh,
First
really?
tourney.
Doubles?
Here's how we're doing it. Here's how we're doing it.
Okay, all right, I'm
we
listening.
signed up for 2.
Yeah.
We signed up for the singles.
Yeah.
Beginner, which is what I am. And then we're doing mixed doubles. All right? So we're going to do mixed doubles. Now, here's the deal.
Yeah.
I play with her all the time,
Yeah.
right? And she's basically the one that kind of got me into it. She's a lot more technically sound than I am.
Yeah.
But let's be real.
Yeah.
Who's been winning the games?
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh.
Which drives her nuts because I can hit the ball harder and I can place it now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But when you see like her actual technical skill she's still
substantially better.
Yeah, well, bro, she's been doing this.
So how you feeling
all
in
her
the
life.
tournament?
So here's the deal, right? So the way that we're gonna set up is I'm gonna serve, right? Well, you basically take turns, but there's more of like an advanced person who plays in front of the net, and there's more of a person who kind of plays in the back.
Yeah.
You're supposed to switch when you're serving, like depending on who's serving, but I think we're just gonna do it for like me sitting in the back. But anyway, so tourney. And the deal is, Joey, there's money on the line.
No.
There's money on the line, Joey.
Yeah, winners win. Get some cash, Ola.
So top 3 get cash.
Woo-hoo.
So the top one, 5K, okay, for both singles and doubles.
Yeah.
Second, 1K. Third, $250, which is kind of a bit of a
we'll
letdown.
take it, man. You get your money back, though, I think, at that point, right? The third
Exactly,
place?
yeah. We had to sign up, it's part of the thing.
Is
but
it at the same club?
It's at the club,
At the club? All right, so you guys have a little bit of advantage there, you know, the course.
Not really, because everybody is from the club anyway, right?
Okay.
So it's everybody.
How do you feel you guys stand compared to some
I think we're pretty good. It really depends on who signs up, because the expiration of the sign-up is not yet.
Yeah.
haven't really seen fully
haven't seen the comp
who's coming
That's
in.
crazy.
But we played with a lot of these
Is
people
it
because we constantly play against people at the club.
Is it like gentleman serves and stuff like that?
No,
or-
so you're gonna have to
okay.
go back and forth,
Oh,
right?
really?
That's what mixed doubles is, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, no, I mean like gentleman serve, like not literally.
Oh
the-
no! We're playing. We're playing
Oh, yeah, you're
normal.
playing.
Yeah,
All right.
full normal.
All right.
So hopefully we'll come in with a little bit of
Hey,
money.
little
So,
cash,
a little
little
bit of
5K
money.
cash, baby.
little bit of
Buy
money.
little, don't buy.
Oh, Duluth is signing up. That's it. I'm out. I'm calling it.
Is Duluth a tennis guy? Or
I don't
what?
know, man. He probably looks like a tennis guy.
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
telling
the
you,
English
all
man.
class Adam, you know.
I think Adam's a polo guy. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, he's a soccer guy. That's for sure.
Well, polo man, gotta play a little polo.
Ronaldo.
No,
You're killing me,
yeah,
bro.
pickleball is sick. I like pickleball. So HQ lost 70%, 75%. Let's take a look at that one. HQ. Oh, I don't even have access to it, or do I? Oh yeah, no, it's not even allowing me to pull it up good. He's probably gonna get smoked. No, soccer and golf. All right, boys, let's go, says Los Pollos. All right, there you are. I was wondering where you were on today's session there, Mr. Los, yourself. AMD trading to a high of around 266 down to 260 there. So taking a little bit of a haircut is Advanced Money Duplicator. Let's pull up the actual NVDA options chain and see what we got going on. We were talking about the 200 strike price earlier in today's session. That's boom. That's so see you later. 178,000 contracts there, 51,000 traded. Where's the real concentration at that 210 right now? 54,000 contracts open and closed with 168. Open and then 168 contracts actually opened and closed there. So not too bad of a look at the Money IV. A slight increase streak from what we experienced from yesterday. 65% is what was documented. Today, we're up to 71.1% there, my friend.
All right. Keeping an eye here on WP, guys, as it's trying to make yet another attempt at 15. It had the candle that closed at 11:30 has a low of 1467. This current candle has a higher low and a higher high. I'm talking about the 5-minute chart. And I'm thinking I might take my attempt here at this one for 15 break and take. It's already not showing me what I want. It's turning into a topping tail candle, and it's still not holding trend. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hold off before I get into this one here, to be quite honest with you. I'm keeping an eye on W key. There's just not a whole lot happening right now in small cap gap world, so I'm trying to find something here, guys. But yeah, it's pickings are slim again, but that's all right. We'll find something. So keeping my eye on that one. Also thinking about AXGN a little bit over here. Let's bring it in, side chart. AXGN trying to hold at 10 EMA. I'm also thinking about WETH, but this is the one that I brought to you guys not long ago, NNVC. Had that bull flag breakout, drops into VWAP. Now it just took out the high. There's a seller at 85s, but it's just not doing enough volume here for me to feel comfortable jumping into this one. So I think I might hold off on that one as well. Yeah, guys, the pickings are slim. CSIQ is back into the 10 EMA. That's the first time on the day since basically 9:30 at the open that it's touched the 10 EMA. So I'm possibly thinking maybe another a buy over here. What I can do though, instead of trying to buy a falling knife, is I can wait for this candle to close, which has got another 2 minutes, see where it closes at and what the subsequent candle does, and then we can possibly get back in to CSIQ at those levels. But Joey, it's a light bunch right now, man. I really don't have a whole lot.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that's setting up quite to my liking. So if there's any of you guys that are keeping an eye on these small cap gappers, I'd love to know about them. Otherwise, really, I don't have too much. MAMK, I brought this one to you guys as well. It's still holding trend. It's getting bought up off the volume weighted average price, but it's only about 1.3 million shares so far, which is better than when we first saw it. It was like 600,000. So MAMK could also be one, but again, not the best one, Joey.
All right, cool, brother. Yeah, so I mean, oh, bless
Excuse me.
Bless thy brother. Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm going to be talking a lot about this, just considering, right, like we're in the swing trade, we tell you guys what's going on and everything along those lines. This might be a big mistake considering how I'm sized into it as well, too. Like, I was talking to Trav, man, earlier in the day. He's like, yeah, I love options. I love them, too, especially even more so when they work out. But when you leverage your systems in an underlying that is essentially moving like this, I get it. You get these moves, but it's just the multi-month consolidations, and this one's pretty lengthy. I mean, we've done essentially not too much since July, early July. So July, August, September, October, and then we're almost in November, so that's 5 months of like do something, man. So yeah, again, we can talk a little bit about MSTR, but it's just going to fall into the realm of what Bitcoin's doing. If Bitcoin's not appreciating, MSTR has no reason to do so either, regardless of how much they raise. Right at the end of the day, there's MSTR. Downtrend is still like. I can't even give a percentage metric on how really intact this downtrend, and it's 50,000% intact. That doesn't make much sense now, does it? But at the end of the day, I'm being sarcastic and saying, hey, well, why isn't MSTR doing anything? It's a leveraged system of essentially what Bitcoin is, and Bitcoin's not doing much either. So. I know Katina Man. I know Neil and Katina Man have a little opposing views on Bitcoin. Right now, Neil's not worried. I think in the long term, you don't have to be worried. But in this short term, we're having the rate cuts. We didn't get the move that we were expecting on the previous rate cut. When we did get that pop, that was when the government was shutting down, so you started to see that rally, but then you immediately were met by some aggressive selling. So what's going on here? And it's so hard for me to not think in the realm of like, hey, it doesn't move like it used to. So many institutions are getting involved in this now. It's not that free-roaming asset that it was before. It's essentially controlled by Wall Street at this point, in my opinion, right? People can oppose that, but when you have people like Mr. Saylor and everybody creating these reserves and putting it on the Treasury, it's the big boys buying it up these days, Sharif.
You're not wrong, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, institutions have been definitely working their way into it. But what we've seen, Joey, and you know, and you and I have talked a lot about this, is the over-leveraged nature of some of the products that's being given by some of these brokerages, especially the crypto-centric brokerages like your coins and some others. It's really creating and feeding into the volatility because of the forced liquidations. They're so over-leveraged, Joey, a small drop in price. So I do see that side of it. I think, and I'm not saying, you know, you remove those products and then you remove volatility. I wouldn't be so, you know, cut and dry in my opinion about that. But I do definitely think that, you know, we need some sort of regulation in there with respect to the leverage.
What was the one that you were telling us, like 20 times?
100 to 1, apparently some people were saying. I saw 20 to 1. I read about 20 to 1 with a Coinbase specific product, but the boys in the chat were
at some point that needs to be subdued. Like, you shouldn't be able to leverage your system. Like I said, what happens if the thing drops 5%?
Well, exactly.
All your money is gone at the end of the day. That doesn't make too much sense. Philip S. says, trust Satoshi with your money. I mean, listen, in the long run, I think that it is up into the right, but when it's near term, I'm falling into the realm of, like, again, I'm in the position right now. I've owned it in the long term, but it's own it, don't necessarily trade it. So if you're gonna grab some, just slowly allocate it into your portfolio. Don't go 5 contracts deep in essentially chop like I'm currently doing. So it's a lesson learned. I'm not saying that the trade's done. We have until May. But are we going to hold it until then? Absolutely not. If we break 100, I'll be well out, and I'll be more than accepting of the multiple thousands of dollars loss that I'm probably going to take if that's the case.
Clearly, yeah. I mean, we'd have to be. You have to be ready for that kind of stuff. Some people are saying, hey, Binance has some crazy different products. Yeah, look, I haven't been on Binance. Are they still blocked in Ontario?
Yeah. Is it only in Ontario or is it Canada-wide?
No, because we have provincial regulatory
It's the OSC
bodies.
that was.
Exactly.
The OSC that wasn't.
Yeah, I personally haven't seen what the Binance products are, but from what you guys are reporting, I have nothing, no reason to question you guys. Okay, a couple of trades. Let's get down to WKey. I'm involved in this one. We wet the beak there on the break through, I think it was 18s. We got the print. I'm looking for continuation here. Look, I've got a plan for this one. I'm going to add into 1475 for another higher low. To me, it's just, it's looking like possibly a flat top break through 15.25. You know, whether we get it on this attempt or we have to make another area low and then try it again. 10. We'll see. So I got 10s on. We've wet the beak. Let's see what happens with this one. Also, still holding SLGB. It's holding the 10 EMA and it's holding above $0.25, but we're not exactly rocketing up, and the spread is a little bit sus on this one. So trade it a little carefully. But I want to mention the one that Casey, 526, shout out to Casey, pointed out, PUMP. I mean, like, can you get a better ticker for a small cap gapper? And I don't even know if it's technically a small cap gapper. I'll have to look at the market cap, but pump. Big pop-up pump is a $1 billion market cap after this 37% move, and look at the respect that it has for the trend. But I have to digress here for a second, because W key looks like it's breaking out. There it is, 1520. Showing up. We're getting some orders printed here. The bid's moving up. The ask is not. Looking for more here. Still seller at 20. Look at that seller at 20. Can't shake him, but the bid is really tightening up. It was as low as 05s. Now it's 18s. So could we see a move here through 20? Still looking. I'm seeing 22s come in on the ask, but the sell comes in aggressively at that 20 penny area. But I did see 22s on the time and sales on the left side of your screen. So looking for continuation here on W key. Maybe not forthcoming quite yet. We'll pack our patience. But to go back to pump, shout out to Casey, because look, this one was making moves in the pre-market, but it really started getting the volume to support the move right at the 9:30 mark. It had an aggressive move yesterday in the aftermarket and the close as well. So it was one that I guess the market was alive to. Anyway, 1020 high. It's up 37%. For the most part, it's been respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. We'll see if, it holds trend or what the situation is. Trying to hold above 10 for now. Here are the levels. VWAP is at 9 2/3. The 10 EMA a little bit above 4/5, and then you see where the 10 EMA is at basically $10. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. I could certainly be persuaded to get into big pop-up pump over here. But for the moment, Joey, we're keeping an eye on W key because we just took out some more orders and we only have one unfilled. So let's go ahead and post some at the third of $1. And then we also want to post some in the high 40s as well. There's the $0.25 now showing up. 24s there on the ask. We need a little bit higher, man. Come on, let's go W key. Let's take out those sellers. Let's get into the high of the day. What do you got? Oh, there it is, Joey.
What is it?
We take out some levels. 29s now showing up. Let's go W key. And as soon as Bovin comes in, the bid starts moving up. So shout out to the OG Bovin. Talking about SLNH. Sorry, Joey, I got to look at this one.
Yeah,
as
go
well.
ahead, man.
I apologize. SLNH, shout out to the OG Bovin. Okay. Not bad, Bovin, but you know exactly what I'm going to say immediately, which is, where's the volume at?
Ooh.
The volume at, well, it's not bad, Joey. 6.25 million shares. You think we would look a little bit better.
Okay.
Over here, maybe because that's the 15. Yeah, Bovin, this is not bad at all, brother. This is not a bad looker at all, Bovin. Shout out to you, brother. This one's earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to keep an eye on this one.
Oh, nice call out there, Gorev, on Apple. That's what we want to look for there, man. That's prime time. Hopefully you put a little size on that one. I think there's a lot of conviction behind that. Obviously, keep an eye on the volume profile, considering we're starting to stair step down. But really, really good eye. I wish I had seen that a little bit earlier. I would have taken a long on that. But we're still short a little bit of Tesla, BHP, says Jameson. Let's take it. Actually, I don't know, Jameson. You said Bitcoin 98K, and I didn't like that. So I don't know if I'm going to look at BHP for you. No, I'm obviously joking. No, I'm obviously joking, man. That's just how I am. I'm really rich. Yeah, I wish, man.
Get him, Donald.
Get him, Donald. But no, BHP Group Limited. I'm not too familiar with this name, but what really matters is the daily steady climb to the top side. That is what we want to see.
Bro, by the way, that T-shirt idea you gave me, brilliant. On my walk, there's one down the road right here. Yeah, I didn't make the connection.
Yeah, I told you. There's one right there.
Perfect, Joey. I'm hitting that right after the show. No, we're gonna go after the show. And get it done.
Yeah. So
5 minutes, I got myself a costume.
Yeah.
And I can do hats as well.
Hats?
Yeah, because that hat that I want to bring in is gonna come in November. I don't understand why.
We just make our own. Go straight to the source, man.
Straight to the source.
I think it's gonna get one more dip than rip, man. All right, no, I appreciate the honesty, and I'm obviously joking with you, brother. I know you're in the chat daily and OG in there.
Get it.
But yeah, as for BHP, nice steady uptrend here. That's something that you want to be able to identify. That's look, as soon as you get the touches right at the lower end of the trend, bam, that's a good time to add a little bit, I believe. And then if it cracks, then you know what, you can get out and get right back in later. So yeah, there is BHP. Good call out, brother. Let's see what Tesla's been up to. I like that pick up on AAPL. And obviously, you have to keep your eyes on Nvidia throughout the intraday session. Considering, did I think that we were going to go all the way up to 210? Absolutely not. 212 roughly is that high. This is a big time move, man. Exciting stuff. Gap up. So that's a little blue ocean trading that you can get involved with. 204, and then you open the market up at 206. So a couple points there. And I was looking at it last night. Were you guys trading any blue ocean on Nvidia last night? I hope so, because that's when you want to get involved with some of these names. What's my costume? A baker? Why? Because I'm consistently baking up solid trades, or what? I don't know.
This guy.
Yeah, I don't know why else I would be a baker. No, I have no idea.
Maybe you like
obviously, it's somewhat of a jab.
Well, it's your affinity for food, of course, Joey, right?
Oh, the pie. I get it. Yo, stop. Don't say that trade with Rob.
What happened?
Don't say that, brother.
Oh, no. You angered Joey.
It's getting smoked. Oh, no.
Bitcoin's getting smoked?
Yeah, absolutely lit up, man. Dang. Yeah.
Why am I laughing? I'm involved.
Yeah, I mean, I was. But
Joey, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead.
W key is at the high of the day. It's taking out all my orders. Get it, W key. Here now, we're going to post at 49s, and then we're going to post at 55s. Let me see how many shares we have so we don't look stupid and then have Joey making fun of us. All right, here we go. So 1546 high a day, Joey. Now we're going to post in the 60s as well. 45 showing up right now. So we're 1 penny off said high of day. Looking for continuation here. Get it to New York cents. I know you're involved in this one, man. So shout out to you, brother, because I know you were trying to get me involved, and I was packing my patience. I like the chart pattern, but we definitely needed a little bit more. So W key Joseph options right back into the high, showing 47s. That's another high of the day. We don't get a print. It's going to have to cross that 50 penny threshold for us to get said print. So we'll pack said patience there. Wow, this one's really starting to move a little bit. Let's see if we can get a spike above 50. I think that would be a nice little move. There's 49. That's another high. 50. That's another high there. Good move here on W key. 24.25%. Looking for that move past 1550. Separately, I got into Big Papa Pump. Shout out, Casey. Shout out to KC526, man. She's always doing the most in a great way. And now we got, what do we got on 9s? Just took out some 14s there, so packing the patience on that one. And then last, but, well, I don't know if it's certainly not least. We'll see, depending on the price action here. We got another fill there at the volume weighted average price on SLGB. What do we have on here? 23s, show me 31s, but the spread is prohibitively wide, 11 pennies on a $3 name. As a result, we're not getting any prints, so we're looking for a hold of VWAP here on SLGB. Uh-oh.
He's not in
Where
there.
is it?
Oh, there he is.
Shout out to Big Smile. Sharif. Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Good
Okay,
idea.
all right. A nice blue shirt. Yeah, Assassino wanted to check it. Thank you, Assassino. A nice blue shirt, a shaved head, some skin whitening. Let's just cut the crap, okay? $1 million smile, and you could present as the big one for Halloween, brother. Right, I would be very, very, very proud to dress up as yourself as Halloween, but alas, we're gonna go with the other costume that we're not gonna disclose quite yet. So we gotta make everybody wait for that one, Joey. But shout out to Big Spile Burdette, always hilarious, and I love the sense of humor, brother. And don't change, certainly don't change. All right. Oh, you're bullying Classy Wayne?
Did you see
Classy Wayne is upset, man. He says don't bully him, Joey.
Did you read the whole thing?
No.
Yeah, well, it's what you showed me this morning. Read it.
Where is it?
You can see it there.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Why do you say that?
I have no idea.
That's weird. All right, Joey.
Go ahead.
All right, W key into another high of day. There it goes again, right up into 1560. That's a new area high. We'll wet the beak there. We're looking for the cross because it's still a wide spread. 57s, there's the print. Looking for more. Let's post. We still got shares on W key, so you know now we're waiting at 69er. Let's see if we can get that big move up. on W key. Quickly, let's go back and see what SLGB is doing. It's disappointing me. That's what it's doing, which is okay. And Pump is coming back down. Not you, Big Papa Pump. Big Papa Pump's going to have to hold up that 10 EMA. Otherwise, we're going to have no smoke with Big Papa Pump here, Joey.
Scott Steiner, eh? All right, I'm seeing a little bit of a solid print here on AMD. I just think that the bottom, the knife catching on today's session is going to be a little bit more difficult. So I'll wait for a pullback. I can post up at 259s as we're starting to come in a little bit here. So let's do that. We'll go 259 flats. We're going to post up, small size. Nice session so far today for us. Again, we'll go 4 for 4 as for names trading today. I mean, it's not going to be the reality of it. We had a solid session yesterday as well too. But there it goes, AMD. I'll show you guys where I am posting up, so you can see, and see if it comes into play. If it doesn't, then by all means, I won't complain whatsoever. Holding up that 5-minute candle. Solid indecision print. VZ reporting as well. That's starting to sell aggressively. You can see right in the pre-market, bang. Get that move 625, and then you get that move all the way up to 41 bucks. Obviously 39 to 41, not too bad, but no continuation within the trend. That sucks. Come on, do something.
That's no good.
Yeah, that is no good, my friend. But there it is on AMD, posted up there, and we're still holding on to some Tesla, TSLA. I like that Nvidia is like 116 bucks now, so it's not too bad off there. You're not finding anything to rock to the upside. I mean, that's good, man. To be honest with you, patience is key, I think, today. Let's see what happens with the overall market, what Jerome Powell says. A dovish pivot, some QE, everything along those lines. Hopefully that will move some momentum into...
I think he makes some comments on the employment market.
Yeah, he's worried about that.
I was reading an article that says it's like a net zero employment situation where not, net layoffs. I know there's layoffs from big tech. We've been talking about them, but no aggressive layoffs, relatively speaking, but no really aggressive hires either. So it's kind of just
okay, so let's do this here, Shreve. You're Jerome Powell.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're starting to see some upticks in inflation. Inflation's starting to cool, to pick up as well. But the unemployment rate is starting to rise as well. What are you doing?
I'm cutting rates.
You're cutting rates. 25 or 50?
25.
25.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, I don't feel there's a panic. The market's at all-time highs. How can we justify a 50 basis point cut?
Yeah.
That's insane
100%.
to me. I mean, obviously...
But the market's not the economy, though, Shreve.
It's not the economy. So there's a dual mandate. There's price stability. We've got CPI lower than expectations, what you make of the data, because the government's closed, blah, blah, blah. And we just finished talking about employment. And I don't want to say it's good. I don't want to say it's bad either. It's kind of...
So
at an equilibrium.
What's going on north of the border here? Considering we've been in QE significantly longer than what the United States is, but we're continuously seeing upticks in unemployment.
Yeah, especially with youth unemployment. But I think that we have that issue north and south of the border. I don't think we have really an outlandish employment report when it comes to non-youth employment. It's the youth that's really scary. It's about 16%.
Oh, now it's 16%. But I mean, 7.1% unemployment is pretty high.
It is. It's always been relatively higher than the United States. That's always been a fact. But they haven't seen this kind of thing since the great GFC and the years following the GFC. They were saying youth unemployment hasn't been this high since 2010. And I remember those days very clearly. Let me give you a piece of data.
In 2010?
So so I graduated in 2009. You have to apply for articling positions, which is like in the States, it's like your internship, right, for law. And you have to apply a year ahead. Just give you an example. Some of the Bay Street firms, let's just take Stikeman Elliott, for example. The year before the GFC, they hired 75 articling students, which means that you probably have to interview 200, 300 to hire 75. Guess how much they hired the year of GFC? 15.
Oh, really?
15. So we've seen this issue before where it hits the youth right away, and then there's a corollary effect everywhere. Right? So we'll see.
I mean, we talked about it before. The jobs that we had as kids just aren't there anymore. So that's just how it is. I worked at fast food restaurants and Walmart in my teenage years, but that's definitely not the case these days. So,
no, man. Some people are having trouble getting those jobs, dude. Like, it's quite crazy. Anyway, All right, guys, W key at the high of the day again, man. Right back into 15, 60. It's showing me 59s right now. We're posted north of 60, so let's see what comes of this one. I didn't take anything at a big pop of pump, and it looks generally here, Casey, that it held the 10 EMA on the 5. It's not at the day's high, of course, but I'm keeping my eye on that one. Separately, though, we give back the good trade on SLGB because it broke down below the volume-weighted average price. So the market giveth, and the market certainly enjoys taking it away. At least it does for me anyway. So this one does break down, holds 3, but it's below VWAP and of no longer of any interest to me. So I'm going to keep my eye on some other things. And some of those are SLNH. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Big pullback there. But most notably, it comes back into the 10 EMA, holds the 10 EMA on a 2-candle basis. Then this 5-minute candle is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Let's see if we can get and stay above that 3.25. Maybe we can make another move into 3.5. It's up 11 1/3%. And Joby, the dude, Viking, chill, bro. I got it. Joby's breaking out. All right. It's got a headline yesterday with Nvidia. It's going to be the exclusive user of Nvidia's autonomous flying. I'll give you the exact headline later of what it's called, but 1735 is where it's trading at. It's taking out yesterday's after-market high at 7.25. So great move here up for Joby Aviation, but just keep in mind that this is coming from some levels. So we still have a downward trend. Whether or not it's a nice move up on the day, there's still that downward trend to keep in mind of on Joby. This is a name, full disclosure, that I'm involved in the swing account. And we'll have to see how this one goes. But right now, trading at the high of the day, but still within that sort of lower high pattern that we've been putting in on the daily. All right, Joey, anything to add before we send it over?
I'm in AMD. We took a little bit off there, guys, as it came back in. Again, 259, caught that fill. I wasn't even paying attention. We got that 50-cent print that I was looking for, and I'm like, oh no! So we have to take a little bit less than that. Again, I'm not that heavy. If we do break 259.50, we'll take a little bit more off, and then most definitely leading into this resistance zone. Let's see if we can get this pop in advanced micro devices.
All right, hold on, Joey. Yep. We got Cody VR. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I'm really rich.
Anything on SLS earnings? So let's have a look there. Here's the SLS chart. That's the daily life sciences. So that is SELLAS Life Sciences, late-stage clinical biopharma company. Just looking on the blotter. Nothing that I'm seeing quite yet from earnings, brother. The last thing that I have on this from my blotters on the 27th. Otherwise, it's a name on today. Let's just look over here. SLS. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, brother, quite frankly. So I'm not really sure when it reports earnings. I can take a look on my platform, but right now I don't have that information forthcoming. I do apologize. Get back for you when we do get back from Adara and Neil's lesson of the day.
I looked into that SELLAS Life Sciences earnings. Looks like the estimate there for when that is going to drop is going to be November 11th. But as far as I can tell, it's not confirmed, and it's not on their website either under investor relations. But again, SLS looks like tentatively, potentially November 11th. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500, which is pushing into day's lows ahead of the FOMC meeting. Again, Jerome Powell and team widely expected to cut rates by 25 basis points, but the last two meetings have had at least one dissenting vote each. So keep an eye here on the comment. It could still be a little bit rocky within that Fed room. Let's talk about Nvidia. Nvidia had a stellar day yesterday and an even better one today, being the first company in history to cross that $5 trillion market cap threshold. So great look for Nvidia. Right now, though, certainly below day's highs and all-time highs as well, around that 212 level. And we have to talk about earnings tonight. There are a ton of companies reporting earnings tonight, including 3 Mag 7s, Google, Microsoft, and Meta. You can get infographics like this for Meta and Microsoft as well on X and TTV Research. And stay tuned for more similar visuals on Amazon and Apple ahead of those companies' reports tomorrow night. Now, before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. Now, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you. Make sure to like, and subscribe. And actually, Neil, we'll go over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Neil, take it away.
Thanks, Adara. Today, lesson of the day, do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's how the saying goes. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of a really silly saying, like it's kind of morbid, all that kind of stuff. But you know, the way I look at that for trading is, let's say you have something that you're looking for, which is a normal setup, and then it just absolutely doesn't work for you, or most oftentimes like your execution is poor on it. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you my executions on Intel today. We don't have that feature up where you could see all of our executions for like the prior week. But suffice to say, I believe I was 9 times short into this, and 2 were at best flat. I mean, slightly up, but at best flat, and then the rest of them were losers. Made up for with some other stuff to be able to get back to flat on the day. But it was the most heavily traded in terms of the amount of shares I took, the amount of times that I traded the stock. So you know, had to do some work to try to get it back. But the reversion on Intel eventually did work out. I didn't even have that good one, but it eventually did work out. And ultimately, shorting some of the pops post-earning and doing that pullback into VWAP is still a strategy I like. So it's easy enough to say, well, just don't trade the stock that you lost on yesterday, or just go the other way. Like when you get stopped out, just go the other way and join along or whatever, or join that party. But to me, that's throwing away the baby with the bathwater. If it's something that usually makes money for you, or something that usually you get a better read on, then your real job is to just be better. Try to take the trade, but more disciplined, better entries, win, lose, or draw. And I'll make the argument today, like I don't think it was perfect today on Intel, but it was just about trying to be better on the next available up move. And that's what it did give me. One thing, if you went back and looked at yesterday when I gave you the lesson, is I was short multiple times, but just all sort of over the place. Today, I sort of set my sights on one thing looking clear, which was showing me an actual top that we could respect and making sure that I'm transacting because it's working at that level. I'll end up going 2 for 3 on the stock and trying to hold on to some right now, but it was just about being a little bit more precise. I do want to mean revert it still. I do want to fade it if it's not breaking a prior high. But I also am going to be cognizant of the fact that let's make sure that I'm not just all over the place on the up move, but I'm trying to get in, if I'm giving it to this 42, you're trying to get in as close as I can on the way down in front of that level and not chasing moves down here and not chasing moves in here, trying to make everything work. So when you're going over your strategies that work or don't work, you've got to remember, just because you were red on something doesn't mean that the overall setup was bad. It might have just meant you weren't precise enough with your entry. And if you were really, really patient, and maybe only having 1 or 2 shots and then grabbing something like this, and then that level works again, I could have been 2 for 4. I could have been like, maybe this one doesn't work out, maybe that doesn't work out, and then you grab a couple there. Could have been 2 for 4 and had a really good up day on Intel, but I wasn't. Well, I come in the next day, and if a similar thing sets up, I'm just a little bit better with the executions, because that's what it comes down to. You know, how you execute. Let's look at Nvidia today. Whoops, I just went to NVDL. How you execute on Nvidia matters. Now, ultimately, I could have had a third winning long on this trade on Nvidia. Grabbed it. I wasn't trading breakout. I was trading dip buy, so the first available dip into the prior high. Not really that good, but trust me when I tell you I'm missing some data. VWAP was up here, so that's where the volume weighted average price was. So waited for VWAP. 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th time wasn't a charm. Now, I could have won on that 4th trade, but it's about being precise. If I go long here, I'm holding it over $1 against me when the resistance was right around 211. I don't like that. So even if that 4th one wins, I just don't like it. So we're precise about it, get some scalping in, eventually hold better. But when it broke down and starts losing this, no reload, no try to grab it at VWAP, it looks distinctly different. So again, just trying to be a little bit more precise. I'd rather have a bunch of trades that are quality setups where I'm winning more than I'm losing, and I'm avoiding those big hits when they do come. But it does require you, again, to be a little bit more precise sometimes with the entries and exits. And the best way to be precise is to look at a day in which you were not, And when you're going over it, say, okay, well, where are the points where I was trading that it didn't make sense, and where are the ones that it did? And when the next day comes and it looks even remotely similar at the same levels, just try to throw out the ones that were bad executions. It's that simple. Lots of people don't like going over their losing trades, but going over your losing trades is more valuable than going over your winning trades. That's just how it is. And you can get more precise by going over those losing trades. So there's your lesson of the day. We got fed today, so I'm going to enjoy this not that good looking chicken for my lunch and try to be a little bit quiet going into the Fed day. But that doesn't mean there aren't opportunities, and I know the boys will be able to find them for you. So back to Sharif and Joe.
Thank you very much, Neil. All right, keeping an eye here on SLNH because I think it might be changing its tune. Nice first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Let's see if it's decisive. It's got another 30 seconds to a minute to close. 30 seconds. I'm trying to decide if I should be getting in here on SLNH. It was quite a good hold off the 10 EMA at the high, so we have to give it to 20. It's already not even letting me in. Well, how wide's the spread here? I'm posting at 27s, bro. I mean, give me the fill, you little punk.
Ooh.
Oh. What's going on over here, Joey? There we go. Now we get the fill. Okay. All right, so SLNH changing its tune. Let's see if it's got more juice to the high side over here. I'm posted at 33s. The high of the day is 42, so it's not exactly like a rocket ship that we can, say, okay, we're going to retrace back into the highs. The highs are only about 20 pennies from here, a little bit less. Hinsey, $2 Canadian. Love it. What do you think about Shop going into earnings? Man, a lot of people are talking about Shop as the next company like to disrupt the e-commerce of Amazon. I'll believe it when I see it, obviously, but it's been pretty good, I think, lately for Shop. Let's see where it's at. I think, is this this is post-split all-time highs? We took out COVID era highs. So remember when this one did a 10-to-1 split and everyone was like, what the hell are they doing? Splitting, when they've given back 84%. I mean, remember that in November of 2021 when the word transitory or not transitory was used and then the market tanked. And then they did end up doing their 10-to-1 split when they had given back, as I mentioned, like 84%. But look at what they've done since that time, since the split. Yes, we are at all-time highs, so you got to love it. I like the technicals. Now, if it does pull back, I'd be looking, 160 area is a very interesting area. You had a lot of chop and churn in and around there. But the 50 EMA as well should be definitely kept. You should have a view to the 50 EMA right around that 120 mark. I like Shop. What do you think about Shop, Joey?
Shopify?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Shopify, man. Let's pull it up here.
Okay.
Shopify. I remember my buddy was a really early investor in this, and it's like, oh man, I sold way too early, but how can you deny this? I mean, I personally never use Shopify. I don't know who does, but 160% off of those April lows, you can't really complain. Intraday, we don't really trade it too often. It's not overly expensive either. But you can see that we run into liquidity issues here, guys. I think that's really important to note. So, yeah, a nice short signal right there, but gap up. And if we head over to the lower time frames, you're going to see that there. Obviously, that's tough to trade. Like this is a bad blue ocean day essentially right here. It's just boom, 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 lots of gap up, algo trading, et cetera, et cetera. So, should I get out of my AMD short? Says John. It looks like it's continuation of downtrend. I mean, if you've been short, then I mean, there's nothing wrong with locking in a little bit of profits, man. That's just the nature of the beast. So keep an eye out on that. Oh, I hate looking at this stuff. So I don't know. I'm curious. Do you guys feel this? So I was in Amazon a while ago. I get out. It was a half decent trade. But then I'm like, man, I want to get in something because during the weekend, I'm like, yo, I don't have that sense of worry in the back of my head. And I don't know. It's some form of like drug that gets you going. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let's grab some Bitcoin. 5 days of trading to the top side. And I had a feeling we would fill this gap, but head south of that, I wasn't suspecting that. So again, I was in way too early and they're just biting me right now. So the leverage products, I'm going to stop talking about it after this point just because it's frustrating me, even though I have a game plan. It's just like, why is it performing so much poorly than the rest of the market? When the market's climbing higher, it doesn't do anything, but when the market tanks, it sells more aggressively, and it's just something I can't wrap my head around, and maybe I should stop trying to do so because it'll drive you nuts at the end of the day. That's the last time I talk about it for the rest of the session. Now, as for AMD, by the way, I'm down substantial amount of money now, considering it's bleeding. That's it. AMD, I think we're going to take a second attempt on it, so we'll look at that. Bloom Energy was one of my names on the day, and I didn't take the trade.
What a beauty, bro.
Yeah, but it's been phenomenal, man. So I'm waiting for an additional VWAP hold. As you can see that we're holding up right now. 130, excuse me, 135 would be ideal. But that's $2 away from where we're currently trading. What's the spread on this thing? Oh, that is ugly. Yeah, UGLY, 20 cents, 22 cents. I know Adara might like that, but you have to post up on that one. When they cry, sell, and they cheer, easy. But when they cry, I don't know what that means there. Same for the bad trades. I trim them in similar fashion, says a lot of people. They know your trading pattern. Yeah, apparently they do, which is somewhat comical. But Bloom Energy, not too bad of a look. AMD putting in an additional print. We took that scalp. We were out of that real quick. As soon as the tape didn't flip in my favor, I'm like, all right, let's just get out of this. We'll take a small win on it. But regardless, I think this is going to be a good opportunity. The trend is still to the downside, so the pullbacks are going to be probably micro and not that deep. Keep that into consideration. I didn't grab off those lows, but 257.45, and you're already up $2 off of that level. That's a pretty good look. This might just be an additional fake out here, but regardless of what it is, we took that long and then we just got out break even as soon as that lower high was established, and we didn't punch through 259.75. So QQQ says my guy Pathic. Yeah, it's on the 5-minute as well. Too good look there, brother. Let's take a look at the 15-minute for you to see if we're going to get a bounce in this overall market. A couple hours, a little bit less until we get that FOMC meeting and the rate cut potentially. Head over to the daily on TQs. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do, was the 15, sorry. Yeah, I mean, but there's still a little bit of selling pressure in there. You got to keep that in mind. That might say, hey, sellers are still engaged. You might get that pop to the next resistance zone. After that, be cautious of what's going on. There goes Bloom Energy. So there was a good opportunity to get involved in this one there, Sharif, on that VWAP hold at 135.40.
All right, Joey. I want to talk about Dinkelberg's comments. He's like, Sharif, any thoughts on rumors Carney will drop the Chinese EV tariffs? So he was actually asked about this very specifically by a reporter. So, and he said, look, it's not just as easy, Joey, just to say, okay, look, you take off or whatever new tariffs that they put on the Saskatchewan farmers. I think it was canola or something else.
Yeah.
And we take off the 100% tariffs on EVs. It's not that easy. The reason is there's so many different nuances. Number one, he's going to piss off the Americans if he does that, okay?
Yep.
Because the Americans don't want Chinese EVs decimating their companies. That's one. Two, the unions here, the Canadian Auto Workers Union, will flip if he does that, okay? Because that's going to take a lot of jobs away, because let's cut the crap, man. These Chinese EVs are really good, and they're also really well priced. So I don't think we can compete with them quite yet, to be honest, on a option for option kind of toe-to-toe kind of situation. So yeah, sure, Carney wants to kind of boost trade with China. He made that very, very clearly. It's going to be a strategic relationship. He's moving away from his predecessor's move, which is to, kind of shun away from centralized capitalist systems and, But I don't think he's going to be able to do that because the politics involved are just so great. Now, what we could see is maybe not 100% EV tariffs, but something a little bit lower, a 50, a 40. Just so that you can make the MSRP, the starting price, more in line and more competitive with what we got domestically, right? Because if they come in, they're just going to decimate our what's it called? Our auto sector. Not like it's already getting decimated. Let's bring up another point here, which is a lot of the jobs are going south of the border. You're seeing Stellantis shift some production from Brampton to the south. You're seeing GM do that as well. So it's not like we're not already in trouble when it comes to EVs and comes to the auto industry and sector.
Yeah.
And so he might even hurt it more.
So, yeah, I mean, it's stuck in between a rock and a hard place, I think.
For sure, bro. I mean, he wants to get the trade deal done with China so he doesn't have to rely as much on the United States for trade. But at the same time, he can't do that for two reasons. He's going to aggravate the Americans and he's going to aggravate the local unions. So it's sort of a really tightrope that he has to kind of walk there. Jake, I respect your opinion, brother. I mean, it's not really about, you know, his character. We're just talking about, you know, the politics of what he has in front of him. But I respect your opinion. I don't agree with you. But yeah, Ichiro. I'm not sure. Some of these Chinese automakers' margins might be very thin selling in North America due to our regulations. You're absolutely right, brother. And before the 100% EV tariffs were put in by former President Biden and Justin Trudeau, they weren't here anyway. So it's not like, you know, they were in a rush to come here. But they had very, very specific intentions before. They wanted to get their domestic market sort of buying these things before they moved internationally. And that's something that I always looked at when I was holding Li Auto. I'm like, why the hell is Li Auto not selling these cars in Europe in other jurisdictions? And that was just one of their goals. They wanted to develop their domestic market before they went elsewhere. And then once they saturated their domestic market or became too competitive because all the price cuts, then they looked, you know, to greener pastures, so to speak, first starting with Europe and then looking for other places as well. They're all over the Middle East, I might add. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just we'll have to wait and see, Joe. But it's one of those things that I think that is going to be super interesting if we do get these Chinese EVs in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. That's coming soon, guys. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more now, guys. So go and check that one out there. Tesla on the 1 minute, a lot going on. I'm so happy that you took that trade there, Gaurav, man. That's a big time move. And double indecision print is absolutely beautiful, man. Taking a word from Obi. He's got me saying that a lot. Absolutely beautiful. But no, it's a really good look, and that's a really good trade. That's ideal on what you want. Again, way to hammer that one, and hopefully you take that home and maximize that profit as much as possible. I'm not feeling too good today, Mr. Stark, says BTC. Oh, I get it. You're saying what Spider-Man said to Tony Stark there. Bang, bang. I get that one. Yeah, I know. It's not, brother. It's definitely not. All right, Tendencies Hunters. Watching the World Series, there have been some angles where I see you and George Springer having some resemblances. That's crazy. Someone said that.
A little bit.
Some people said that. Yeah,
a little bit. I can see that, yeah.
But I don't know, man. No, I don't think so. But...
Hey, Jill's got the jersey right.
You know what's funny though? I look at Springer's head top. He's thinning up there as well.
Thinning, yeah. No, you got way more coverage.
Yeah, I got more coverage.
You got way more coverage.
I got a little bit more coverage in there, but I know. Okay, let me read Adam James's thing before he says it. Adam, you're starting to fall in the realm of big spile. We got to read what you say first. I know. And some more crosswalks with silent schools with. Oh, okay, yeah. See, that's why we gotta read them a bit more. Again, I'm not gonna comment on it, but I think you know where I stand there, brother. It's a bad idea to buy Nvidia 350 call that expires in 30 days. Dumb question. Yeah, no question is dumb. First of all, is it a bad idea? Probably. Because it ain't hitting 350. If it does, that's insane. It'll be the most insane move ever, probably in the stock market. If it goes to $350 in 30 days, that's not the case. I don't even think it's probably worth nothing. Like, why not? Let's take a look at that here. 30 days, it's going to be worth nothing. So essentially, it's a lottery ticket at the end of the day, Sharif. Again, never mind this. I'm not talking about it. NVDA, let's get over to that 30 days. And that is going to put us around November 28th. And how much is that 350?
How much?
It's 8 cents. So it's going to cost you $8. You know what I mean? If you want to buy a lottery ticket, you may as well buy that 350
There you go.
Nvidia call that expires on November 28th for $8. Plus, obviously, fees, which is going to cost you around $3. So $11 for that lottery ticket there. Let's see if that comes into play. If you want to have fun with it, that's the max you can lose as well, too, is $11. Well, I mean, $8 is the max you can lose. You already paid for the fees. So if it appreciates and goes up to $250, then maybe you'll make a couple dollars off of that one, Sharif.
All right, shout out to Casey. Thank you, Casey, for the $10 super chat. Casey 526, always doing it. QH, thanks. So here's the deal. QH is, well, yeah, it's something the bed. It's a word I don't want to use right now, and then the word bed after. And it's no good because it's down 66 1/3%. And this is, yeah, someone's getting the hell out of there. Double bottom at 150, reclaiming the 10 EMA and the VWAP and the volume weighted average price on the 5-minute chart, 290, just south though of that $3 area. I like the double bottom, Casey, and the break of the neckline right there. Did this halt? Why was there no price action there? Let me look at that. Let me go to the one. Yeah, it did halt. It halted it several times. Okay, so it's an umpteen amount of halts on the way down, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the way up now. So not a bad look, Casey, for the double bottom. I like that, but I just don't know how much we retrace back. Let's use some Fibonacci's. I'm kidding, of course. Fibonacci's. Let's see exactly what we get there. Well, we're not even back at 74.6, so that comes into 3. So interesting, maybe resistance at 3, and if we really got going, 61.8 is at $4. So I'll keep an eye on it. Not really my cup of tea though. Taking these ones that are selling off aggressively north, but yeah, good call out, Casey. We'll keep an eye out on that. But I know you're looking at this, Casey. I know because you called it to me. Shout out to Casey for Big Papa Pump. Just got into another high of the day at 10:30. We wet the beak there up into 27 as it goes. It's up 40.5%. We've layered the orders now through that 10 1/3 all the way up to 40s. Let's see if we can ride trend back on Big Papa Pump over here. W key is coming back into my area. Joey got 15-15s. We scalped out nicely aggressively on the pullback into the 20, but guess what? That 20 didn't hold, and we're right back at the 20. I am concerned because this feels, you know, if it loses 15, that's some trouble. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. We're still above the 20. That's where this one's been finding support. Let me show you what I mean here on the black charts. So look at that yellow line. We held it on a 3-candle basis, 1050, 1055, 11. We did it again here on a 1-candle basis at 1130, and then here we are again touching the 20. So we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Now, a new one I got in. I told you guys I'd get into WETH if it ended up taking out area highs, and it did. Where's my WETH trade? There it goes. So it ended up taking out some levels here at 55, and that triggered me to get long. It's dropping back into 55. It rejected 60. No prints on this. It's showing me 59 on the bid. I've got on this one, I've got 58s. So we're break even on it right now. I want to see if this one's going to run. I'm going to pack my patience on this one as well. We'll see if we can get a nice move up on WETH, up 17 2/3, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Whenever you're ready there, Assassino, we can rock and roll. All right, brother. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what's kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders are funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. There it is. Yeah, I mean, the reload op was there on IBIT, guys. So is this hesitation nation a little bit? We could have posted up at 259s once again. Tesla holding up pretty good. So is that starting to form somewhat of a bottom, considering we gave up the majority of yesterday's move? Monday was fantastic. It's Wednesday today. So just two nice solid sessions back to back, and now you're starting to cool off. But that 457.55 is holding up pretty good. You guys see what anyways, I think it's going to be a really, really bad idea on what I just did, Trapman and Bastone and Gore. But regardless of that, man, that it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, AMD at 259 all the way back up to 260.40. And then BE as well, that's continuing to climb, breaking through a potential short signal that I was looking at earlier. But this name is just too strong to give up any of its move. Here it is in the post-market yesterday earnings report. I messaged Sharif, I'm like, man, 230, 235. And then I look a couple minutes later, it's up to 240. I'm like, wow, that is absolutely amazing. So not too bad of a look on BE. And that VWAP hold was beautiful. One more thing, Ashkeed Ahmed, could you please discuss the earnings speculation? Ashkeed, I can't, bro, I'm saying it wrong. Ashik, maybe. Ahmed, could you please discuss the earning speculation of Meta and Google? Yeah, we're going to go over the expected moves here momentarily, guys. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to make everybody aware here. Microsoft and Amazon Web Services, I'm seeing both of them here. Reportedly, some user issues, specifically in the U.S. Microsoft, I've been seeing this probably since about 12 p.m., so it's been going on for about half an hour as far as I can tell. Now we have just over 20,000 users in the U.S. reporting issues with Azure, according to Down Detector. Amazon Web Services, the last count I was seeing was just over 10K, so relatively minor, but just be aware, it looks like there are some service issues with both Azure and Amazon Web Services right now, guys. Back to you.
Shout out to you, Bovin SDA. Bovin calling SDA. He's like, look, bro, it's about to touch that high of the day. I know, Bovin, but this thing is like $2.50. It's only done 1.25 million shares. I know that I complain about volume a lot, but yeah, this is not a bad look, Bovin. Look, if it loses a 50 penny area, I'm out. Simple as that. So we're going long. Good call up, Bovin. If it loses 50 pennies, we're gone Zeno. And that's the situation. But let's cut the crap, Joey. Here we go again on W key as this one moves back into the mid-30s. What do we got on, man? We got 15s on, so we definitely looking for continuation back into 1560, but it's been a hard road to hoe over here. We've been holding up at the 20s, but what I see is a lot of lower highs, and I don't think we're breaking the trend quite yet on W key when it comes to the lower high situation. So I'm trying to take some out here in case it turns on me. And that is always a concern with these bad boys when they're not making higher highs. So we'll keep an eye on that. The big pop-up pump has no such problem. What a move up. Again, into another high of the day, 1035. We went the beak at 33. We're now posted at 37s, and that seems to be the last order that we've got. So let's go ahead and throw some at 43s. See if we can get anything up there. Shout out to Big Papa Pump. Let's see how our SDA trade is doing. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Nothing quite yet there, Bovin. We're going to post a north of that as well, since we've got some on into 67s. Jameson saying TMDX. Let's have a look at TMDX. Oh, yeah, it's really expensive though, Jameson. Jeez Louise, it's a $4 2/3 billion market cap. Transmedics, medical technology company. Great move up on the day. It's up 5%. It's just certainly not for me because I don't trade these very expensive names. We're definitely going to look for something a little bit cheaper. So, but thank you for that call out, Jameson. It's not a bad look. I don't mean to say anything bad about it, but it's just it's not for me. Keeping an eye here on WTH, W key, and Big Papa Pump taking out more orders there, man, into another area high on the pumpsters. We're looking for more, man. We're posted up now at 43s. There's 40. Big Papa Pump's moving here. Seller at 40. Can we get a little bit higher? We're looking for 43s here on Pump. So we'll see what this one gives us. Quickly back to WETH, rejecting 60, but not really breaking down. Those are the only things that I've got at the moment, Joey. It looks like, SDA, zigging and zagging over here, but it's really W key that I've got a lot of shares on. I am kind of concerned that this one's still putting in a lot of lower highs. So I think my stint with WKey could be short-lived here if it drops back down into the mid-teens. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give it to prior bar low. So prior bar low is the hammer candle at 12.25. If it breaks 15.09, that's the end of the trade. We have 15s on. That gives me a good out. So we're going to go ahead and wait down there, Joey.
Nice.
And if it breaks down below that, we're out. Simple as that.
Nice. 2-year visa. Hold on now.
Yeah, it's okay. I can keep looking over here.
Are you talking to me?
Looks. Oh, what's going on? Oh boy. It's algo time, man.
Yes, it is. You guys know what time it is here, guys. Boom, hell yeah. Vamos says, my guy HP. And yeah, in all seriousness, one of my buddies just did that. He lived in the UK, where he was born in the UK, and then sure enough, he sold everything and moved to Mexico and got his residency there. So yeah, shout out to him. I won't mention his name or anything along those lines. He's there now. He's just living his best life. So
Nice.
yeah, I don't even, to be honest with you, he's always doing something new online and just somehow is just always printing cash. I'm like, how? I don't get it, but
Look who was at the Dodgers game yesterday.
yeah. I mean, obviously they would be there. Dua Lipa.
Yeah, of course,
Nice
you could
one,
tell.
James Bond. Yeah. I mean, there it is, guys. So yeah, anyways, back to bites to bucks here, guys. Pick that up. I seen that signal here on ETHA to see if it did, and sure enough, we got involved there not too long ago. So not too horrible. What is I don't think the performance over the month hasn't been fantastic, to be honest with you. So September 27th. 20-something to what we are now. September 23rd, a month ago, picking up some good things there. So
You're in. Stop, brother. You're going to get blocked.
Who is that?
First and last warning here in Patel. Stop, brother, or you're going to get blocked. So
yeah, I mean, okay, you got to pull it up there. Oh, you already got it. 300 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like
Fabian,
that.
you know, he has a short fuse, bro. You can't
Right
get
away,
Fabian
man.
upset.
There's straight.
Right away.
Like, you do that, you type the same thing 4 times.
Fabian wasn't having that.
On.
Fabian
Get out
wasn't
of here
having
with that one. No, but in all seriousness, guys, bites to bucks. Not too bad of a look. I don't see any other signals that I picked up today. I thought it would have grabbed this one on the TQs, but didn't meet the criteria, specific reasons. Let's pull up my watch list on the side here so we can go over a couple of the names there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we got going on. It didn't grab anything on Apple, but I'm going to make a secondary one that I think will pick that up. Again, so boom, not too bad. On AAPL, October 27th, it picked one up. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Bang! Okay, there we go. That's a good one right there, Katina, man. We like that. Trade analysis. What's that?
Katina Bear's like, I just got back, man. Stop dragging me into this, bro.
Yeah, it's all right. He's got his lunch and everything. Sorry, Sheree, we're going to go over a couple more names here.
You're good, brother.
TSM. We'll just ramble on here for a little bit. We're going to, let's go. Picked up, today's the 29th. What world am I living in? There it goes. Picked up on TSM right at the peak there yesterday as well, too. Locking in some gnarly. I'm not going to hit it. Yeah, some gnarly signals on that one there. Boom. So back-to-back days on TSM. Good stuff, Adair. What do you got for us?
Just be aware here, I'm continuing to see some user issues with regards to some of these platforms in the US. I already mentioned Azure and Amazon Web Services, so Microsoft and Amazon's platforms. We already had some issues reported, roughly 10,000 reports there for AMZN, and then roughly 20,000 for Azure with Microsoft. Now I'm seeing apparently Google having some user issues as well, though I'm not seeing a quantity, but either way, Google now joining Amazon and Azure with having users report some issues using them again in the US, according to Down Detector. Back to you.
Yeah, that's awfully suspicious. The fact that all three are down.
All three what?
Cloud platform.
Yeah.
All three?
Yeah.
What do they share in common other than maybe the broadband provider?
Yeah. Do you think we got a little hackery?
I'm just saying it could be a possibility until we get more information. Sure.
Suspicious.
But like the fact that all three are down?
That's wild, man. It's definitely
DNS.
hack related for sure, in my opinion.
Okay. What would be hilarious, says Trendy's Hunter. I like the name, by the way. What would be hilarious if Microsoft and Google warn they are down because AWS is down? Man, that's jokes, bro. Can talk about circularity. You think Nvidia's business model is circular. That if that ended up being true, that would be the ultimate circular business model. But no, I doubt that there's anything like that. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. Who knows, man? Who knows why they're down? We'll get more information, and obviously as soon as we have it, we'll share it with you guys. All right, guys, there looks to be a seller here now that I've been watching W key for a while at 35 is that we can't seem to shake. And we haven't been able to shake them since we lost 35 pennies at 12.10. It's almost 12.40. So that staunchy little bugger has been preventing me from getting my next print at 35, and I've been waiting at 35 for a hot minute. So let's continue to watch, see what this one has to offer in terms of upside moves. I'm talking about W key. I am concerned about the lower highs that have been unbroken since the candle that we put in at 1150. It is a bit of an issue, obviously, but I have my in at 15.15, and I've given it to the low of the candle at 12.25, which is 15.09. I've given it to below that level. So if it holds there, great. If it doesn't, well, then we're going to give back a little bit. Shout out to Big Papa Pump. Ooh. Casey, this is pulling back into the 10 EMA, and we've seen what Big Papa Pump has done when it pulls back into the 10 EMA on the day. And if you don't know, allow me to show you. So this is PUMP over here, and it's been quite in love with that 10 EMA every time they seem to meet. Okay, I should probably not draw that comparison, but anyway, PUMP, every time it drops back into the 10, it pops back up, and here it is at the 10. Now, the 10 on a closing basis, because you can see what happened here at 11:30, dropped into the 10, ended up closing above it, but it did wick below it into the 20. So I'm going to be interested here to add. Maybe I'll put in my dip trades in between the 10 and the 20 for the money fills. So I'm going to put a dip trade at 10.10. I'm long 10.09, so that's fine with me. Let's go ahead and put in an order at 10.10 to go long for a little bit more. If it drops back into that area, I'd like to pick up some more. Otherwise, we'll get out. Looking here. Oh, it's really moving here. Just keeping an eye here on pump. Keeping an eye as well on WETH, looking for this one. Look, it held up. It held up. So we're still holding at 58. It's showing me 58, but it's got that seller at 60. I'd like for this one to take out the seller at 60, move into 66 at the high of the day, but it's not forthcoming at the moment. What else do we have over here? That's really all I've got. I've got those three on. W keys coming back in again. What a disaster this one is. It feels like it's going to lose the bid, but I'm going to hold on to it until it does. Because I really have, my entry is so close to where we're trading right now, where my out is. So I think I'm going to pack my patience on that one.
Wow, AMD.
Any other ones you've got for me, guys? Tag me in the chat. Bovin, I tried SDA, but it ended up losing trend, so I got stopped out of SDA. It broke below the 10, and it's, putting in a bunch of lower highs. It's a little illiquid as well for a $2 name. But SDA did not treat me well, so we're not going to get back into that one. The other one that I've had on here all day and I haven't taken any trades on is AXGN. Look how respectful this one has been of the trend. And now it's knocking the door of 23 bucks. It's not a big 26 3/4, but a respectable trend in any event. AXGN, the ticker there. That's all I've got, Joey. What do you got?
All right, man. Mr. Cerberus, he asked us very kindly to answer his super chat, and we're sorry that we missed it. But there goes AMD. That reload opportunity was most definitely there. Nice 3-point climb from off of those lows. All right, Mr. C, can you explain disallowed loss, please? My account is up 12K, but I have a disallowed loss of like 20K. Is this just tax implications and adjusted cost basis, or will I have to pay that disallowed loss?
I'm assuming disallowed loss when it comes to taxes, so that it can't be claimed against capital gains. Okay. So it's a non-allowable capital loss.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that the case?
I have no idea. Maybe the vets over there would know a little bit about it. But
yeah, to me, a loss. Of course, you have two different ways you can have a loss. You can have a business expense as a loss, which is offset against income. You can have a capital loss, which is offset against capital gains.
Okay.
Which one?
Okay. Yeah.
Tag.
I have no idea.
Ask. Who is it that asked, Joey?
Mr. C. Mr. Subarus.
Yeah. Tag us, Mr. C. Man. Let us know exactly what's going on. and we'll answer, of course. So, yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Look at the work going on behind us there.
Yeah, guys, look at the screen coming up, man.
Yeah, that's big
Mark's
time.
doing it live.
He's doing it
Is
live.
it Trader TV sitting there? That's fantastic.
Is that who it is?
I don't know. It looks like it
look,
is.
it looks
yeah.
like it.
Is that
How
me
come none of
crying?
you-
That's not my hair, though. I don't have that.
I don't know who these individuals are.
What?
That's not Neil in the middle, is it?
Well, the dude behind Mark's got a stash, so I mean, there's no other guy in this place with a stash except myself. So I don't know. Like,
all right.
Oh, that's not a stash. That's his mouth. He's crying. Oh boy.
No. Is that a stash?
Get it, Ram. Did you make that, Ram? Did you make it? Oh no.
Who's the guy with the curly hair?
That's your hair there, though,
Well,
right? Isn't
I'm
that your
thinking
hair?
so.
there?
It's slowly coming up.
Maybe is that Brendo on the right there?
Oh, yeah,
Is
I
that
guess that's
Brendo?
Brendo
Oh,
on
that's
the-
Brendo on the right. He's got two phones on because Brendo's constantly
He's
busy.
on the phone.
Right? Okay. So
Who's that person there?
That's you, bro.
Is it? Why am I crying?
You're crying up a storm.
I bit. Oh,
Because of I bit. Because of I bit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Joey.
Damn. Oh, man,
my
getting
God.
done dirty
I
around
absolutely
here.
love this. This is fantastic.
As an
stuff,
energy
guys.
drink,
fantastic stuff. Shout out.
Oh.
All right, guys. W Key is losing the bid. Thankfully, we put the stop right there. Look at the drop on W Key. Big boy drop all the way down into the 50. That's the first time it's actually been below the 20 cents. I want to say 10.50. This could be an interesting buy area here on W Key. Let's keep an eye out on this one, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, mad dirty, man. They're
What happened,
doing me
Joey?
mad dirty, that's for sure.
That's
That's all right. It's all fun and games. All right, guys, this bites the bucks around here at the end of the day. Go through a couple more names here. Was that? Oh, I'm still in TSL. Let's take a look at the trade that we maybe should be focusing on a little bit. Never mind what I got going on the side there. TSLL, pull it up for me. All right, I mean, we're nowhere close to our entry price. We're just holding on to something, nothing substantial whatsoever. A nice curl over off of the lows, but we're short TSLL from the break of the volume weighted average price, and then you get that nice move to the downside there. So still holding this one. Leading into FOMC, anything can happen. Maybe you get that pop through there. You're going to see that volatility spike come in, so just keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, I mean, the moment I realized, it's all games around here. We get to poke fun at each other, but I know Ramin's in it as well too, so she should be crying as well. So yeah, I know. Oh, she's saying, Joe, toughen up. Stop being
Brendo's never yelling, though. Like, that's the thing. I don't see Brendo yelling ever.
Yeah,
so
that thing.
Clearly, he's yelling there.
Oh, man. If this thing's ready by Friday, we might have to watch it here. I think it's looking like that.
The first thing that I asked Mark is like, Mark, can we watch the Super Bowl here?
Yeah.
And he's getting annoyed with me because I keep asking him, right? Like, I keep asking him about the speaker system. I mean, if this is not a Super Bowl watch right here or a Game 7 watch.
It's literally a movie theater screen.
It is. Mark, how big? What's the size? 9 meters by 4 meters. Shout out to all my Americans. You guys can do the conversion there. But this is a big boy. And by the way, this desk right here, right where you guys see the metal, that's also going to be a screen. That's the new big desk, right?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Joey.
And maybe we get some World Series watching here. We should have a watch party on that thing, man. That would be absolutely amazing. If it's Game 7.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, if it's Game 7, I'm telling Brendo now, you may catch me in here watching it on Saturday. Alone, obviously I wouldn't be. But anyways, at the end of the day.
27 by 12. Thank you, Ocean Blue. 27 feet by 12 feet. That's the size of the screen. And Brendo and I were asking for a TV. Just a TV behind the desk right there.
That's all you're asking for?
And no. That's what we asked for. This is what ended up happening over here. So ask for little, get a lot. Right?
Hey, we don't ask for much around here, Sharif. Bang, bang, bang. No, UFC on that thing? Imagine someone getting head kicked on that. That would be
a beauty, bro.
Wicked, man.
That'd be a
beauty. All right, enough of the violence. Back into some of the overall market and see what we got going on. We'll go through a couple more names here because we're having a good time. Good day so far I think, Sharif, you're having a solid day today.
I'm not.
Oh, he's not. All right, but that's all right. But I mean, hey, man, you got FOMC coming up. There's going to be a lot of time. Sean, Neil having pretty good sessions as well over there. Let's see what this. Nah, actually, no, we're going to put that hard garbage in here. Let's go over to QBTS, see if we picked up anything on that front. No, nothing, just getting slacked. Let's see what the performance is on. It's still positive. That's not too bad. 50% accuracy. What is your profit factor? 1.54. That's really good. Let's go through some of the trades that I picked up and see if it's defining the signal that we're looking for. So let's get back into that, Jack. And head towards there. So, I mean, this isn't horrible. We'll take that one. Again, sometimes it picks up some false signals. Sometimes it picks up exactly what you want. I think that's just the nature of the beast. So that's September and that's October. So identical trades on that front. So 50% on QBTS. We'll go over one more before we send it over.
All right.
I don't think that DKNG will... okay, so DKNG, considering what we've experienced over the last little bit, I didn't think it would be performing that well. There's some big time losses, but let's head over to this to the trade analysis. I mean, you're shooting a okay, that's not right. That's percentage profitability. That's the difference. I want to win percentage there. Winning trade percent 1.5 there. So again, 18 trades, 7 of them are winning, 11 of them are losing. You take that all day, every day. Risk factor, profit factor isn't the best either. Performance still slightly red, but if you come to this unrealized, not too bad. Let's see what it picked up on today's session. All right. It's today entry to, and it's still currently open. Okay, so it's not going to close that until either a stop. But I mean, once that triggers, you have the ability to manage it on your own as well too. Always take that into consideration. If you want to just close it out before the end of the day, you can do so, or you hold it and eventually get stopped out, break even. Sorry, one more streak.
Yeah, do your thing, brother. You're good.
Considering we're having so much fun over here, just running through some things. Would it pick up on October 14th? Not too bad of a look either. That's a couple of weeks ago, right out of the gate, and then you hit that 2-to-1. Let's see what the performance is like on this. Not too bad. Go back to the analysis. 50% right there. Profit factor at 1.12. So there it is. TAC 9. Listen, just the way the narrative of everything's going, TAC 90-90. We're going to have to put you in a little bit of time out there, my friend. Wow. And I'm generous. I am kind. Remember that? You get 10 minutes. That's not too bad. Everyone can survive 10 minutes. So good luck, everyone, says Katina Man. Hoping someone gets that joke. I didn't see what you said it there. Give a little to S-Bucks and CMG earnings tonight.
Do you remember when he was still the Chipotle CEO, Brian Niccol, current CEO of Starbucks, he did this weird video because people were getting really mad because they were weighing the Chipotle bowls and they were like, the math is not mathing, you're doing this randomly. So he said, if you guys want more, you can just give a little, just give a little, and they'll give you more. And I'm like, why is this an answer? But yeah, that's my go-to Chipotle Brian Niccol joke now.
All right, cool. All right. We like that. I find Chipotle's been a little stingy these days. So, you know what? Hey, man, if we ask for a little bit of rice, it shouldn't be like pulling teeth now, should it, Sharif?
No, absolutely not, Joey. All right. Keeping an eye here on WKey, but I want to bring your attention to a new one. Shout out to Bovin, WVE. Look at this breakout. Aggressive. I don't know how this didn't show up on my scanner earlier, Bovin. 19.25%, taking out nines, 906 high. Very clean uptrend, especially the support that it's had at the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's keep an eye out on this one. WVE is what I'm going to keep my eye on there, but there goes WKey. Right up into a bunch of my exits over here on WKey. We got 80s on. We just took out 95s, looking for more above that $15 area. We're posted at 95s. It probably behooves us to post as well north of 95. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 15.05 for a profit taker there. And then I'm going to layer my orders. I see resistance at the 15 and a fifth. 15.25. Look at that long area of consolidation that we generally held. So if we move back into that area, I'm expecting some initial resistance. So I'd like to de-risk in the move in anticipation of a rejection of that level. So I'm going to post here at 15s for some more outs there on WKey. Just quickly before we go to Adair at the big desk, WVE is going, guys. It's taking out highs. Now it's up over 20%, 1914 high. Good call out, Bovin, Adair.
Yeah, just take a look here at MSFT. I've been mentioning here this outage that's happening. Azure has addressed it. They said they've taken actions they're expecting to address the portal access issue shortly. So they've taken actions. Looks like they're expecting these actions to make a difference shortly at some point in the future. If there's anything else, I'll let you know. Not a ton of details coming here from MSFT, but at least they have acknowledged this Azure outage and issue here. Again, MSFT with that Azure issue. Apparently, the company has addressed the issue. I'm not seeing any word from Amazon Web Services or Google, which, as I mentioned earlier, are also having issues. Back to you.
Based on the bid, not on the ask. So it'll show you your P&L based on where the bid is, not the ask.
Unrealized you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah,
you noticed that. Yeah. It's interesting. Because like when something's super spready, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
All right, I think it's like 10-2, well, more than 10-2. So let's start the news. Shout out to Dr. Hold on, let me maximize this. Dr. Shuttle and Dr. Shuttle Show. $5. Thank you. Keep it up, he says. Appreciate you, Dr. Shuttle. For dropping cash in the chat. We appreciate you, my man, but no tagged comment or anything like that. So nothing report on there. Big Papa Pump is right into the day's high again, guys. It's showing 41. I tried to get the ad. I didn't get the money fill. It came pretty close. I had my order at 10s. I got into 12. So that's kind of just the cost of doing business. But Big Papa Pump is heading up 42%. Let's start I was going to say the lesson of the day, but that's been a hot minute, Joey. Let's start the news over here as we get a lot closer to, of course, the FOMC meeting. But all eyes yesterday and today, man, have been on this monster here, Assassino. They know it by the ticker Nvidia, and now it is worth over $5 trillion on the AI mania that we heard about yesterday with the umpteen amount of collaborations and associations that Nvidia is making with different Fortune 500 companies. Just a second, I have to digress. Go, W key, go, man. Up into 15.15. Good look there. Big Papa Pump also into the high of the day, 14.46. I think we're waiting at 48. Good look for Big Papa Pump. But this is the first company we're talking about, Nvidia, to surpass $5 trillion in market value. It's nearly up 50% year to date. In fact, it's up 54% year to date, with CEO Jensen Huang announcing that Nvidia is now expecting over $500 billion worth of AI chip orders. The company also plans to do many different things. Among them is build 7 new supercomputers for the U.S. government. They revealed as well, Joey, that $1 billion strategic investment in Nokia, forming a partnership to develop, the 6G network technology. But I want to show something here, Joseph. And this is not a non-exhaustive list, but I want to show you something over here, okay? So this is the amount of different collaborations that they announced yesterday. I made a little bit of a form there. And this is not even exhaustive because the AI forgot to add Joby. I had to add Joby in there. Nokia, T-Mobile, Uber, Palantir, the Department of Energy, Samsung, Hyundai, Cisco, Mitre, I don't even know how to say this, ODZ, Booz Allen and Hamilton, Dell, IBM, HPE, NetApp, Alphabet, through Google and DeepMind, Disney Research, not the Disney you think. An umpteen amount of quantum names there. General Motors, Belden, Caterpillar, Foxconn, Lucid, Toyota. Have you heard of a company called TSMC? Joby Aviation, Wistron. All these companies are going to be using NVIDIA's technology in one form or another, whether, specified devices like Joby is using for, autonomous aviation, or whether you're talking about building out your run-of-the-mill data center, or what Nokia is doing, building out 6G. It's a who's who, Joseph, of companies that are partnering with the world's most valuable company.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What else do you say about all this partnership?
I don't know. What do you say?
Would you, bubbles expand? Is it getting a little bit overdone? I don't know.
Fair.
Again, at the end of the day, none of this AI boom is really happening without Jensen and company. But at what point is it overextended? All these partnerships are a fantastic thing. There are orders and everything along those lines. But you've seen the pop in the stocks. What are we like? I get it. What are we pricing in at in the long term I think it can get a little bit dangerous. Go with the flow until otherwise. The higher we climb, obviously, I think at some point the harder you can fall. Is that going to be the case with these hyperscalers continuously spending all this cash and the partnerships coming out of the wazoo, essentially? You got OpenAI every other day. Some of these big names are teaming up with other individuals and creating these business partnerships. At some point, I think it's going to cool off. But until then, just keep going with the flow.
All right, Adara, what do you make of these umpteen amount of different announcements we heard yesterday with Nvidia and other companies?
I will say I was kept incredibly busy. Every 2 minutes, Jensen Huang would name a company, and I'd think, well, there's no way the stock's going to move on it. And then I pull it up, and the stock's moving on it. I feel like Caterpillar was one that I certainly wasn't expecting to move, let alone with volume. And then it gets a nice little pop. So I have to commend Jensen Huang. He put on a very, very entertaining keynote speech. And I think the other thing, too, as well, with the supercomputers, right? We had AMD with their 2 supercomputers through that Department of Energy deal. Now Nvidia is saying, hey, hold my beer. We're going to announce this 7 supercomputer deal with the Department of Energy. And I think, too, it's worth noting companies that benefit from this beyond just Nvidia, right? All of the companies mentioned, of course, get recognition from being mentioned by Jensen Huang and also with these Nvidia deals. And they also, as well, in the case of, for example, HPE, the more we get these supercomputer deals, the more something like HPE is going to benefit because they were implicated in both the AMD and Nvidia supercomputer deals, right? So I think being aware, this is a great story for Nvidia, but it's also a great story for any company that currently benefits from AI or even could in the future benefit from AI. So I think it's very much a story of forward growth, and I want to see what Nvidia does next.
A WVE, guys, is really going here. 955 area high. What a call out, Bovin. Great call out, dude. I would caution, though, the $0.50 area could be a level of psychological resistance. This thing's been all gas, no brakes since it touched the 10 EMA and the 5 at 12:35. So it's been half an hour here with no red candles. This one's forming into a topping tail, so be careful. I'm talking about WVE. Sorry, I know, Joseph, you wanted to cover something.
Yeah, I did. I just know, aside from that, I noticed I have 3 hands in that picture there. Yeah, did you see that?
It's obviously AI.
Yeah, it's AI, bro. It's AI, bro. I got 3 hands.
I like it, Joey. I like it.
Serious. Okay, so Control Alt Escape says, pardon me? I have extra fingers. Okay, so I don't know. It says so. Control Alt Escape says I don't know. Nvidia seems too big to fail. There'll always be other buyers for their chips. The AI race isn't going anywhere, and I'm not saying that it's going anywhere. I don't think it is. Is it too big to fail? I think so. But look what happened when we got that DeepSeek news. The stock tanked. I'm not saying that's going to be the same case with NVIDIA or anything's going to happen, but what if something along those lines comes out where somebody says, hey, we can do what NVIDIA is doing at a fraction of the price? Then what's going to happen to the name? What's going to happen to the stock? We've already experienced it. So I think you want to have that in the back of your mind. You don't want to let it kind of cloud your judgment on owning it. But I think it's warranted to think of something along those lines.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's umpteen amount of examples we can draw about companies that had completely like defensible moats.
A stranglehold on the market, essentially, right?
Look, you're never going to catch me shorting this thing.
No, ever.
I'm not going to be shorting it. But at the same time, I'm not going to be adding to the position, and that's obviously probably going to hurt me in the short run because this thing's probably going to run up more. We could see $6-7 trillion maybe by the end of the year.
Oh, this thing's going to $250. There's no questioning that. There's no questioning that.
But it is what it is, dude. I'm not going to take a position against it, and I'm not
at all. And I'm not saying take a position against it, but at what point, like if things continue to just go on the runs that we currently are, the market will find something. And what if that something is like, hey, we found something that is equally as good and a little bit cheaper? I don't know. I'm just thinking
what is this 6-7 thing that you guys keep saying?
I know, that's what I say. I have no idea
what are they saying this 6-7 thing for? You're like, South Park. Oh.
Okay, but what about South Park?
That's what's his name? Getting from, I heard the kids are saying 6-7, but what is it in reference to?
What does it mean?
Yeah, it's so funny. Shout out to Rajin. Okay, All right, let's go on to the next story, Joey. We've talked about Nvidia enough. Caterpillar, what a move for Cat today. Another AI-related name, ironically enough, despite the fact that they make heavy industrial equipment. Let's talk about their earnings report before we get into the data center thing. Q3 EPS $4.95. It's actually down 4% from last year, but above analyst forecast by 9%. Revenue rose 9.5% on the top line to $17 2/3 billion, topping expectations by about $1 billion because the street was looking for 16.77. This marks the first year-over-year growth for Cat since 2020. They do face headwinds, though. What are those headwinds? Well, how about this one right here? A $400 to $500 million tariff cost in Q3. And if you think it was going to get better for them in Q4, think again, because now they're talking about a $650 to $800 million impact as a result of tariffs in Q4. That's the bad news. There's good news as well. They have a ridiculously large order backlog to the tune of $2.3 billion. That's the backlog. Sorry, their order backlog climbed by $2.3 billion up to $40 billion, $39.8 billion in order backlogs. That's how much demand they have for their equipment. They're guiding as well quite good. Their EPS $17.93, which is down 18% year over year as a result of tariffs, but their revenue expected to be modestly higher than in 2024. But the tariff headwinds are going to add 1.6 to 1.75 billion in costs for the full year. The number I gave you earlier was for the quarter. This is for the full year. Now let's talk about their AI and data center momentum, because that's the reason they're up so much. Power generation for data centers surged 19% in Q3, led by strong demand, of course, for reciprocating engines used in AI and cloud computing applications. The CEO, Joseph Creed, said their data centers are now a major new vertical for Cat's energy and transportation segment. The construction segment didn't do that well. It actually saw sales fall 7% and profits slip 29% as they really focus their majority of their energies on their data center and their energy play. Energy and transportation rose 7%, Joey, with profits up 4%. What do you make of this whole thing?
I mean, again, I said this from the get-go. I think this is a good sympathy play here. We're up 122%. There's a massive Cat distributor here in Vaughan as well, too, called Tormont. Again, none of the data centers get built. You need to excavate. You need to excavate. And I actually have my operator's license. I used to operate. I used to operate D6 dozers, like 320 Cats, everything along those lines. I like it. But none of this build out. It has to start somewhere. And that's when the picks hit the ground. The picks and shovels hit the ground. And I think it's going to start off with Caterpillar. I like Caterpillar up 122% since those April lows.
Since the April lows. Insane.
Yeah.
At the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, guys, trading on the NASDAQ under ticker SILO. They're rewriting the playbook. Their lead in drug SPCE is advancing towards FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD as well as anxiety, with data already showing very strong safety results. At the same time, they're also expanding their digital assets model. They're investing in Bitcoin, they're investing in Ethereum as well as Solana, while securing cutting-edge technology designed to strengthen and future-proof their crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, guys, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Shout out to Silo. All right, Adara, what do you make of Caterpillar's headlines here? We're seeing some weakness in some of their traditional business model, but it's being picked up and buoyed by the data center and the AI trade.
Yeah, the more I read about this report, the more vaguely concerning I find it. Like, I do not want to at all discount the fact that, of course, they have that data center data center power generation surging there by 19%. I think that's significant, and I think it is worth, obviously worth moving forward, trying to push things to where you want your company to go. But at the same time, I just think the extent of the slip there for the construction segment, like 29% profit drop, certainly not great. 7% sales decline, that's a little bit concerning. But I think, the fact that they're growing everywhere else makes me wonder, is their focus shifting? Is this going to be a little bit more of like a Tesla situation where we're not just a car company, we're a insert avenue here company, right? So I don't think Caterpillar is going to do that, but I do think it is worth noting the potential implications of this. Now, that being said, I think the other aspect of concern, regardless of what segment of the business you look at, is that full year forecast there for EPS. Revenue, at least, they're projected to be modestly higher, but yeah, I think a lot of this Caterpillar is going to be weighted. I want to see what the entire year earnings ends up being, because there are some issues here that could be concerning going forward.
All right, guys, WETH taking out highs. Here we go. We're in at 68 right now. Good breakout for WTH. Now it's up about 20.75%. Look for continuation, I'd say, into 4 now that we're above that former $0.0002 resistance. I'm talking about the double top that we put in at 10.15 and 10.20. We cleared that area now with a 368 high, but just keep an eye out on that. Joey,
sorry, one thing.
big smile. I remember when little Joey Small said Tesla 500, no doubt, and a little bet was won and welched on. Joey, Nvidia 165 before 250. He goes on to say, hit the Trump fake news on little Joey Smalls, claim he can run a D6. The men on the job probably him sit in the seat and make vroom vroom noises. Oh my God, bro, he's so funny, bro. I didn't mean to read it like that. I didn't even filter it, Joey, but the guy is hilarious, man. Shout out to Big Smile. Why are you so mean, Big Smile, bro?
It's my guy, man.
Yeah,
you can poke fun at me.
We love it. We love it.
I used to, I was more of an ex-operator than a dozer, but I'm versed in all of them.
Do you need a special license for different ones?
Well, you don't need a license, but you can get one. Well, I mean,
like
forklift, if you're working in a plant and everything, you don't need a license. You can just operate.
You can just operate.
Yeah, but I have mine and everything.
There's different ones. Like there's a cherry picker one. There's a dozer. There's
you can get them all, man. Yeah, if I had my old wallet with me, I would show you all of those. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the bet is on there, Kyle. I think we hit 250 before 165 on NVDA.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that 165 bet unless there's a marked drop in the market.
Listen, Big Spiles, we're actually going to do this time. All right, we're going for a couple packs of Zins here. That's what the bet is. So if you win, I will get whatever it is to mail you that stuff. And you already know where we're located. So if NVDA
he knows exactly where we are,
if
Joey.
NVDA hits 250 before 165, I want 2 of probably the highest milligram packs that you can get delivered directly to this office.
All right, we got to go to Adara.
I just want to mention here, VST pushing a little bit lower. So I'm seeing the story circulating on X, and I'm seeing the tickers VST and BE, so Vistra and Bloom Energy, both being tagged here. It's a post from a company called Xtropic, which is an AI company, and they're saying they're actually launching AI energy efficient computation. Now, looks like potentially this could be viewed as a threat to these companies that work on data centers, specifically in the utilities kind of power space like Vistra and BE. If I get more details in this story, I'll let you know. But either way, VST did get a little bit of a volume increase here as we got this news and a bit of a move to the downside. Back to you.
Guys, sorry, Joey, pump is really going here, guys, and it continues to defend the 10 EMA, 1062 area high. You got another pullback on the previous 5-minute candle right into the 10, and then this candle really going, making another new area high. Keep your eye on Big Papa Pump. It's up 45%. Go ahead, Joe.
I don't have a certified. I did way back in the day, no, but in all seriousness, guys, here's this TSLA trade. I have nothing left, essentially. We already hit the shorts on multiple occasions for that individual who was asking. Now I was just letting this ride, coming back towards the volume-weighted average price. I can just hop out once it breaks. I have no issue with it going back to break even because there's, again, no size on there. And yeah, I'm glad that you guys are loving it. So yeah, there it is. And we're also long some IBIT. I don't know. I get it. Some people are saying, have some confidence in your trades. I just put this on to put it on. We're having an all right day. It's off of the lows. We're at the lower end of the range. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop heading into FOMC, Sharif. If that's the case, then hey, we're positioned relatively well. If it wants to tank, then we got some more game planning to do.
All right, guys, I'm seeing questions in the chat. FOMC meeting, 2 o'clock. That's when we get the rate decision as well as the prepared notes. And then Fed Chair Powell takes the mic as he typically does at 2:30, and then he takes questions from reporters. So we're going to be sending you to the big boys 15 minutes early. We're off at 1:45, and they're going to be taking it over from there. So let's go on to the next story. Joey, Nokia. I was talking to some of the algo boys. Some of them were taking this one north and south yesterday and making some good money on it. So Nokia surged over 40% yesterday following news of a strategic AI and 6G partnership with, you guessed it, Nvidia. Pulling back a little bit today, down 5.25%. Do you know this thing's $40.5 billion market cap?
Yeah,
it's not a chump. It's
no chump,
it's still big, man. It's, you know, we don't see phones from it much anymore, but they've got other things, specifically this. What they're developing, guys, in collaboration with one another is they're developing an AI-powered radio access network called AI RAN, as well as data center networking solutions. Nvidia is also going to invest $1 billion into Nokia shares, acquiring about a little bit less than 3% of the company, 2.9 to be exact. It marks one of the largest U.S. tech partnerships in the European telecom sector in recent years. What's Nvidia's role going to be here? Well, their role centers around the AI aerial platform. That's going to anchor the AI native wireless stack for future 6G networks. It's going to boost network automation. It's going to reduce latency, and it's going to provide AI-driven optimization. The deal looks promising, according to analysts. Looks promising at first sight, but analysts did warn that the medium-term revenue potentials remain quite uncertain, given the weak RAN market outlook over the next decade, and also will really depend on the global rollout of 6G. I mean, I was talking to Brendo about it. He's like, why do we even need 6G? I was talking about latency. So many different things that they want to do, Joey, that really have a lot to do with latency. It looks like 6G takes that to the next level. It's not just for gaming, that latency thing, but obviously for many other things.
Yeah, absolutely. Market latency is huge as well, obviously not correlated, but yeah, gaming is really important, guys. We were talking about this not too long ago. I mean, intraday, this is insane. I don't even know if this is a genuine move, but that wick it's essentially like, okay, boom. I don't even know what's going on here at the end of the day. That's a big time move. So just keep that in mind, guys. Things starting to cool off, and then you can see that come the market open. It does give a little bit of that back. We wanted to take a look at some of the options activity on this name to see what we are going on. 7.5 there. And I mean, the open interest was substantially larger than what we're experiencing right now at that specific level. $8, we still have 36,000 contracts open. But look at the gamma. It's starting to cool off a little bit. It was significantly higher yesterday. So I think that's important to note. As for Nokia and what they got going on, it's a tougher look on the daily, I believe. You have to consider what's going on and what the chart's telling you. Okay, I'm going to eat those words real quick, Shreve. Something was planned, because I mean, from August, $3.98, you're up over 100%.
Investigate everybody.
Yeah, everyone. Well, somebody knows something. You're not going to convince me otherwise, as you would like to say. You're going to tell me that nobody doesn't know what's going on here. 108%. Look at that smooth curl over there.
It's a good
pretty good
bro.
look there.
All right, Adara, what do you make of the intersection kind of with okay, she's not here. Let's go on to the next story. Eli Lilly expanding their ZEB-bound access via a Walmart partnership. So Eli Lilly did have its own catalyst yesterday with Nvidia. They're going to use Nvidia's Blackwell for research and try to develop drugs. But this headline, a little bit different. It's more of a retail look. So they announced a nationwide partnership to offer direct-to-consumer pricing for their ZEB-bound single-dose vials, and they're doing it through their direct-to-consumer push. Eli Lilly's direct-to-consumer push is called Lilly Direct, a little on the nose. It starts mid-November, and what they're going to do is the ZEB-bound vials will be available for pickup at the Walmart pharmacies across the U.S., but you're not getting them from the Walmart pharmacy price. You're getting them from Lilly Direct. You're just picking them up at Walmart. Lilly Direct's self-pay model is what's attractive here because they offer 50% or greater discounts versus the typical drug list price. We know that if you go through Hims & Hers, for example, it's like $5.99 or $6.99 a month. This, they're saying, the Zepbound single-dose vials are going to be available in all approved strengths with prices starting at $350 a month. So substantially less than what you typically pay with Hims & Hers subscription. So this could be very attractive. Number one, obviously for the price. Number two, with the convenience of being able to go into your local Walmart and pick this up. And let's just be very straightforward about this. These drugs are very much in vogue now, not just for weight loss and for diabetics, but for other off-label uses, which is growing in popularity. Lilly's direct-to-consumer expansion reflects, of course, the company's push to capture self-pay customers and mitigate insurance delays. So by virtue of the direct-to-consumer push here, you're going to need a prescription, but they're not going through your insurance. So you're going to be a direct paying customer, and they see that as more margin friendly. Joey, what do you make of this tie-up between Lilly and Walmart?
I think it's good, right? Like, they're starting to expand. What happens when the oral comes out, like, obviously less storage costs. I think that's really important to note as well, too. Eli Lilly, if you go over to Novo Nordisk, it's been absolutely getting slacked, so performing significantly better than what we got going on there. I think Adara has this in her Jimmy Carter picks as well, too. So, I mean, not too bad of a look. These pills have taken, I think, the world by storm, Sharif. They're a game changer in a lot of people's eyes, and I think they'll continue to do so. As you said, multiple different effects than just absolute weight loss.
Yeah, well said,
Joey. Absolute weight loss, I guess.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this Lilly Direct push and collaboration with Walmart?
I think it makes sense to collaborate with Walmart here. I like this move. I'm really curious to see what Eli Lilly does tomorrow with earnings. The stock price is at a pretty interesting place. And I mean, this company has done really well. Like Joe just mentioned, Novo. Lilly, I said this a couple times. I'll say it again here. I think Lilly versus Novo, to just do a head comparison for a second. Eli Lilly is very well positioned because the company's CEO, David Ricks, has a very good relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump. We know that Trump already said that he really likes Lilly and that he's very excited to make a drug pricing deal with Lilly, similar to deals that were made there with AstraZeneca and with Pfizer. So interesting look here for LLY, I think, with that, just to kind of zoom out for a bit. But I mean, to get back into this story, the 50% or greater discounts there for Lilly Direct, that's pretty solid. Be curious to see here, I guess, how well this partnership with Walmart is received. But I think it's a good idea and a good start.
One last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, 50% decrease, what's that going to do for margins? I think that's something that we need to ask as well, too.
Well, absolutely. It's margin compressing, no question about it, because, well, think about it this way. You're cutting out the middleman.
Yeah.
So the middleman's margins are being removed.
Yeah,
so
that's fair. That's fair. Direct to...
I don't know what the margins on labeled pharmaceuticals are in the States, but in Canada, they're 15%. You can charge up to 15% at the pharmacy level for brand name drugs. You have an 8 to 10% cap on generics. I don't know what they are in the States, but that's the middleman. Now, one must assume that Hims probably taking a bigger margin than the local retail pharmacy. So if Hims is charging you $5.99 or $6.99, whatever it is, and then Lilly is charging you $3.50, you got to assume there's probably $100, $150, maybe a little bit more in margins for Hims.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
that's not
I mean, I have no idea about their business model. But yeah, typically it is margin compressed. By the way, it starts at $3.50. What it says was all different doses are going to be
there's tiers
available.
of it. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, as for margins, we can just ask Martin Shkreli on what the law is about that. Yeah.
I love it, bro. Bringing that up. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next story. Lucid unveiling their mind-off self-driving ambition. Underline that word, ambition. But it is quite ambitious, and let's talk about why. They announced plans to develop their mind-off self-driving technology, aiming to be the first automaker to offer true level 4 autonomy in a consumer vehicle. The system would allow occupants to watch TV or play games, talk on the cell phone, all while the car drives itself. Lucid intends to debut the feature on its upcoming mid-sized EV, later expanding to other models such as the Air and the Gravity. We don't even have their other EV, so this gives you an idea of how down the road this is. Interim CEO Mark Winterhoff said the launch will happen in the coming years, to use his words, but not before 2026. I wouldn't expect it that way anyway. Here's what the partnership with Nvidia is going to entail. Their autonomous driving system is going to be built on Nvidia's Drive AV platform, and it's going to integrate with a multi-sensor suite. We're talking cameras, we're talking radar, we're talking LiDAR for full environmental awareness. That puts it at a completely different take than Tesla's camera system only. The decision to leverage Nvidia's AI and sensor tech rather than build from scratch obviously reduces cost for Lucid, but eats into margins. Nvidia is going to provide the computing and the AI framework, while Lucid engineers are going to handle the software integration and the driving logic. Joey, what is your look on LCID on the day?
As for Lucid, I mean, the partnerships are obviously racking up there. Car business is tough, man. It's the narrative. Again, do you want to be invested in this long term? Is this deal going to change the narrative of what's going on with the company? I don't know. The vehicles are very nice and everything along those lines, but it's just so tough. It's so extremely competitive. You have all the bigger names, BYD, and you got Tesla as well, too. So for me, Lucid is going to be a no-go, Sharif.
All right. Adara, what do you make of Lucid taking a bit of a different take here than Tesla? They're using LiDAR, they're using radar, and they're quite ambitious, offering or wanting to be the first automaker to offer level 4.
I think Lucid getting into this space is a smart idea, you know, following in the footsteps of these type of companies, but doing it their own way. And I think this is certainly the time for robo-taxis. This is the time to kind of bring that up, to move in that direction. So we'll have to wait and see here what happens for the company going forward, but it is unfortunate to see what's happened with the stock. So this is around when Jensen Huang started talking about these robo-taxis here at the end of his presentation yesterday. Lucid gets that pop, then it comes right back down. Then pre-market, we also get a pop here with Uber, and then it comes right back down. So I think, at least from a stock perspective, unfortunately, does not seem like LCID is too excited about this story. I think longer term, though, it does seem to be very exciting. And yeah, it's interesting, too, they still have an interim CEO. So I wonder, once they put in someone to stay in the company on a more permanent basis, what are this person's goals going to be? Are they still going to be focused on the robo-taxi? Could be focused on more models? I kind of want to see what happens there. And I must, as always, give a mention to Timothy Chalamet, their spokesmodel. Maybe, I mean, as of right now, the stock has not had its Sydney Sweeney moment, a la Timothy Chalamet, but, you know, always have to bring that up for those who forget. Back to you.
Guys, WVE is taking out levels, man. 955 area high. Shout out to Bovin. We're involved in this one. We got 38s on, but it's having a whole bunch of trouble with the $0.50. I see, Casey, you're involved in it as well. Nice move up here for WVE. I just saw it print briefly there above the $0.50. Let's see if it's able to take that level decidedly. Keep your eye out on this one. I've got my stop through the break of the $0.25 area.
Go.
Let's talk about Boeing. Joey, they reported earnings this morning. Let's get into some of the earnings information. So they returned to positive cash flow despite some headwinds. Specifically here, we're talking about the 777X setback. So they turned cash flow positive for the first time in nearly 2 years, really driven by their deliveries of the jet lines. And you'll understand why deliveries here are super important. They have delivered, I should say, 440 airplanes year to date, up from the 291 they delivered this time last year, the strongest output they've had since 2018. And cash here is at a premium for Boeing because they get the majority of their money once the plane is delivered. So being cash flow positive is basically directly correlated to deliveries. You don't get the money ahead of time. They reported, Joey, $4.78 billion Q3 net loss. It's about a negative $7.14 per share. Negative, which is narrower than the amount of money they lost last year on the quarter, $5.76 billion. On an adjusted basis, loss were about 747. That misses expectations. But revenue did jump, believe it or not, 30% year over year, a little bit more than $23.25 billion, which tops the analyst estimate of just shy of 22. So an easy beat there. Good top line growth, really reflecting the improving production stability and the steady aircraft demand for major airlines. They did take about a $5 billion charge, $4.9 billion, on its long delayed 777X program, which is kind of what I alluded to at the beginning. It remains uncertified by regulators, and it is years and years behind schedule. Despite all that, CEO Kelly Ortbergs, he did warn that more work is needed, especially in the development and certification programs. So work to do there. However, the good news is they are now producing more jets per month. We reported this to you earlier. They're up from 38 aircrafts per month, which was the maximum allowable by the FAA. Now they're up to 42. They also, Joey, the FAA, that is, granted Boeing the permission to perform the final aircraft inspection, a thing that they had the right to do, and it got taken away from them because of what happened with the door plug and all that kind of stuff. And now they've got it again. And they're saying the MAX 7, the MAX 10, the 777X all remain behind schedule.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's good. That last stage, I think, is really important, Sharif, obviously, to surpass your deliveries. We know that they have a substantial backlog as well, too. Guys, I'm sure Tesla, sorry to just, I reloaded on that. No, but in all seriousness, we talked about this before, is that they need to get that straight. Essentially, at the end of the day, they run a monopoly on the commercial airspace. I think they should be performing a little bit better. Now that they get the nod to just complete that final stage, I think that's extremely important, and it's a big-time benefit for the company, and that they got the approval to produce more of these airplanes is really good too. So hopefully they can start to dwindle that backlog that they have got going on and get more and get more deliveries in the likes of China and everyone else who's put out those orders.
Well said, Joey. All right, Adair, what do you make of this backlog? I mean, there's a lot good. They can make more planes. They're getting cash. They're cash flow positive. But a lot of their main money makers still all behind schedule.
Well, in a way, Sharif and Joe, I was kind of just thinking about this, listening to you guys talk, and I think it's actually net positive for Boeing, even if Boeing's earnings were not net positive this quarter. And the reason I think this is because, you know, I'm going to use it the tortoise and the hare, right? Slow and steady wins the race. So why not just have Boeing, you know, make sure they take their time, make sure planes are not falling out of the sky or having door plugs fall off mid-flight. And I'm not trying to make light of the situation because it is scary, but I think why not, you know, make sure that things are going well with the company, things are going well with the planes before, you know, pushing out these planes. I think the backlog, once this starts getting fulfilled, should get really exciting for Boeing. So I think this might be a story of it'll take time to put everything in place, but once all of the pieces fall in, I think it should be a really good look for the company. That's at least my take anyway, and how it could potentially go. I do, once again, need to give CEO Kelly Ortberg his flowers. He's only been at the company just over a year, but he's done a really good job of righting the ship, or righting the plane, as it were, because Boeing does have a history of some very shady CEOs. And as I mentioned, as of right now, he is the only one to not resign in disgrace or, you know, be called the worst CEO in American history. So right now, I think if Kelly Ortberg continues to prioritize safety, Boeing should hopefully get some of its legacy back.
You can show the people.
I'd have to load my Instagram thing again. It's like the whole thing.
You don't want people to see
Guys,
that.
WVE, new high day, 960, pulling back into the mid-50s now, but the trend continues up into 57. Shout out to the OG Bovin for pointing this one up 26%. Let's go on to the next story. Bloom Energy is a freaking monster, man. Beautiful look here for Bloom. Let's talk about this, and then we'll talk about why it's rocketing up. Obviously, Q3 beat driven by AI growth. So they reported Q3 revenue, $519 million, a little bit more. That beat the expectations easily. The street was looking for $424 million. They printed 519, so almost $100 million beat right on that top line there. Adjusted EPS, 15 pennies. The street wanted 9, another clear beat there, so a beat on the top and bottom line. The company's product and service revenue, oh baby, rose 55.7% year over year, despite the total revenue falling, believe it or not, 57.1% year over year due to project timing differences. That's what the company is making the claim to. Let's talk about their AI power demand and their growth narrative. The company is benefiting from rising electricity demand driven by AI data centers and national energy priorities. We know that they become a substitute now for gas turbines, which are obviously polluting. Elon's using them in Memphis. People are complaining about them. Also, modular reactors, small modular reactors, the next wave of nuclear is going to take time to build out. So hydrogen, filling in the void in the interim. Joey, their financial position also pretty good. They ended up with about $600 million in total cash and cash equivalents, reinforcing their strong liquidity position for the scaling and the production. They need money, dude, to get this stuff out to market.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of things we'll go over. I'll just touch on BE quick.
Do it.
Last night was absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, you're seeing a boost in some of the earnings report from this AI build-out, which is, I think, is extremely important. If you're looking for those secondary sympathy plays, I think that's definitely a space that you want to be in. We'll pull up BE real quick. Take a look at it from the technicals. It's been on a big-time run. Don't worry, George Battles. We'll go over it, and we'll go over all those super chats, and we'll take a look at what we got going on here as well, too. Wow, this is insane. Like, I mean, from
Bro,
those April,
it's next level
yeah,
stuff,
this
bro.
is next.
This is next level stuff.
Yeah,
it's
like,
beautiful.
There's you're almost at your 10 bagger right there. Wow, yeah, you're in the yeah, bro.
You know, we don't celebrate.
We don't celebrate. We don't celebrate. Yeah. We celebrate that. No, seriousness. No, good look, man. That's a really great pickup, man. I would like to get involved in this as well, too. Kind of just broaden.
Shout out to your boy Money Mitch, man. He's look. I had Bloom Energy on my watch list since the pandemic.
Yeah,
it was like dollars. It was
from
single.
The Demi, eh?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I swear, I had it under my clean energy watch list. But your boy Mitch brought it to us as a swing. It was trading at like 30-something, 20-something at the time. So shout out to Money Mitch, man.
Swing alert. All right, Shreve, let's go over some of these super chats that we missed here.
Let's go.
Also, Assassino screen. Reload on Tesla short, man. What a beautiful signal at the volume weighted average price. Bang, bang, bang. Wham, bam right there. We're still long a little bit of IBIT. Why? I don't know. Just because we can risk a little bit of the realized on today's session. But that reload on Tesla looking really good. Full disclosure, I got all out here of my last little bit, and then I seen that inverted print right at VWAP, and I'm like, pop. All right, let's take that move. Okay, now, George Battles. Greetings from California, guys. What's up, my California friend? I hope you're not a Dodgers fan. Why? Okay, Joe, can you please help me with
What's your problem?
She's talking to Neil and Sean.
I thought she was talking to us.
Smack. You were ready to.
Yeah.
You were ready to.
She's calling us cheaters, Joey.
Yeah. You were ready to crash out.
Yeah, I know. We didn't know.
Shreve was ready to crash out real quick. All right. Help me with MSFT calls.
Yo, Esvin and Jesus and Cali Cat.
Yeah.
Y'all are going to get blocked if you keep cheering for the Dodgers. They're going to get blocked,
it's
Joey.
Like that, eh? Damn. All right. We're back to George Battles. Microsoft calls and puts. 560 call and 530 puts. Open interest. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we can take a look at that for you. No problem. That's easy work there. If you want a little bit of help on that. There goes Tesla. Bitcoin not doing too much, essentially at our break even right there, so not too bad. Let's pull up those contracts that you want us to take a look at. You didn't give me any expiration or anything along those lines, so we'll just do it how you do it on the Discovery Channel.
Bro, are you looking at options for BE?
No, for MSFT for our guy. Why? You want to see options for B?
It's fine.
Oh, okay. You want to go on the next story?
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I didn't know you were doing super chats. My bad.
No, yeah, I'm doing super chats right now. Okay. So November. Let's go a little bit out here just to see what we got. Going 560 calls on Microsoft. Those are going to be around $10 to $1,000 right there. So not too bad. We won't complain. $1,000, $10 there. $1,010. What's the delta? Gamma's really relatively light, so no gamma exposure. That's good. And then look at your at the money IV. So no implied volatility really being priced into that.
Just gloss over the gamma exposure thing. Like gamma rays.
Gamma rays.
The Hulk.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Hulk, man. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I just don't really get what you're. It's all right. We're moving on here. So there's no real open interest. I get it, man. We tried. I mean, hey, man. Yeah.
Not the pie thing again.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
All right, Joey.
All right, yeah, 530. There's nothing really going on there. How much are you going to pay for those? Around $12.80. A little bit more expensive. $12.75, I guess you can say now. That's it, man.
Okay, let's go to Adara for her take on Bloom Energy. Adara, this thing is a rocket ship. What are you making of all this? Are the good times over? I mean, it's getting kind of extended.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the stock, we're kind of going to have to wait and see. I certainly don't necessarily think the good times are over, though, for the sector. You guys said a lot here about BE's report. I don't want to chime in too much on that, but I do want to remind people that there are other avenues to play this type of story as well. CEG had a great day, Constellation Energy Group on my chart right here, giving back some of that move now, but beautiful push to the upside, as you can see right off the open. And again, similar type of play to Bloom Energy. They're a utilities and energy type of play that's really getting heavily involved in AI and data centers. So CEG is another one, VST is one as well. So I think the one thing is if we get sentiment shifting on AI specifically, I know we've heard some talk here about people worrying about the, I guess, hazards and the environmental concerns of data centers. If that type of chatter increases, that could maybe be a short-term concern for these type of names. But I think long-term, it's very, very clear the companies are still spending money on AI. And I think the earnings we'll get tonight should give us a sense of how much they're willing to spend. I think that's a really nice kind of indirect secondary catalyst for these types of plays as well.
Story over here, what are we doing? Uber expanding their robo-taxi ambitions with Lucid and a Neuro partnership. So this is, it's a good story for Lucid as well, but to me, it's more important for Uber because it gets their foot in the door with respect to autonomous. So let's talk about this one. They announced plans to launch their robo-taxi service in San Francisco by next year, by 2026. The testing apparently is already underway, and they've got 100 of these things already set to operate across the Bay Area in the coming months. That's all we know, in the coming months. The rollout will use the new Lucid Gravity SUV, and it's going to be equipped with the Neuro self-driving system, which blends, of course, EV performance with AV capability, autonomous vehicles. So here's the deal, Joey. Uber dropped $300 million into Lucid earlier this year, kind of to solidify the partnership and accelerate the EV integration with autonomous vehicles. The collaboration, though, is going to combine Lucid's electric platform with Neuro's AI driving autonomy stack and Uber's, of course, their mobility network, right? The app and people using or ride-hailing network. The companies first announced their partnership back in July, but San Francisco was not confirmed as the test city at the time. Now we get the confirmation. So we already know that Tesla is in San Fran, well, in the Bay Area. We already know that Waymo is out there. So this is not new. What's really interesting to me, though, is it works off Uber's already existing, what's it called, the network of users. Yeah. Well, we know that Waymo has their own, but it's not nearly as big as Uber. So what I'm assuming is it's going to be included in the app, and you're going to have the option like you do with Uber X and Uber XL and Uber Green and whatever else to be able to.
I think it's good, right? You want to see them get involved with this. Yeah. You know what? It's funny to think, Sharif. It's like, hey, could we see what happened with the, I guess, the Toronto, even taxis in general? Yeah. Could that happen to Uber if they weren't to get involved with autonomy? Because, like, you have to think about it. They essentially don't own any vehicles. Absolutely. Right? They don't own any vehicles at the end of the day. They employ the drivers who own the vehicles. So what if they're like, hey, what if some of these drivers are like, hey, you know what? Everything's autonomous. We don't need you anymore. Well, so I think it's a good play. I think it's a good play.
And that's why it's so creative. Yeah. Because, like, I hate to say it this way, but think about how much the drivers are costing Uber in terms of costs, right? They're paying, I don't know what they're getting paid per hour, okay, or per ride, or whatever metric they're using.
Well, it's margin compressed.
Exactly. So you remove that, but Randy brought up a good point. He's like, really, they're using the Lucid Gravity of $100,000, $120,000 SUV? I'm like, yeah, of course, that's very expensive. That's probably not helping margins, but when you remove the human capital side of things, that definitely does bring things back into equilibrium. And there's no hard and fast rule to say that they're going to use gravities forever and ever more. Exactly. I mean, this is the test phase, so to speak, and it could be.
And the thing is, I was listening to your All In podcast with the Uber CEO. That's when I heard about the LiDAR situation compared to the obviously easier on the software. Right. But he was thinking, hey, they would love to partner up with Tesla with a 20,000 vehicle fleet so that they can put those vehicles on the app and then run the autonomy.
Well, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility because this doesn't say it's an exclusive agreement where Uber's prohibited from getting into a relationship with anybody else. So it should be really interesting to see kind of how this all plays out. This is an interesting take, Adara. I mean, what's your look on this? Something we already knew about from the summer. They announced it in July, but we didn't really know any of the details.
Yeah, I think as well here, we do have to take a moment to shout out Dara K, as we had Jensen Huang call him yesterday. That is, of course, the CEO of Uber. Dara. I think this is an interesting look, but I do want to mention, too, Sharif, you were just talking there about the human capital side from Uber's perspective, but I just realized this is actually a really interesting look from a consumer perspective. And I want to talk a little bit, this is going to kind of sound random, but I promise it connects back. there's a lot of outrage lately over tipping culture, like the idea of tipping for everything. And we know that's the same when it comes to Ubers, any type of delivery app, service, whatever, right? So to be clear, I don't think a lot of people tip on Ubers. This would be more if they expand, I guess, into Uber Eats, etc. But I think with the robot, people feeling like they don't have to tip, I actually think that you'd probably get more usage of these types of delivery services, which if DoorDash goes more into the autonomous route as well, that could be a boon for them too. Again, this is kind of me spitballing and looking into the future a bit, but I think with regards to the human capital side from Uber, I also think it's a nice look from the consumer perspective as well. Once we get these autonomous vehicles to be a lot better, I actually think you could see pretty mass adoption fairly quickly.
Go ahead,
let me cover this here, guys. There goes Bitcoin, screen assassino. Another one off the... Man, oh man, another one off of those lows.
Another one.
Yeah, so it's been a pretty good, I can't complain the past couple of days. From an accuracy standpoint, it's been absolutely phenomenal. Danker says you tagged me on Twitter with Waymo issues and everything along those lines. Is there really no, I'm dangerous. I'm referring to Bitcoin as that. So obviously when I get in all of my feelings, that's when I kind of degrade things, but I shouldn't at the end of the day. It's bad mentality, but we love it here. IBIT, a nice little pop to the top side tree.
Yeah, man. So same thing here with WVE as well. Continuing to go, guys. 27% in the clear, 975 high. I've put my next profit taker at 82. Let's see where this one wants to run, man. It didn't even pull back into the 10 quite yet. So I'm holding WVE, looking for that move, possibly into 10. I mean, we're not that far away from $10, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. Let's go on to the next story, though. Which one are we going to do here? Yeah, let's do Joby Aviation. Interesting one, since I'm involved in this one. So it surged up 7.5% in the pre after announcing a partnership with Nvidia to integrate its AI flight system. So what are we talking about here? So Joby was named the exclusive aviation launch partner for the IGX Thor platform, which is designed by Nvidia for next-gen physical AI applications. The collaboration is going to aim to advance Joby's Super Pilot autonomous flight system, which will be applied across both the military and civilian use cases. As I've kind of spoken about before, what I'd like to see from these eVTOL sort of neo aviation companies is military application first, because you don't really need to make money in the military. You're buying things for use. So I'd like to see that kind of be the first proof of concept and then, work your way into the commercial space. It looks like they're trying to do both. So they expect NVIDIA's technology to enhance operational safety, perception, predictive monitoring, and digital twin model. So here's the deal, Joey. Joby's flight research lead said the autonomous systems are engineered to augment human intelligence, improving speed, precision, and all that sort of stuff. They continue to lead the electrical vertical takeoff and landing eVTOL sector with ambitious plans to make air taxis as ubiquitous as ride-hailing. I don't know about that. They recently raised about $514 million to support the FAA certification, which, remember when they raised and then it sold off. So that's going to be interesting. Obviously, certification is very important. You can't fly these things without being certified, so you got to spend what you got to spend. But what do you make of it, man? I feel like the technicals are still a little iffy here.
I wanted to ask you this because it's funny. I was driving by. I very rarely go on the airport. On the 401. And I'm driving in, and you see the line of airplanes coming in to Pearson.
Yeah.
So what happens when you have these taxis and everything? Obviously, not going to be flying at the same altitude.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're going to have doorknobs. If this is accessible to the public who are going to be flying in those, so there's obviously going to be policed. The airspace has to be policed.
Yeah, I anticipate there will be something like the current air traffic control, right? Where you're prohibited from flying over a certain level, or you got to maintain a certain altitude. Yeah, but with all that, you keep in mind, though, that the next level, we're talking about AI, we're talking about autonomous systems. So one must assume, even though it wasn't specifically articulated here, one must assume that the AI systems is going to take into consideration its surroundings. Yeah,
that's right.
Right? It's going to really know this plane is over here, this plane is over there. That's the only assumption I can make. Otherwise, what's the AI version of it, other than just taking off and landing? unobstructed.
Yeah, I agree. No, but as for it, I think it goes to that next step. As the world becomes more populated and the streets and the major metropolitans become more dense, well, where can you go? We have nowhere. It's either you go below, you go lower, or you go higher.
Yeah, well,
I think one's easier than the other, in my
For
opinion.
sure, and we know that Dubai is doing that test program now. I think they're going to launch early next year, where you're going to be able to go from the airport in Dubai to downtown. Apparently, it's 10 minutes with an eVTOL in traffic. I personally haven't done this. In traffic, it's about an hour and a half. So if it's proof of concept there, hopefully we'll see it elsewhere. Go ahead, Joey.
Do I have anything?
Oh, are we going to the big boys now? Okay, we're rollover. All right, guys, it is time for this show to end. We're going to send you 15 minutes early to the big boys. We're talking about the FOMC rate decision coming out at 2. Then Fetcher Powell will come onto the mic at 2:30. The big boys are going to have all the coverage for you guys. So hope you had a great day with us today. But it's time now to go over and see what the FOMC has.
Good day, man, guys. Let's go Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's funny, we always cheer Bitcoin, but Bitcoin's like one of the only things that's down, so we do want to cheer for it to go back up right now. Bitcoin down to 11.6. What's wrong with that thing, man?
It's not Google today.
Let's go. It's not Google, it's not Apple, it's not Nvidia, it's not Palantir, it's not the NASDAQ, it's not the S&P 500, but we do have rates.
Yes, going
They're
down.
be cut.
Get down.
They're going down. They're getting lower. Canada started the day with lowering interest rates as well. So Canada went a quarter point today, down to 2.25.
If our bank was all about the labor market, we would be doing like half point at a time, because our unemployment rate is to the moon, baby. That's how we do it in Canada. We can win the World Series, but 7% unemployment is pretty bad for us. But the labor market's going to be of concern today.
I mean, we let in millions of people or something without any jobs.
But that doesn't hurt things, Sean.
I don't know if it does or not. I'm not in charge of that. I'm not in charge of that.
Okay, I was being sarcastic. I mean, when you type something sarcastic in a chat, it's not obvious, but when you say it, it should be, Sharif.
Right,
I was being sarcastic. No, so look, it's going to be a quarter point cut. It's 99.99 repeating, or actually it's not, because they don't actually bother doing that on the site. So that's not what I'm concerned about. I mean, I can show you, it's 97.8, or it was 99.
What happened?
It's 97.8. This was 99.
It was 99.9999.
Yeah, it was 99.99. So now there is a 2.2% chance that they don't. Whatever. They're going to. But December is all the way up at 85%. This is what we'll watch when Powell is speaking, because I think we're concerned. Concern's not the right word. We want to hear what he has to say about the labor market. If that is still a concern to them, despite not getting data, then I think you could see a shift here. Maybe we wanted to reaffirm that this is actually true, because if the market is expecting further cuts, almost a done deal, they're thinking in December, well, you need to hear the language from Powell that is going to affirm that. If that's not the case, I think we could have some downside. That won't be till 2:30. You can have the prepared statement, but at 2:30, that's when the juice comes in. But I think we know what's relatively. Oh, that's right, that wick on Google. I think we know what's relatively strong. It's been Alphabet all day today, so I have eyeballs, particularly on that one. We'll see. I like the rubber band action. We always talk about this. Like, what do you like right away? Usually, like some mean reversion, just like maybe buying some dips or shorting some rips, key support and resistance levels going into the actual 2:30 moment. But for the start, probably quiet, because we know exactly what we're getting here.
Yeah, it should be. I want to quickly check on gold a little bit here, just to see what that's been doing. So they're heading to the downside right now. Gold did make a move earlier on in the day, upside there, and now it's starting to fade a little bit. Not much going on over here. I mean, interest rate sectors that should benefit from lower rates. I mean, I think tech should benefit from lower rates. Obviously, IWM and things like that. Some of these small cap names should be able to run, because they still need capital, right, to operate. A lot of these names won't even be making any money. So if we can get an IWM going again here today, and it's up more than the NASDAQ and the ES combined is the Russell 2000, and it's trying to break out right here as well. So I think this gives you clear sail for that breakout of the IWM up through 255 and higher. I mean, I think this is probably already all-time highs. It was really lagging while the NASDAQ was going before, and then there it is. Yeah, take it out at 245. So that looks like that's going to continue to go higher. I'm a little bit puzzled. We talked about why Bitcoin might be on the downside there as well. But no, today, we haven't gotten much data from the U.S. government. So the fact that the interest rate is going to lower by another quarter point and then again in December leaves a little bit of room for wiggling, because if and when, I mean, I don't want to say if, the government, I would think, gets back working at some point, and then we will get those numbers and we'll be able to figure out exactly what they look like, you know, from the unemployment side of things. You just made that sort of joke about Canada there. So as we go, we're going to try to be more comfortable with what these numbers are looking at. And right now we do have that quarter point. So we are working on that today. And, you know, Amazon upside, I'm a little short on the market right here on the TQs, just holding it against that. It's that same trade that we had right when we left you guys. So it does go all the way down. Like we made about $1 there. That was just a posted bid. And then I came back from the workout, whatever, and started just getting out more. And if we break through VWAP, then we will exit out of that particular position. But yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind all these trades here today. Pretty easy going. We're at highs. I think a good strategy. Palantir right now is mooning again to 198. Again, we weren't down here to do anything with that sort of a move, but that was right back into the 200 period moving. So there was a good opportunity to dip by on Palantir as well today. All right, look, we're all super excited. Let's go over to Adair. She's got some early news for us.
Yeah, I will go over the FOMC, what to expect, a little bit closer to that number. But again, as Sean and Neil mentioned, keep an eye on the IWM, keep an eye as well on the US dollar, which we know had a pretty significant move on the last FOMC meeting. And I also think it's worth noting here, just in general, be aware here of the CME FedWatch tool as well to see what we're going to be expecting for the next meeting. Right now, we're seeing about an 85% chance of a further rate cut in December, should the rates in fact be cut at this meeting, which again, we are expecting. Let's talk here though about KVUE, because this name is jumping with significant volume compared to the previous volume today. We have commentary coming from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is the Secretary of the Health and Human Services Department. He's talking about Tylenol, saying that there's not enough evidence to show that Tylenol definitively causes autism, but some studies seem very suggestive, quote unquote. So why this is significant is because we know Kenvue's stock and the company's reputation took quite a hit when we had the HHS come out and say, alongside President Donald Trump, that there were studies to suggest that the use of Tylenol when women were pregnant could lead to autism. Now, it seems like HHS Secretary Kennedy is saying that there is not enough evidence to make that definitive case, but that the studies are suggestive. The stock seeming to like this news, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, that stock has been under a lot of pressure. Bouncing now off of fresh lows at $14. Go for it, Kenvue. Why not? If it can get going. Probably not going to be a trade. You know, when we look at futures, or like, I like to pick individually strong names relative to the futures, and then maybe like some weak names just to prefer a direction one way or another. I think Google definitely fits the bill if we look for some long bounce plays if we head to the downside. But as far as a fade play, I'm kind of looking at IBIT. I know IBIT had that great bottom that it just turned off of here, but getting into the volume weighted average price and showing some resistance up here also at 64 on IBIT, those will be a couple of levels. And because someone had a good point in the chat saying, well, last time we popped, even though we got what was expected. True. But then there was that reversion trade. Like it wasn't a top at 2 o'clock on the spike that you couldn't just find shorts on, because we didn't stair step up or anything for a half an hour. It was more like we got a pop and you could certainly short it, and then you could go long for support and go back and forth until 2:30 when we pick a little bit of a direction. So I want to have some ideas that I can fade if we go up in addition to ones that were down. I'm actually in SMCI. I don't know if this is going to be the one. Kind of had it at VWAP and didn't give it enough of a chance, and then shorted when it broke back underneath the low of the day after a test. So I have a stop on this, but I don't know if this is the one I want to add because it's sitting in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to look at IBIT because it's moving a little bit more, and well, it's moving a bit more. There is no B.
There's no end to that.
I'm like, no, I don't have a second reason for it. It's because it's moving more.
Look, I mean, this is not like This, first of all, I just tweeted it out, and you guys can tell me, but I don't know, like, and that was just, is Palantir, I just asking the question pretty simply here. We had Palantir long at the beginning of the day, right? We still have a little piece, and there it is breaking the highs. Do we take 200 out here today on Palantir? I mean, A, yes, B, no there, if you can get that over there on Twitter, but I think maybe yes. But no, I was gonna say, you know, the economy is not the economy, the stock market's at all-time highs heading into this cut that's happening in 5 minutes. So it'll be interesting to hear some of the questions that Powell takes here at the podium and how he answers them about like what data points are they looking at to possibly slow the rate cut cycle down. We already know that, as Adair just mentioned, there 85% chance that we get the other cut there in late December. So it looks like we'll now. We'll go through all of November, and like I said, hopefully, fingers crossed, the government's back operating at that point, and then we'll be able to see.
That's the other point.
Yeah, and that'll be the other point about we'll be able to see the more data, and then where do we go from there, basically, on all of that, right? So I'm interested to see, you know, just about what this market gives us here at 2 o'clock and then into 2:30. You know, ADP is going to be a big number as well. You know, these little small cuts. You know, stocks like Open Door or anything like that, like this is not going to be a play for housing or anything like that. It's just a quarter point. I mean, I don't know if that moves the needle as far as mortgages or housing demand. It's not impossible. I mean, I think last time we had the idea for Open Door, and I don't think it did anything that day on September 7th.
My thing was if we got, look at that, because Control Alt Escape said if Powell gives us 50 points, there'd be no more black and tilapia for lunch. Well, that's true. But if we got
that's not true at all, actually. There will still be, there'll be a lot of tilapia.
They probably have so much left.
Right. Cater don't care about it.
But I think that's a long, if we got it somehow, which we're not going to, a surprise. If we got a surprise 50 basis points, then I think you'd have something like an Open Door. But that didn't happen last time, and so I don't even, didn't really do anything. I would think the same thing here.
If Powell starts talking about like, hey, we need to be patient, all that, then I think we get a little tipsy-turvy on the market. I think we start to go to the downside because we don't want to hear the words patient or let's see or anything like that, because you want to make sure that the rate cut cycle is still intact and that they are going to do it, because if all of a sudden they don't cut rates in December, I think this market being at all-time highs and where the valuations are probably start to come back down to the downside. So that's like, we're looking for words like that from Powell. I want certainty from him, and I don't think we're going to get exact certainty because of the government shutdown. So it's going to be interesting where those odds go in December, because you definitely want to continue the rate cut cycle. And if he's talking about like, wow, we're going to wait to see what we're going to do on December, we have some different members that are coming on board. We do know all the government appointees are appointed by Trump for the Fed. Not all the government, the Fed members are appointed by Trump.
January is 42%.
Or another one.
Like you've got to consider, like the market is at 85% for December, locked for today, 85 for December, and 42% again for January already. So it absolutely is going to matter what he says. So we'll see what happens. I mean, ultimately, like the market's been trend down, so I don't mind being in something that's been trending or like fading a bit of a pop early, but it does matter a lot. What he's going to say. And then and also the other thing we talked about this morning, which I guess we didn't mention now, is, the quantitative tightening. We could expect to see some comments on that. And I know there was someone that was asking me about JD in the chat. I responded to you in the chat. That's a long consolidation. This stock is more of a China, get a deal with China breakout play. I prefer Alibaba myself, but you get a deal firmed, and this stock has been consolidating essentially for like half a year. I think then it could break out. Until then, it's kind of a boring stock, and certainly not something I'll be looking at this afternoon. So right now, IBIT, Alphabet, SMCI, those are the three things I'll have my eyeballs on in about 2 minutes when we get a quarter point cut. And
all but certain.
See on the side there, you can actually see real time. When we were talking about Bitcoin, right? Like I don't have.
Down. So I didn't even know it was down 3%.
Obviously, 24-hour market,
Not
but
great.
in the time of the open market, it's compared to everything else has been relatively weak. So we'll see how that does perform. I tend to want to short things that are weak.
I thought we already got
buying things that are strong.
Yeah, ServiceNow is tonight, Adara? Must be. Yeah. Okay, I thought ServiceNow reported a couple of days ago, but I guess it did not. It just hadn't moved down there yesterday. Okay, off of 950. Okay, that's ServiceNow. I was just going through some of the reports that are tonight. We got Meta tonight as well. So there's lots of big earnings, but now we are a minute and a half away to the Fed. So, you know, we're going to go live. Adair's going to have it. We may have it up on the screen or not, but it's going to be this year's place to watch all the market movements in just a couple seconds. It will be open, and we are good to go. What's up, Adair?
Definitely stick with us as well for 2:30 p.m. when Fed Chair Jerome Powell takes the podium. I'll be covering that live for you guys in exactly 58 seconds. We're going to be getting that U.S. Fed interest rate decision. 4% here is the forecast to be down there from the previous of 4.25%. So we are expecting to get another rate cut following last month's cut. Now, again, keep an eye here for dissenting votes. We had commentary from an analyst from JP Morgan right before the decision saying that they're not expecting any dissenting votes that are hawkish, but we could have some votes, of course, that are a bit more dovish. So again here, in just 30 seconds, we're going to get this number. How this is going to work, in case you're new here with Trader TV Live Fed Time, we're going to cover the number. I'll take a look at what the market's doing, and we'll send you right back to Sean and Neil for the market-moving madness of this Fed decision. However, I will be keeping an eye on the Fed rate statement, what words and phrases were changed, and any other commentary here with regards to the Fed, including the move of the dollar and the CME Fed Watch tool. So that's basically how this is going to go. And in 5 seconds, we are going to get that number 2 and 1. FOMC here with the interest rate decision coming out. I'm just waiting for this to populate, 4% as expected. So we did get a 25 basis point cut as expected. Market trying to move a little bit higher, oscillating here on that print. Guys, let's talk about that number, a 25 basis point cut.
All right, vote 10-2. So 2 dissent looks like right there. So we just get out. Yeah, our futures went up. We emptied out that. We want to be flat heading into. So, yeah, we're just going to wait, like we said, to hear if there's anything in the writing about what's going on right now. But it does look like the Fed, the Fed cut by 1/4 of that 1%. So, as expected, it's pretty much a ho-hum moment right now. If anything, that might have been a short there in the market because it's pulling reality right now. But yeah, nice move. NASDAQ up 0.4. So let's remember that. NASDAQ 0.4, ES now 0.2. You know, that could be something that we put in the chat for a vote. You know, does the NASDAQ or does the ES close green or red today? Because right now you're hovering around both of those spots. All right, Adair, did you find anything?
I have a little bit more here. So apparently we had actually really interesting dissenting vote. As Sean mentioned, it was 10-2, but not really exactly how that seems. We actually had Fed Schmidt dissenting. He was saying he didn't want any rate cuts. Meanwhile, we had also at Fed's Myron dissenting in favor of a 50 basis point cut. So this is rare. We had 2 dissenting votes, 1 hawkish, 1 actually dovish. And I also want to mention as well, Fed saying that they're going to stop shrinking their balance sheet as of December 1st. So again, very interesting dissenting votes here for the FOMC. They're going to stop shrinking their balance sheet as of December 1st. Anything else here, I will let you know.
Thank you. So they are going to stop run off the balance sheet. Though.
Oh, they are going to stop it. Okay, so what does that do for the market? I mean, yeah, the market is just chilling out right now. The dollar's gone. It was up there. We can see if there's any sort of a movement in the DXY.
I mean, they're not increasing the balance sheet at least, right? Because it's one thing to stop the drip. If you increase the balance sheet when the market's at all-time highs, like, yeah, let's just pump up the bubble already. By the way, when the market broke out just now, I shouldn't say broke out. When the market broke, the volume-weighted average price, the NASDAQ here, I was watching IBIT, didn't even break resistance. But when the market pulled back, you saw it go down. So it's been showing an unwillingness to break back out. If I see that happen again as we break higher, then my first thought will be like just to take a quick little short trade if we get back underneath VWAP there on the NASDAQ in particular. So IBIT is still holding as for some relative weakness. Nothing too crazy. 1 descent in either direction I don't think moves the needle in terms of expectations. Obviously, we have Powell in 25 minutes, but let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, I really want to mention here this Fed rate statement. I'm reading through the statement. Basically, what happens here is you have the statement, and a lot of times we'll just have certain sites show what has been added or removed since the last statement. In this case, the last on September 17th, 2025. So what's interesting here is they mentioned that we actually have an expansion here of economic activity at a moderate pace. What I really want to mention here, too, is they specify that inflation has moved up since earlier in the year, and it remains somewhat elevated. Previously, it just said inflation has moved up and it's somewhat elevated. Now it seems like the Fed is trying to say that inflation has actually increased from how it was increasing prior this year. So potentially an acceleration there of inflation being indicated or implied here by this Fed statement, which is pretty interesting. They also said as well that downside risk to employment have risen in recent months. So once again, here it looks like they are still really concerned about inflation, but they're more concerned about the employment issues here. Back to you.
All right. So kind of good talk there. I was looking to see a trade on the futures right now because, you know, trading individual stock is fine. It's just I don't think the Fed's not reacting, like stocks aren't reacting individually to it, which is why I actually wanted to, hey, where did I had a chart of the dollar up. Where did I put it? Here it is right here. The DXY, kind of the same reaction as the market right now. Shoots up there, then comes back basically right to where we were, and now it's starting to head up. Dollar just kind of shrugs this one off again. And, you know, this is the thing. Like, we love to do this kind of stuff, you know, cover, obviously, Fed rate days. But today's day was 99% chance of what happened, and that was the cut. So the market's already priced all of this in. So the dollar just staying in its proper range, and I think that that's probably what we thought was going to happen anyways. You know, big producing stocks like Caterpillar. See, I type in CAT, it doesn't even come up as an option. I'm going to assume it's on the New York Stock Exchange. You know, again, look, it's not even moving with a dollar spread right now. Apple, maybe as the market goes up and down, I could see some play there, but yeah, see, here's Apple not doing much. So
Tesla's moving a little bit.
Tesla's moving. Let me just check. Let's just check XLF. Let's check some of the banks to see if they're doing anything, as banks tend to make money on both sides of this curve anyways, and they're going downside. So the bank's not really liking this day today, and again, and as an expected day. All right, I'm going to go short on the TQs if it breaks. So there it goes. The TQ does break. We get short there at 70. I don't know. I'm not trying to trade this with a lot of shares. Just trying to see if we break the day's low, where is there to go? Well, lower. And if not, then we can get out if this does a little dance back up into maybe, I don't know, let's try the 50 period or the 200 period. Again, it's not going to be a big, huge trade here. Let's just see what happens. If the Fed wants to continue this march, or the market wants to continue this march lower, then we'll be here for it. Now it's kind of a nothing burger. We're going to have to hold. Oh, there it goes all the way back up. So we tried to punch the low of the day. Well, we got it, but bouncing right off of that. If anything, it was just support at the end of the day. So like just another normal day here where once again, the market finds support and bounces off. So, okay, we tried, and I'm not out of it yet. We're going to wait to see if it does hit this 50 period moving average, but that's it for now.
And at the intersection of science and crypto innovation, Silo Pharma, NASDAQ SILO, was rewriting the playbook. Their lead drug, SPCE, is advancing toward FDA submission, a potential first-in-class intranasal treatment for PTSD and anxiety, and data already showing strong safety results. At the same time, Silo is expanding its digital assets model, investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, while securing cutting-edge tech designed to strengthen and future-proof its crypto strategy. From lab to ledger, Silo Pharma is where breakthrough science meets blockchain innovation. Learn more at silopharma.com. Shout out to them. I appreciate them. And speaking of Bitcoin, before we go back to Adara, I'm trying to get the pop here because the first move was down. So I'm going to short pops in IBIT in particular. So
yeah, okay.
I like crypto, but today it's relatively weak, so I'm going to try to short some pops. And then going back to, whoops. There we go. I had a stop from lower, so it just got in and out flat. But I'm going to jump right into this, short it back into this VWAP, or I guess the 63.5. But the other thing before we go to Adara is check out gold. Probably worth a watch. It tried to break out as well, and for whatever reason, doesn't seem to want to fly. So it's not going the other direction relative to the market. Right now, it's just following the NASDAQ. I'm not sure how long that ends up holding. This could be a potential breakout. Let's go back to Adara.
Sean was just talking here about the volatility in the NASDAQ. You can really see that in the IWM as well, which, as mentioned there by Sean and Neil earlier, this does tend to be a little bit more sensitive to rates. We had a brief break here into high of day, then coming all the way back down here to that 249.60 area. So lots of volatility here for that Russell 2000 as it reacts to this decision. Now, here is the look here. Kind of hard to read. I apologize. I guess the red here crossed out indicates what was in the past. Underline indicates what was added here for this statement. Again, it is worth noting here that talking about here job gains and a slight increase there for that unemployment rate. It is super interesting here as well that we did have those two dissenting votes. I will post this statement as well on X at TTP Research so you guys can read it a little bit better there. But I also want to talk about the U.S. dollar, which we mentioned does tend to have pretty volatile moves sometimes on these Fed rate decisions. Certainly the case here. We get a little bit of a push to the upside here. This is a 3-minute chart for the DXY. So look here at some of these different assets and equities that are moving as we react to this rate decision and the statement. Back to you.
All right, let's
just reminded me to have the DXY up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just talked about the dollar 2 seconds ago. Yeah, watch out for the U.S. dollar there if you're all about that, and which I think today will play, right? I mean, do you have any comments on the dollar?
It wasn't moving that much, but I just wanted my trading view chart to have that up. Because sometimes I'll look at the VIX. I think today maybe look at the dollar because we're looking at some gold and some IBIT, so that it could be a little bit more pertinent. I was, like I said, I was in and out flat. Still had a stop order in IBIT, so that triggered me the second I punched in. But I jumped back in to it just underneath that 30 level. Like I said, want to give it to that quarter, so we'll see if we can get to the low of the day here. I mean, the market's still dancing. There hasn't actually been a definitive.
No. I punched the bottom and that was it.
Yeah, like there's a wick to the top, there's a wick to the bottom. We were downward trending before, so why wouldn't we still be downward trending now? Again, nothing too crazy overall, so that leads me to not get away from what you would have thought before. I might try to. Oh, I might not get a chance. See, I jumped out of SMCI short because I'm like, it's not really doing anything. I should have just held on to it. If this pops up, I might jump right back into that trade because I said if it's downward trending, I'm going to like that for weakness more than strength. And some of the bigger names here, like Alphabet, I know we pull back a little bit, but Alphabet not even moving off the highs, just chilling out, up 2% because it's Google's war, and we're all just living in it at the moment.
Right, the sooner you realize that, the better, because Gemini is going to be hot, and wait till you see the check that they're going to write to Apple for the install base there on Gemini. So I think that's going to be a huge windfall for Apple and for Google as well. I think it'd be for both of them right now. So yeah, like tonight, just based on what we're seeing right now in the market, tonight we have ServiceNow. We have Teladoc, eBay, Starbucks, Carvana, Google, Microsoft, and Meta. So like all those big ones there, Microsoft, Meta, Google, looking at what they're doing now, unfortunately nothing right now for Meta, almost as if there was no interest rate announcement or anything like that. Microsoft is same days I'm betting now, not doing too much. I think right now, see, again, like, welcome to rate cut again. When we get a definitive action, one way or the other is one thing, but today it's just the same path, and we now have to wait to see what those questions and answer period, what happens, and that's at 2:30 live here at Trader TV Live. We'll discuss those discussion points, and then if we hear something that attracts us to that, then we'll talk about it. Adara also will be coming through with more of that news as well.
And we got big earnings too that the market has to digest tonight as well. So that's going to be weighing on things for sure. Like we get the first swath of big tech earnings tonight, which my guess at this point is a much bigger deal than the cut we were expecting. Because this is, I don't know about, fair to say that this is the least amount we've moved in the first 10 minutes in a while on a Fed day?
Probably. I mean, it's not, I think it's right where it was.
Yeah.
I mean, we started this day, this market, I says, like, let's make a point here. The ES was up 0.16, and the NASDAQ was 0.41 when we started. So I think you're 100% right there. There is literally no movement at all in this market. I'm still waiting for Palantir to break 200. I do have a buy through that, just nailed that yesterday. I mean, amazing that Palantir breaks 200 today possibly, and it was just yesterday that our good friend Nvidia also broke 200, and then today topped out at 212. And again, this name having a hard time going anywhere. NASDAQ right now flat on this move, but we do have, is that a call to Adara? We can go there. Cancel. Okay, no call there. But yeah, so I'm just short here the NASDAQ. I'm going to get another piece out here at 10. Oh, here it comes in. So actually, I'm waiting at 6s. But just, again, relatively flat on all of this. We tried to punch the bottom. Now we have a little bit of this short again as it went back up and we re-shorted right there. So now it's coming in just a bit here. I don't know. It's already out. We're out. We talked about gold coming through again as well. Nothing on gold, it looks like. The IWM, I talked about that just before we threw to this number. And again, nice move on the rate cut. And it was like, wait a second, we already knew that. Comes right back into VWAP, and we kind of are where we were at the beginning again. So not many individual stories here on rate cut day.
The 10-year crept up a little bit, but that's...
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm, yeah.
Not
So
much.
maybe a good look there on bonds or T-bills.
I was just checking to see if there was something moving a little bit more, and someone mentioned in the chat.
Look at the dollar.
Look at the 10-year, and again, like the 10-year not doing a heck of a lot on the 3-minute. Yields just over that 4 mark. So yeah, as I said, if something starts going crazy, then we'll be all over it. But until Powell talks, maybe we don't get it. So take a little bit out of the eye, but I don't think we're going to flush. Play inside the range because I don't think we're going to flush. So I'm going to get some out. I'm going to sit back on the offer until something changes. It was a huge mistake to get out of SMCI, obviously, but I kind of thought the market was going to move a little bit. So let's shift to something else. Like that's actually tanking now or breaking the low of the day. Yeah, that was a foolish out. That thing, SMCI is not it.
Well, you had your stop. Your stop was just 2.
Yeah, but I moved my stop. My stop was here, but I moved it down because like it's Fed.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Like on Fed, I'll usually tighten stop because what happens is if it breaks first level and then breaks second level, like all the stops are hitting when it breaks this one, and you might get really badly slipped if we had gone crazy to the upside. But it ends up being the wrong decision. But I do it every single time, so I'm not really all that upset with it. Going back over to gold here, GLD, nothing. It's actually breaking down. So it looks like we're just headed to the downside here. Not much anything is showing some strength. So it's 15 minutes till Powell hits the podium. More or less everything is breaking lower. So hold on to some shorts and short some pops as well.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you, but I'm not doing anything. I'm kind of now. Okay, here we go. Yes. Now we're starting to finally get going a little bit here on the market as our short is finally paying off one more time here. Thank you, TQQs. So again, sometimes you got to put bids out there to get hit. That just went into 86 again right there. So this short starting to pay off. And again, we went a little short there. We averaged it in and got out. We're just making our money back, but I'm just happy that at least the way is to the right side right now, down as we go. And I have like 1% left of this Palantir, 2% left of this Palantir trade. So definitely not any sort of a pause for concern here for me on this particular trade, Palantir. So we're going to wait. I'm still waiting for 200 break. If we get then that'll be fine. But if this market really wants to go, I think we're into something now. I don't want to take a falling knife, and people are asking today, how come you're able to control this on Tesla where you lost 5% of what you made on Nvidia or 5% of what you made on Palantir, and you lost it right there? It's because, you see, when this is happening and we write down on the sticky note 460, we take the 460, and then if it breaks, we're out of there because there's no levels below. You got to wait for those levels. So it's not like we're averaging into something here. We don't take a full position, and then when this falling knife happens, it could continue to go down, which reminds me of this Palantir, which is what I was going to say. Normally, I would take this 200 period moving average, but with only 14 minutes to go, I don't know what that Q&A is going to look like, and if Powell, I don't know, like I said, talks about being more patient, talks about, maybe they're happy where the current Fed rate, where the current rates are. So the question I had for you, Adara, was there anything that you saw about those two dissents? Did they dissent because they didn't want to cut, or did they dissent because they wanted 50 points? That was the one thing that I was interested in.
Moran's got to be one of them for the 50.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's what I was just about to talk about here, Sean. So I mentioned it briefly earlier, but I want to get more into this because I looked into it a bit more. This is actually very significant. So, Sean, we had for the first time since 2019, 2 dissenting votes in the opposite direction. And we have this fun infographic so I can actually show you how people voted. So, of course, here are 19 Fed members, 12 voted each meeting. So 10 out of the 12, including Fed Chair Jerome Powell, voted to hold rates steady. But then we had, to cut rates by 25 basis points. That's my bad. So 10 out of the 12 members here, the majority did vote for that cut. Stephen Myron, who for the second meeting in a row voted for a 50 basis point, so larger than the 25 basis point cut the rest of the Fed voted for. Now, this was not shocking. He's literally said in his comments that he wants 50 basis point rate cuts until they get the rate to a reasonable level. So this is not at all surprising. What was surprising was the other dissenting vote, which came from Fed Schmid over here at the Fed Reserve Bank of Kansas City. Now, he voted to hold rates steady. So again, majority here with the 25 basis point rate cut. Then we had one dissenting vote in favor of a larger cut, and then one dissenting vote in favor of no cut. Again, this is the first time that this has happened since 2019, which was also, interestingly enough, under the reign of Fed Chair Powell. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, interesting to see that right there. So opposite ways.
Yeah.
So there you go. So it actually doesn't solve any of my problems here because now we still don't have a direct decision here. But the TQs does make that move down, and now it's right back up. So yeah, like happy kind of sitting on our hands now and waiting for something to happen. You know, Powell is the boss.
Yeah, and if you're small cappers and you've got something happening, that CMBM, this might be worth watching. Sometimes look, if we end up not breaking out in either direction, we could go back to some of the normal things that move. And if this small capper wants to continue going, it's on 1/3 of a billion shares. It's currently halted, and the tap is 310. So it's indicating it's going to open breaking out the highs. I'll have this maybe on the side burner. Ideally, I don't think this is what I want to look at on a Fed day, but because it is a bit of a squeeze play and there's lots of, it could end up being a little bit of something. Google, I thought, would give us a better chance on that dip. Like, this was the stock that I said to myself, if we get a real dip, that's the one to buy the dip on. But with only 10 minutes till Powell came, that's the dip it made was 50 cents from the highs, and VWAP is $3 lower. So that does not qualify, in my opinion, as something that I would have taken a shot on. I didn't want to buy the top when the market was breaking down, and you're still effectively buying the top. But this is a relatively strong one. Red Sport, I like that question. Meta, red or green on earnings? I feel like usually we're not talking about earnings this early because like we'd be moving around a little bit more. But I think the difference between Meta 5 minutes after earnings come out and tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Because I feel 5 minutes after earnings come out, the stock could be up, but that'll be very different when they decide to nitpick everything. I think that's really the only problem with Meta. Like the numbers are going to be fantastic in my opinion, but I could see it getting nitpicked, and then you come in the morning, you're like, what the heck? What? Why is this thing down? Everything was great. Like an IBM type of move. Maybe not as crazy as IBM, because IBM was stupid. I'm just that one out there. IBM earnings was like the dumbest.
Yeah, I was like, you weren't here, but I said the chart. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? I was just like, down. That's nice. But
and then 2 days later, it's breaking.
Well, the problem is they had that announcement with AMD.
Yeah.
That gave it some juice there back on some sort of a quantum AMD breakout or whatever. They just solved world hunger. But yeah, this is the move that we're talking about. So it was all down into there. That was real, down into 260. Then the very next day it was back to 285, or that same day, back to 285. And the very next day up to 3, sort of where we are right now. And that's IBM's sort of earnings in a nutshell there. And very similarly, although GEV is coming back down into these levels again, but GEV had a very, very similar sort of wick moment that actually printed down there to 530. And then the very next day or whatever, it went right back up to almost 630, 620 or so. And now it's actually down quite nicely. GEV actually about to break lower. So this is actually one where I want to buy this one, but I do not want to catch a falling knife. This is a buy in and around 500. So we'll watch out for
it. Is
GEV. But you play those games, and that's sometimes what winds up happening, right? I mean, they are stocks where you're looking for big winners, and then you also sometimes have to take it on the chin just a little bit. But
it's the first pullback. Like it went 6x from the split, like when they split 3 ways, GE. So like it was a bit frothy. First real pullback. I think you got to work back into that one, which I'm going to. I'm definitely going to buy some dips there. David with his silly trade idea. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Always a silly trade idea for anyone tuning in for the first time. David, the regular viewer, usually says it's a silly idea, and some of them usually are actually pretty. Usually like. Tesla, quantums, Qs lose ground, even Google may close lower. Okay, well, if the market ends up being weak, I don't think there's any surprise that the quantum names could take it on the chin. Alphabet, I'd be surprised if Alphabet gave it all up. But the quantums, that was a gorgeous trend break. I'm just going to use Rigetti here. Like, let's be real, they've already made a significant pullback. I feel like there's more room to a bounce on the daily than there is to the highs. And I'm speculating that you're holding like Rigetti here around 9 and the 50 period for a hot minute. But that does give you some room to fall. Like they've had really good days in here. And when you see patterns like this, it doesn't matter what we think about selling in Rigetti. It's happening. And it's happening at $42. right? Like somebody is selling this stock at $42 and it's under 42, so you bet on continuation until it breaks that back out. That's how these shorts work. They kind of tip their hand because it's hard to, when you sit there for like the same price 4 days in a row and you're failing the same area, you have an idea of what the shorties are doing. You can't really hide it in that circumstance. So until you break that out, you got to hunt for a new bottom. So I'm kind of with you on that one, David. Alphabet, I don't know if I can get on board with that. I kind of think that's a strong one today.
Yeah, so we had a keystroke right there, and we just put the wrong stop in, so we got punched out, and then by the time I had to regroup the trade, it was about 10 or 15 cents lower, so we're still short, but we had to punch shorter on that, so now we're starting to come in just a little bit right here. We can have a quick little look at the dollar as well, just to see what that is doing here, because it doesn't look like the market wants. Literally, the NASDAQ is down 1 right now, so if we go into a 1 minute chart here, okay, the dollar slightly ticking up right now, like 10 basis points, just almost nothing there from 98.70 to 98.80. So not much happening again here in the market and with the dollar. So unfortunately, we can look at TLC, see if the treasuries, okay, so they're actually starting to head downside a little bit now. So that, you know, again, here's the 20-year going lower, makes sense. As rates go lower, so does the 20-year. So there it goes again. Just surprised that all this stuff isn't priced in already. You know, whoosh. So I guess next time, maybe we'll make this note for whatever, December 18th, whatever the next cut date is, that we can maybe short the TLT, because if we know it's going to be that kind of a move on an expected rate, this is something that we could easily get on board with, and it's only 20 cents down. Part of that might be the descents as well, because, you know, adding to a little bit of uncertainty, so I could see something happening around there. I'm going to put another bid here, low 90. Am I already there? No, I'm low 80s. I'm going to put a bid like mid 90s, see if we can get at another 10% here. The futures not doing anything, but good news, guys. We are 4 minutes away from Q&A time, and that will hopefully spark a little bit of magic here, mystical, magical. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, just a reminder here, as Sean mentioned, we're about 4 minutes away now from the FOMC press conference with Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now, how this works is they'll release the prepared statement on the Federal Reserve website. I'll read through that for you guys, and I'll let you know if there's anything specifically of note that is being said in that statement. Then as we get to the end of that statement during the press conference, I'll let you guys know that the Q&A is about to begin. Once the Q&A begins, I'll keep you guys posted. And I here at the bottom of the screen, if there's any headlines of note, I'll put them up there, but I'll also be interjecting throughout the conference to give you guys the goods as to what is happening here with Fed Chair Jerome Powell's press conference. Another interesting thing I want to mention is, perhaps not shockingly, there's actually Kalshi action on the Fed conference. So apparently there's a 72% chance people are thinking he's going to mention goods inflation, 67% chance people think that credit might be mentioned, AI, there's about 58% chance. I only bring this up to get a sense of what people are looking for him to say. We'll have to wait and see, of course, if any of those things are said. Either way, worth noting, people are literally betting on the commentary coming out of this conference, guys. Back to you.
Okay, well, yeah, you have Kalshi up right now. I have it up too. I still have it on.
Yeah, I want those look fun. I want to have some of those up.
Yeah, did you find anything yet?
I was able to. I have it up.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah,
we can show Kalshi. Yeah, the market's not doing too crazy. We can come back to it. So what will he say during the press conference? And then you have December. Obviously, Powell. I mean, come on. Obviously,
will he say credit or median?
Where do you see that?
Oh, I see. What, top left?
Oh, this one here, credit or median. Yeah.
A decision in November. Yeah.
I just.
Wow.
AI or
AI. Okay, so what will he say? AI. That's only 59%. Oh, this is just in his speech, or
things in the speech.
Press conference. No.
Pandemic.
What do you mean? Where does it say in the speech?
It says, what will he say during the October press conference?
Of course he's going to say AI.
Yeah. Well, like, wait a minute.
Why is that only 59%?
That's 59. I'm not telling anybody. We're not telling anybody to hop on Kalshi and take this. I don't even have an account. Right?
He's not going to say the word pardon?
Pardon?
Beige book, no. Volatility, yes.
QT.
Yes, for sure, volatility. That's why that's only 36.
Well, QT needs to be there because he's more likely to say that.
Go down. These are the ones that are consumer confidence.
Gold.
Yes, he's definitely going to say that.
Session.
Is he going to say? Someone's going to ask him about gold. I would bet yes on all of these, but I'm a gambler, so I mean I don't.
Tariff inflation is 25%. But does he have to say those exact words, or can he kind of say that?
No, exact words.
I mean, come on.
So you gotta pay 32
My whole
cents.
thing is, if odds seem too good on something, usually you're a sucker. Like, let's be real. Kalshi's pretty good at this.
Maybe he doesn't normally. Maybe he doesn't normally.
That's the first time I've looked at that. That's just hella interesting. You can tell. It's always stuff like that, but don't just.
That's
jump
the
out there
problem with
wanting
games like
Kalshi.
DraftKings and all that is because like they don't have stuff like that, and Kalshi and Polymarket do. And as you just heard me say, like, I like the action, obviously. Hello, my name is Sean. I sit here. But I think that's a great. And like yesterday, in the Jays game, I parlayed Ernie Clement hit, Addison Barger hit, Bichette hit. That's a plus 400 parlay right there, and it hit. So got 4-1, and we're just playing around yesterday. So we like that. Maybe they just do something again today. But I was feeling a big nice win yesterday. So we had that, man. We had that plus 400. That's a good one there. But
just quickly, this CMBM has opened twice and halted higher twice again. I have no idea why. I can't figure out. That's 15 cents. Why is it halting on a 15-cent move as a $3? Like it's barely even moving. Like, anyways, it doesn't really matter. From gap to gap, this will continue to go higher. But it's a halt fest. Despite being 375 million shares, it just continues to halt higher and higher. I'm going to reload. I get back a little bit to the top. Go over to the desk with Adara. How does
Chair Powell here. We're going to take a moment to thank our friends. Sorry about that. As we wait, Chair Powell, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Fed Chair Jerome Powell, guys, also just stepped onto the podium with a purple tie. He's about to start his speech. Thank you to Origenics. Back to you.
Here we go. So we just take our one last little trade here on the futures, little small guy into this one. If we break that top again, then we're going to get out. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. No big positions here at all. I'd rather react to what Powell's going to say rather than like try to predict it. Like, even though we were just talking about the predicted markets, but I wouldn't put
that's a more fun way to predict it.
Yeah. Like I'm not. Okay, here we go. The data available suggests outlook for employment and inflation unchanged. You can read it on there. But this is what I'm worried about, is the fact that he's not going to be definitive here. So let's wait to see if there's word about patience into the numbers and things like that. I think that winds up tanking the market. Not tanking, but bringing the market down. If there's any uncertainty at all in his tone or what he's saying about the future of the rate cuts. So he's just saying inflation remains somewhat elevated right now. We know that, but here we go again.
But he didn't say goods inflation.
Yeah, did he say tariff inflation? We got to bet that, remember?
No, goods inflation was 79%.
Okay.
So like it was supposed to be a lock that he said that. He has not yet. But remember, sometimes it's deeper into the Q&A, you never really know when he will hit on something, which is a bit of a bigger deal. So, we'll keep it up there.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, so you guys can see, but I'm still play inside the range. Yeah.
All right, he's just saying that the data before the shutdown showed a firm economy. I think that's good. So we'll wait to see any sort of reaction to the market to that. It doesn't, honestly, guys, the NASDAQ, you can come over to my screen right here, Andre. The NASDAQ was 0.4 when right before 2 o'clock. So right now it's 0.3. So we're not getting really anything yet. The only thing we did was short and got about 20 pennies there on that first little trade back into 120.30 right here. Labor demand has softened, he's saying, in our ear right now. So that could be a play.
That kind of helps future cuts a little bit.
Yeah.
That firms the December number, the December cut, I think.
You don't want to have a super strong job market because then he won't react to that kind of a talk, right? So here we go. Obviously, there's something happening. Let's go over to Adara as the market is nothing.
Here we have commentary coming from Fed Chair Powell. He's saying that the available data suggests that the economy is expanding moderately, but that is maybe some concerns here about labor demand. So nothing that is really super out of the ordinary. He did also say that the shutdown is going to be weighing on economic activity while it persists, but that the impact should reverse once it ends. Overall, much like a lot of Fed members, Fed Chair Powell does not seem particularly concerned about the shutdown and the resulting lack of economic data, saying that based on what they do have, things seem to be more or less in place. So interesting look here for Fed Chair Powell's speech. If anything else of note, I will keep you guys posted. Back to you.
2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 3 3/4 to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. The obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted.
There we go, balance of risks.
At this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy.
He's also, by the way, the Fed odds have moved in December 90%. So it has gone from 84% for a cut in December to 90% for December. So that is moving higher, and that should see that's a little bit of the spike in the market.
There it is. Something's happening now.
Oh, now the
market's cranking.
Cranking down.
Lower, yeah. Go. We just got a great fill.
Whoa.
Whoa, I can't hear anything. I don't hear Powell at all. But the market is tanking. We are short the market. We are absolutely huge right now on this market. What's up, Adara?
Yes, what we have here is that there's no risk-free path right now because we have inflation risks to the upside and employment risks to the downside. The Fed, though, has to take a balanced approach as the balance of risk is shifted. He says they remain well-positioned, but he also said that the reasonable base case here is tariffs effects will be short-lived here with regards to inflation. Their obligation is to ensure it doesn't become an ongoing problem. Obviously, though, the biggest thing here was that there's no risk-free path for policy. Back to you.
And Andre, and Andre, and bang! Right there. Oh, man. Neil, we're short, baby. And there it goes. As soon as I heard it, man, I said to Neil, there it is. Even it. And boom, we're short right now. So now we are monstrous here. This is $1.50 in the money on the futures. So there it is, man. We take small cuts. We get what we want, man. We're sitting on these desks for reasons, and I hope you guys are trading well. Nice downside play right there. That's how you trade the futures. That's how you trade Powell. There it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite. Thank you, Jerome, for that. But not happy with the market. But finally, wow, Neil. Now we are gold. Baby, it's $2, Neil. Let's go to the downside a little bit more, but let's hear from Adara.
Yeah, we also have Powell here saying that the December rate cut is not certain, far from it. So again, Powell is saying not only is there no risk-free path, but that it's actually not even certain, or apparently it's far from certain that we'll get a December cut. Back to you.
Yeah, I was able to get out at the bottom there, it looks like on iBid. I'm going to try and short the pop back in. I'm sure it takes a while for that page to update, but my guess is that it's to 90%, that's going to be heading right back down on those comments, almost certainly. My first thought is going to be look at the prior low and short back into the prior low because we're not going to give people. The second we heard that, I went to go try to grab more on the way back down, and I couldn't cancel bid, but who cares? We're going to continue to short the pops. Is not good for the odds of a rate cut, which my guesses are going down. In my personal opinion, I still think the December cut, but it doesn't really matter. The market's taking the other direction, and we'll have to reassess. And remember, earnings after market tonight. Ooh, that CapEx spend. If you don't get that, bye-bye.
Communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, so we'll just wait to hear what those questions are. But we already, I mean, this is already quite the move, and we nailed it, basically to the wall right there. We knew exactly what we were waiting for. We talked about it. We executed on it, and there go the futures to the downside, and your boy is short. So remember, our stop was like 20 pennies. So now money $22 right there. So it's working out now. But let's go back over to a different.
Yeah, we had Powell once again saying that the December cut is not assured when asked during the first question in the Q&A, which just started. How do you feel when people assume that these rate cuts are a conclusion? He said, well, I just said it, December rate cuts are certainly not a foregone conclusion, and people need to keep that in mind. So again, it's been pretty hawkish over here with Chair Powell, guys. Back to you.
Just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month, maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough insurance? Looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook? Or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and needed to gather more information?
So the way I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw, particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market, and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, again, Powell's saying, as you guys can hear, that when the two goals are at risk, it's better to be a little bit neutral. So of course, that's what's happening here with regards to the Fed right now. They have a situation where we have a little bit of concerns here with inflation being too high, but then also concerns about unemployment. So it seems like they're kind of aiming to be neutral right now, or at least Fed Chair Powell is. I think that's certainly worth noting. Looks like we're going to continue to see these conflicting goals going forward for at least the next little while for the Fed here. Back to you.
Heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. You can't address both of those. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or progress on one or the other, and they also have different levels of risk aversion. And some will be more averse to inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when more participants talk, they're very disparate views, and they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that, that we haven't made a decision about December. I always say that it's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
That could be one of the factors, but the reality is, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said for a long time now is that when we're a little bit or a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue to decline from that point forward as non-reserve liabilities grow. So this happened, some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really in the last, call it, or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, you know, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very, very slow pace now. We've reduced it by half, and so there's not a lot of benefit to be, you know, to be holding on to get the last few dollars. Because, you know, again, with the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, you know, there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be, you know, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, you know, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, you know, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get, you know, job openings, and we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the beige book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market. And, you know, the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December?
Yeah, so, you know, we get like I mentioned what we get in the labor area. We get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity, and we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the beige book again. I would say we're going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's, the meeting's, I guess, 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then, you know, that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving. But we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had two dissents, one for 50 and for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches,
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the TSX 60 semiconductors and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
To be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with, the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last one. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities, and we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate end, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding Treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. This is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you about the drivers, and also do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
Okay, so the September CPI report, we didn't get PPI out of that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation, but we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there will be some adjustments, but so directionally, a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the 3 components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild inflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news, housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not from your goal. So that we look at that. The thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further. But it is that it will be a one-time increase. And, we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say
Short the market right now
stubborn
again. We
services
just reshorted the
inflation that you
market.
mentioned.
Again, the part of services inflation that is that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And you know, overall, that's just something that we expect will come. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and I mean, financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just, you know, we think policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. So that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market, is because, you know, the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. That should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to turning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
Great, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles? How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world. Big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will, based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this is an area where there's going to be a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly interest sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. You know, there are lots of other things that we look at. It's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the beige book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material were happening, real developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a bit on what you said a moment ago about the continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data that isn't the gold standard, or that you're relying on your own surveys of the beige book, do you worry at some point you're going to have to start making policy by anecdote?
You know, this is a temporary state of affairs. You know, we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, think carefully about it, and that's our jobs. That's what we're going to do. If you ask me, could it affect the decision? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog? You slow down. So that could or could not. I don't know how that's going to into things. We may get the data may come back, but there's a possibility.
Neil, on IBIT, I'm
It
short
would make sense
TQs
to
if
be
you can
more
hear
cautious
this.
about
I don't
it.
know.
I'm not committing to. It's certainly a possibility that you
I can
would
call
say.
up IBIT.
We really can't see, so let's slow down.
As a follow-up in the debate on this.
TQs, Neil Long IBIT right now, just so you guys are following. Oh, sorry, short IBIT. Sorry, my bad. I called it up. We're short everything right now, it looks like. The market seems to be wanting to go lower. We'll let them keep talking, but I'm short again.
Yeah, there was an Amazon headline, some more layoffs, I believe, for Amazon, but that's a nothing burger. I still feel like earnings are going to be a bigger deal here, but yeah, stay with the net. We came back almost a VWAP on the Qs, and then the prior support on IBIT, so we went back into the short side of the trade.
So those are
He says slow down because of driving in fog. That's not an analogy you want to hear.
Very, very carefully.
No, exactly. Anything about this thing slowing down. Some nice talk about AI there, though.
But significant
3-1
companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much higher.
Nvidia not doing anything on the news. AMD. I like the AMD break of
Much
263.
of the time
Didn't
they're talking
happen.
about AI and what it can do.
Try to hold this short.
We're watching that.
Google was relatively strong. For anyone that's looking for strength, Alphabet
could absolutely
pretty much right back at the highs.
For job creation.
So that's at least something strong. I'm preferring the short, so I'm in it, but you could certainly work over that.
Now,
Maybe you could buy dips there. Again, I'm not doing that, though.
It takes some time for it to.
Here we go. We're at day's high for ourselves here, but
don't see it yet in the.
Just let him keep talking. He's almost over.
On the K-shaped economy
not
thing,
it's only 3
I
o'clock.
would say the same thing or similar thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or reports of big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower-cost products, but that at the top,
Bitcoin bouncing around,
higher income and wealth, and they're.
I was just going to stop out here at VWAP.
I'm not reloading again. If we break the top while he's talking,
so we think there's something.
Bump that.
Come back in. Another 20 cents here on the Qs, but they're upside again. I feel like we want to get away from this short now. The market's not coming back. I don't. We don't have too much left of this, so we're just going to wait for it to break 120 here. But we made good. We made good bank. We lost on one of the right there on the moving average, right here. But then we got back into the short, and this is kind of nothing happening here. This was a much bigger short when he basically took the podium at 230. And then we got a little bit of questions there. We'll discuss what sent this down. There's making everything as well. So we'll talk about all of this. But okay, here it comes back in a little bit now again. I'm going to try to hold so that I at least have something on when he leaves the podium. But for right now, it's all good. I know your short IBIT looks like that's actually not doing much, but you still got the short, which is nice. So wait, but here it comes. I do have a bid at 119. So if we break below 119, we'll get that fill, and then we'll regroup it from there. So 119.02 is where I'm currently bidding, and then we'll see if we can get something. That's the one period, so we'll see if we can get that. And then after that, man, mid-teen middles, but just back and forth. Like right there, we could have just got, I mean, talk about it. Like we could have just got, honestly, like 75 cents there. We didn't take it. Maybe let's put a bid there, 119.20. Here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, the charts are basically the same. Like I'm shorting to 60, 63, 17, 18 or so, which one of the two I put, and we're holding at 80 to 90 right now. So like it's like this consolidation lowers. I think we're going to make another leg to the downside. But I also saw some breakout there for, well, almost breakouts. CoreWeave caught a pretty big strong bid there in addition to Alphabet. Don't really know specifically if there was a story or catching a bid with the rest of the market, but relatively strong. I'm still staying short on IBIT. And let's go to Adair.
Powell making it clear here that there was a lot of hawkishness on that Fed committee, saying, quote, some people on the committee feel it's time to take a step back, meaning that people are, maybe considering pausing rate cuts here and waiting to see what the data gives. And once again, he's talking about weighing out the importance of increasing versus unemployment being a problem as well. So again, it does seem like a balance. He also still emphasized, though, as evidenced by Fed's Myron's vote, that there are people are quite dovish as well, but that there are, it sounds like more than one Fed member a little bit concerned about where things progress from here, guys. Back to you.
That is different forecasts. One of it is also
right there at 119. So we got that exact fill that we wanted to, giving us basically here. Even we'll just do this right in front of Powell. How about that, Powell? Right now, dollar club on that one. But all right, you can go back to it. I don't know if the audio cuts out there.
As you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a place now where we have, in fact, cut 2 more times. And, we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes, and I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2 things affecting the job market. One of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of workers. And that's 2 things. Declining labor force participation, which is a cyclical thing, and then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last accelerated now. A big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and the unemployment has gone down, meaning that demand for workers has gone down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply, I think, and many people think. So the question then is, what does the our tool do, which supports demand? And so, and I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely opening in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to 0. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, creating 0 jobs. If it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen 2 meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates. And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were. Should help so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. Though it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools. Others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
The basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put effect, they've been coming into effect consistently in February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. The big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation.
Isn't it weird,
we might
like
get
some of the
2 or 3
frothy
more
stuff
tenths,
is
or 4 more
pumping
tenths
the most
maybe.
right now?
But then, as all of the tariffs are in,
I don't know,
stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory. This is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up, be at that level, and then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because, you can say that prices aren't up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public.
Here we go.
Inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. You know, and it's nice that, you know, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael Pickey from Bloomberg
days highs
Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are
Apple the other way around.
close to being overvalued at this point?
You know,
Still logic in that one.
we don't look at any one set price and say, hey,
like
that's
Tesla's
wrong.
going.
You know, it's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable, whether it could be shocks, right? So, you know, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under. In the aggregate, you know, households are in good shape financially, relatively, you know, manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture. It's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not. You know, it's not appropriate. You know, we don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset
cover some more
increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be increased investment in AI, which is the rationale
Another bid down in the
for
20s.
job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't. Rates are an important part of the AI of the data center story. I think, you know, people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about. It's not you know, about 25 basis points here or there. You know, we use tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin. That will support demand, and that will support more hiring, and that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately.
Here for OKLO, I'm not seeing any news on this pop. A lot of talk on social media over the last couple of minutes. It could be options related as far as people are speculating, but either way, OKLO push the upside heading into the $150 level as the market oscillates. And comments from Fed Chair Powell. Back to you.
You know, because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation, that's why we're going. That's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, you know, it seems like a lot of the growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons in the 1990s in how you might what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different. In the sense that these companies, the companies that are so highly valued, actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s, I wanted that trade, and these were ideas rather than companies. Wasn't even looking. And, you know, so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't particular names, but they actually have earnings, and you know, it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. You know, it's the investment we're getting in equipment and all those things go into creating data centers and feeding the AI. It's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, you know, is much that and has been growing and has defied a lot of, you know, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher end consumers.
Somebody just made a bit on Oklo heavy.
But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of the market again. What's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI, you could point
Cover a
to,
little bit
to
more.
growth. I mean, actually, you may be growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part.
I'm going to hold on.
And why do you
Cover
think
some
that
down
the
here,
labor
30s.
market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why is it slow? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very, very sharply due to mainly immigration, lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs because there isn't this flow.
Here on BBAI, we know Sean likes this one, apparently being purchased by a representative of the U.S. by the name of Lisa McLean. So this representative member of government here buying Big Bear AI. It looks like buyers here involved in AI. Notable that the volume isn't super significant, but nice pop for Big Bear as we send you back to Sean and Neil and Feds Powell.
Some softening. You know, the economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6%. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course, that will reverse. But, you know, you still got the economy growing pace.
Andrew.
Still looking to cover some Qs, 30s.
Washington. I wanted to ask you to elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. You know, it'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, you know, if you really aren't getting it,
go long BBAI that,
and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hinged, you know, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument.
Bring it.
You know, you slow down
All right.
when you can't see.
Sounds too bullish. I'm going to bid out a little bit more here. Cancel my 30s.
Others may argue.
Got some more out 50.
But you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't.
I guess you got out of your eye bid.
You might not know that.
Oh, a while ago.
Yeah.
I was up back
trying to see what
SPCE is a little bit better price
it's getting, you know.
I briefly considered shorting Oklo, but that's.
But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, and of course there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms, but I look forward to I know those discussions are just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian, News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating and at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor market?
So we do not see the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims are reported at state level, and we still get those, simulate them and get the national number. And there's really, there's no story. You can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part is making significant deterioration. You don't see that. You see more things.
You got to look to Indeed, man.
Which is you see making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they do a bigger head count. So you see those kinds of things. You don't see it in the numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up. but job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are employed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income
Another bid at 119 flat.
Those who might have their jobs automated? Or
almost got
that
it.
you're particularly.
So we can't give it our tools to target any demographic or any income level, that kind of thing. I do think that people, we saw this during the global financial crisis and the long recovery. If you have a long period,
that's why I
very
keep sitting at
strong labor market
119.01.
conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were
He
getting
might
the
bounce
biggest
things when he's
benefits.
done. He's almost done.
And, lots of things were happening
I think it might
in
rally
that
after he steps
space demographically. And, we're not at that place right now. But so, yeah, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can do for people. Along with keeping prices stable, those two things. It also hurts people on fixed incomes more than other people.
Courtney. Hi, Chair Powell. Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of February. I'm wondering if you can give us a timeline for when we'll consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way it works is we have a reappointment process every 5 years for all of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that process, and we're completed in a timely way. And that's really all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel.
Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. You've now had dissent in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had dissents going in both directions, and you've just mentioned there's strong disagreement over the future path of rate. Have these disagreements compromised your role presiding over the FOMC meetings, and if so, how?
I wouldn't say that, no. I think what comes, and what comes right now is a pretty challenging situation where we have, first of all, we have 4.3% unemployment. We have an economy that's growing close to 2%. So, it's a good picture. It's a good picture. But in terms of our policy, we have upside risks to inflation, downside risks to employment, and this is a very difficult thing for a central bank because, one of those calls for lower, one calls for rates to be higher. We can't do both, so we have to balance the two. And so it's a challenging thing. As we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. It makes a lot of sense to me. All of these people are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people. Different views. And, it's an honor to work among people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or like that. It's just time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this. And I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle with the labor market in a good place and with inflation on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
We'll go to her for the last question.
Thank you so much, Chair. Jennifer Schonberg with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on some loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one car may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Warning sign.
So, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit, automobile credit institutions having significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books of banks. We're looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention. I don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions, but we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully, and that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down. It wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the, in the stock market. People at the low end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But and you would see it if you saw a material correction in spend. But it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
Want to do? I still like Palantir breaking through 200 right now. So here goes Palantir right now. It's just an absolute monster, man. Neil, we're $9 in the money right now on this one. So it's a nice move higher here on Palantir and looking to break through $2 billion.
Yeah, now Powell's done. It felt like you were going to break out the tops, and I guess it just didn't happen yet. But there's still 30 minutes to go. He actually went a little bit longer than normal to end the conference. Ends up being, I think earnings are going to matter more here. We get a swath of them tonight, and I think that's going to be mentioned. He mentioned data centers and rates maybe not affecting that so much. Like obviously, notwithstanding, this is not going to break out those highs, unfortunately. Only trading SMCI. Went over from IBIT to SMCI. It was more of the same. But I don't love a breakout here with only 30 minutes to go on Alphabet. The fact it didn't go, I feel like that already sucks. Oklo, you might have heard there was, call it a whale or something, but somebody really liked selling 51s. So credit to them. It looks like they might have picked the top. I was punching short, but didn't want to fight this one. I want to watch if we actually break through VWAP on the Qs, which is currently happening. If that breaks out, maybe a little bit long to see if this can get back into the highs on OKLO. A bit of a squeeze play that happened in Oklo. It was the one that was moving the most, but starting to come back in here. I want to see it break this downtrend and the Qs break through here, and then I'd look for kind of a long. If that doesn't happen, not really seeing anything I like to the long side.
No, we nailed it there with TQ short. I mean, you guys were watching that. I mean, owed to be short. Like, we were short during this move. It was a very, very good, another very, very successful Fed day. So we want to say thank you so much to everybody for putting up with us on a little bit of a talk there as the futures started to move around. And the NASDAQ was 0.4. You're now 0.2. So not much movement there. The ES has turned red, though, and may stay there. That was a nice little drop in ES. And we did see some bank names. I mean, the XLF started to tick lower, and I don't think it's recovered very much, no. So that's a nice little move down, but still, 1.75%. It's not bad. It's been selling all day, right? The new Fed target rate here. Now we now can move forward. We can start looking at December. So this is what it's now like for October. I'm just going to get a fresh set of data. So 63% right now that we get that 1/4 rate point cut, and as no cut whatsoever. Oh yeah, it's getting a little more interesting. That's why obviously I was pretty pessimistic there with the short. So it looks like we was 85% earlier today, and we said that, you know, words like patience and things like that is what we were really looking forward.
It was that fog comment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, no. That was
the second.
That was this. But we're playing up here. Boom! Right there, started to go to the downside there. Uncertainty in Powell's voice, but yeah, man. I hope you guys were able to do well over the coin. Neil had IBIT. I didn't have IBIT. I think you had IBIT. You had SMCI. I only had the futures, so I didn't have anything else during all of this. We were still holding from the morning, as I had said before. So yeah, IBIT did make a move down there into $2, and then it made this move back up. So I don't know how that wound up for you, but that's what I had.
Great. I mean,
yeah, good, nice.
What can you do? I mean, I didn't hold for the absolute bottom on IBIT because when I'm expecting to get one of those mean reversions. So the second I see a buyer, we get a heavy candle here. I was actually going to throw up the imbalances for everybody, and I still have Oklo up, but I can come back. Yeah, it's already 330. Usually look at the early looks right now. CCL with a big buy. You know, like some in here at 62.5. And flash, like there's your heavy candle. So you're like, okay, it's falling, right? Reversion going to be, and then I saw someone pop up 62.5. So I just punched out, and they got filled, and then it went a leg to the downside. Then scalped it back into 63. But as I said, the early look on the imbalance, it's just Carnival with 2.4 million to the buy side. Why Carnival?
Carnival.
Nothing special happening in CCL, but that'll on a side chart for me automatically. Like that's 10% of the day's volume right there on an early balance. Nothing else stands out. Maybe a little Schwab, but who cares there? QBTS. QBTS with a small sell. The quantum names did rally. Rigetti broke out the high. I guess QBTS also broke out the high very barely there before coming back. Good day for QBTS. D-Wave up 6%. Session. All
right, I'm going to make a trade. We're going to go long Palantir. The stock at 198.50. If we break through that, we're going to get out. But there it is, Neil. Oh, yeah, says the Kool-Aid man. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. Oh, yeah. Naras, we just bought the dip there in Palantir. I just thought we'd do that. It's at the 21 average. I'm not piecing this out like I'm trying to actually physically get it out because on this Fed, on this Powell, obviously Fed day, doesn't matter Powell or not, but on Fed day here, the market's going to do what it does.
Powell, because
and we
won't have many chances to say it again.
Yeah, we won't. Yeah, like I said, right? And then we do have right now, though, the TQs. We got stopped out at VWAP. Fine, I got to have an out, right? We had very, very small pieces left of that trade when I come back up, but that was our stop there. We are now just bouncing off the 50 period again on the futures. I'm just in it for action. I think if it breaks, hence, we just got long right here, so we'll take a 30-cent hit. We took some out for 30 cents already. But again, if we break that, just making sure. Yeah, if we break, there it is. Okay, good. So if we break 50, it's downside. I don't know if I want to short this yet or not. I think VWAP, we kind of missed that shortable opportunity there. But I still want to get long Palantir in case this market rips because I know it has a 200 handle on it. So, but anyways, Palantir, a big one today, man. A big trade there for Palantir. And let's just see. We just got that might have been. Let's take a little bit longer of a look on this. Let's wait till 198. We took shares right now, and we'll wait. We'll give this one to 198. Right. Let's see what it does at this 50 period. It has the abilities to go down. This is not like an ironclad stock here or anything like that. So let's just wait. Maybe the futures do find a footing here at the 50 period as well. Try Palantir just because I think it has more get up. We just bounced clean off 200. We went to 99.87 right there. And then got gold as I'm bidding around 340 for this. And it's coming back in quite nice right now. So if we can get in, well, maybe it's 350 moving averages. I would have put that in a couple days ago. So we'll relook at where we're bidding, but we want a little bit longer of a move here in gold lower to extend. We'll get filled if and when that happening. Here comes Palantir. Looks like it will start to go down with the market here. So, okay, I thought that was going to be something there. It doesn't look like now at all. Google apparently, Jag. Yeah, I mean, we love some Google around here. It's getting out $100 ago out of some of my shares, but never got. But there, yeah, Google also at highs, Jag. Good call on that one. Strong name reporting tomorrow.
Yeah, tonight, obviously after the bell, we get, and I completely forgot about this. Obviously, you get Microsoft, Alphabet, and Meta, but Carvana?
Yes.
Anybody?
Odds.
Carvana at 405, Starbucks, EL, Chipotle, Teladoc. Okay, right now I'm kind of looking at this Oklo because not the gap to the low, but the gap to the prior high, which I respect 44 to 45, like this high, and then the consolidation here. So it's trended down into looking for it to break at some point. Oklo didn't really have a story. It just seemed like it was a name that squoze the most on that pump the upside. Just the only thing I don't love about this is like the futures rejected the volume weighted average price here. So, and we're headed right back down. So that rally just goes right to VWAP and is fading a little bit. I mean, Oklo's relatively strong, I suppose. The thing I had on for the opportunity to get into that, like you could still have a little bit of a late day sell-off in here. So we'll see. Like I'm staring this one down. Oh, and we did chat that I don't think we acknowledged, but there weren't. Oh, where is it? Now I can't find them.
And funding.
Oh, I'm on.
Oh, well, just show them normal.
Yeah, you know, I'll just show it this way. We have a thing that I can put up on, but I couldn't find this. There's no message. Is that why? This one doesn't have any text. Tesla, Nvidia, Apple. Chat. Name of it's I guess someone made their name. Tesla, Nvidia, Apple. Maybe those are the three things that you hold it in swing account, long. I have no idea, but I do like all three of those names. So thank you for the super chat there. And there was another one flashed on stage or on screen. Control Gabe, thanks. Drinking game. Every time Jade says dual mandate. Well, if you're gonna play, you should have hopped on Kalshi. There were a few of those odds were pretty good, and certainly banked. That's how you could do odds for those when it would be so easy for any one of the longest odds. Have your friend make a bet, and then you can force it on them with a question so easily.
That's what I was saying. There's limits to what you bet, obviously.
I'm actually not aware of. I should check. I've never actually used Kalshi before to see where the limits are.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
probably
it's different, but each one probably has their own limit, or they're all.
Just I think for these like random bets, like they just have different limits. It's probably $500 maximum you can bet on that because of that exact reason. It can be basically. All right, so Palantir does not hold 198. It's starting to fail down now. So tried it and not doing anything except for going down now is the market also. It's too bad we stopped out at VWAP, but normally when Powell's done, we've seen the market go upside, but it goes downside. It goes. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter which way, but today the side is favoring lower.
Yeah, and the VIX is pumping back.
Oh, man, because that TQQ short $1 ago. Oh, man, we got stopped out at 120 there. But we did well. TQs is number 1 name, Nvidia. Number 2 name, Qs. Number 3 name, Palantir. All positive. Tesla, shot in the dark. Nothing there for me. We took that really early. Let me get back on that one. Amazon and L. Well, I have one losing Amazon. So it's been so far so good. One losing stock, MZN, and then that Tesla. So yeah, still really, really good coming through now. But yeah, the marking a little bit of a dip right here. Probably a buy at some point because I don't think there's anything dramatic said there. The only big thing here, of course, we did have much more certainty as to December cut than we do now. I mean, now let me just refresh to see if it's changed at all since we last looked at it. Yeah, nope, that's not right. Got to go over, and you got to go back. So now 56, getting even worse right now. 63 about 10 minutes ago, now 56. So the chances of a rate cut seem to be getting low. I would buy that, though. I think there is going to be a rate cut for sure. So anyways, that's a little bit of a talk there.
Yeah, I'm still leaning toward cuts.
Of course, yeah, I'm leaning way higher than that.
I think you get the next two, but that's the fun thing about that camera shift. Nah, I don't know, I could be wrong. anyways, it doesn't really matter in my head. I do behind us, as you can see it being revealed, because now you can see that's supposed to be Sarah, Brendan, Joe, Sean.
Well, there's no black guy yet, so.
Maybe it messes that up. Maybe it turns anything else, and I actually have hair. Like, yeah, you never know. It could be anything. You're holding. Is that a phone? It's just a phone.
Yeah, I'm holding a
It's easier
phone.
if I just look.
Checking the Palantir account. That's why I've got the wink there. Joe's checking his. Who
are you winking at?
The viewers.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Joe's crying at the viewers because he IBIT, which is IBIT right now is tanking. And then that's on the phone there, and Adara drinking her energy drinks.
Which specific energy drink is the real? All of them get dabbled in. It's public.
So Celsius.
As it should be, because it might as well be one that is public.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
What is Celsius doing?
All right, everybody. For watching, it's been a good one so far. Which is Obi? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's more to come on that. We'll see if Obi's on there or not. More to come.
Yeah, like half the screen is still to go.
Yeah, they're just
not going to be.
They're in the middle of building it now.
Look at the progress. Half done in just a few hours.
All right. It should be a fun one. They have that red Raptors hat. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. Raptors. I mean, tonight we have Jays, Raptors, Leafs.
Max Domi, man.
So yeah, Max Domi. Yeah, there's a story about Max. Was it overtime, right, yesterday?
Yeah, he dropped the.
Yeah. They won in overtime last night.
Can he score 40?
What?
You think he's?
Oh, he can't score 20.
So?
No. He's a 20-goal scorer at
only
max. He's 20 at max.
So how?
No one on the Leafs. And Matthews, maybe Tavares is looking for his 4. It's all about injuries.
Didn't Tavares is like
from 5.
That's the one.
Unless he got that.
When we had our Sean and I had for 1 year,
Oh.
actually had season tickets to the Maple Leafs, and the last game of the season, Leafs versus Montreal, Matt Sundin was sitting on 400 goals, and he got a hat trick. And probably a bigger hockey fan than me should have had that game and say.
I don't even remember.
Like it was super cool. It was an amazing moment, but I felt like, man, I like hockey, but somebody else needed to see it. It's like if, again, I'm not going to make a baseball parallel because tonight I'm going to be going ham. All right, I'm going to hands off the keys for Oklo here. This is not bouncing. Like it's almost filling the whole move back, like maybe VWAP, but it's now 340 as this just continues to go downside. Unfortunately, look, still just CCL, 2.6 million early look to the buy side. Nothing stands out. QBTS still a very sell, 660. HIMS is 500,000 to sell. But if it's not a million, like for HIMS especially, this does 16 million shares today. Yeah, if we're not getting over 1 million shares, then this is not going to be an interesting imbalance at all. Dijon Mustard, I agree with you, madly underrated. I think that's an easy one to put on. Because you know what? With the Toronto Leafs, your expectations are unfairly high. And so if you come close to winning, you aren't remembered probably the way that you should be. The guy's an absolute.
Okay. Agree with that, Dean. Okay, so I'm just going to give this to 197 just to see what at the end of the day. I don't like this. I don't like what's the market's not doing anything now. So I do have imbalances in 8 minutes. Change this completely. So we'll just sit here and wait, right? It just went into the money for us. I didn't here on PLTRs. We'll just wait for it. Is gold bouncing back or going down? We looked at that not too long ago. Cousin of silver. Let's see what that's doing. I know that if it was Ozan or who in the chat yesterday was talking all about silver. But yeah, still strong, much stronger than gold. It already had its pullback into the 50.
Well, that's the difference.
Yeah, so that's the difference. So some wheat there in gold, in silver, much wheat back to the 50 though.
If you were buying the 50, you already got it.
Right, so good look there on SLV, right? So thanks for bringing that up yesterday and then into today. That 1% was up a lot more earlier on, but nothing right now on that particular name. SLV anyways. Gold miners, you pick up some of that as well. But here as we go into the close, let's take a quick little look right here and see what exactly is up with this. So this is what's happening right now. It doesn't look banks like The finance sector getting hit. Goldman Sachs down 1.5%, WFC 1 1/3, MasterCard, Visa, Burke getting hit as well, so that's yuck. Coinbase, everything right now. Robinhood downside. I'm gonna add. I don't see SoFi on here, but that's probably down as well. Heading into healthcare. Wow, that's really bad, man. What IQV is. IQVIA, hold. Congratulations if you own that one in the healthcare space. You are up, health technologies there, because H was up earlier. They had a nice report yesterday. But right there, Eli Lilly down 1%, Abbott Labs down 2%. So that's not. Ooh, here we go. All thanks to Caterpillar. I think there was a couple names that may be reported in here as well. G finally back to greens today, as we talked about that. Yeah, LCRX, AMAT4, yeah, so Lam Research, JBL, all right, HubSpot with CRM up in here. CRM is not a consumer manufacturer in here somewhere. Technology should be CRM. Where's CRM? I don't know. They're at 0.1s, or sorry, down 1%. Yuck for CRM. So, all right, energy up. So with Exxon and CVS reporting in 2 days. So if you like these names, have a look at them and do some research tonight on all of that. Right, Mr. Tendy says Microsoft, Google, Meta. Neil, which one needs to be up the most tomorrow?
Microsoft, Google, Meta. Google the most. I would think implied percentages 6.6, 4 points. Actually, Meta's 6.9 expected.
I don't. Yeah, but they've been all.
Yeah, those have been all over the place. I think the one with the most potential based on the cloud number, because like Microsoft's cloud number is so big, and the ramp on Microsoft's so gigantic that I feel like it's not going to be them. It's between Meta. I spoke positively about Meta in the Alphabet. This is a tough one because Meta's the one that I dip bought a couple months ago. So I guess that's the horse that I'm actually betting on because I haven't bought Google recently. So I'll go Meta. I kind of like them equally. So I'll pick Meta. I wish I could tell you that Alphabet was the one that I bought a couple months ago, but it was. I think Google's the one I bought a couple months ago, but it was Meta.
Yeah, I'd go with Meta too. I think Meta's going to have a big number as well. Gold continuing lower. Let's look at the dollar again here. Not doing much on SPY. It's kind of hovering near the highs of the day and thinking around. That'd be good for tech stocks, but see if that does wind up happening here. DXY making a little bit of a move downside right now. Still waiting to happen in Palantir. That's crazy. I was bidding 26s. I honestly think it went to 27. Went to 30s. Yeah, 30s. So missed it by 5 cents, and we'd be back in the money right now. But that's okay. Hopefully it comes back in and does that. So here goes the dollar making a move back in a little bit up 0.5. Today is the DXY, the dollar index. Now remember, we do have these coming through. I mean, right now CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines, got a bid under it maybe. Wow, $28. Hey, okay, I haven't looked at Carnival in a while. I thought this was a teens name. It was up in the $30 before. Okay, CCL, nice move. Right there. Neil already went over this, but Schwab, QBT, I have a quick little look again at quantum names, bouncing a little bit there. To have a kind of a crazier move, I thought it was in RGTI. I was looking at that as the numbers were coming out. Yeah, all faded back out a little bit. Still up nicely though, 6 for Rigetti. It was Oklo had a story there midday as Powell was talking. That kind of came out, not midday, mid-speech, sort of at 3 o'clock, up to 151, and then wow. These names, man, like it makes it look silly times when you're trading these other names because, like,
which one?
Just already went from 158 at 2:30 up to 152, back to went down $9. Oklo there, like that's 5% back in for OKLO, man. Let's just check out DJT.
That's the kind of thing Vana could do tomorrow. Carvana.
Yeah, Carvana's a $500, right? Yeah. Or so I think
it is
430.
They should split.
There's DJ as well. So
if I was a squeeze stock, you're 350. You should split it because it's cheaper. Just makes it cheaper, better to play options. Like that's right. Look, man. Accept that it's part of your story, whether you like it or not. For sure. I believe we're going up today because I see Joe Schmo was asking about news on BBAI.
Ooh.
What happened here was a representative by the name of Lisa McClain, who's actually in Republican leadership for the congressional group. Lisa McClain, apparently a purchased in AI. That circulated. We had that pop to the upside. Now I looked a little bit more. She's actually on the committee in armed services. Now, if we know anything about Big Bear AI, like Palantir, they're kind of known for their army contracts, which is also interesting because she's also on the subcommittee on cyber information technologies and innovation within the services. So interesting look here for Lisa McLean and her reported purchase of BBI, which again reported a filing that she put out there. Back to you.
Right here we go, man. It's Palantir's world eventually. Let's see if it can go back upside. We're now 50. Did get that long that we talked. I mean, we said we were getting 26s. We got it. Now we go back to the upside here. I'm going to offer some more right now at 79. I'm some at 89s. So hope we can get upside. We only have now a minute left until the balances. So dips seems to have worked in this market lately. I mean, if you dipped out into the 50 period, nice little long as well. You did withhold some of these moves, and then there's the key level 2. We can get going again. I'm just actually going to offer right now at, okay, well, there we go. We get 85s. Let's go to the upside rate on PLTR. We're just sort of stacking it up at this. For me is over. We're just going to hold this and see if it can climb in through. Now we've got a big win on this one. So I'm going to average this out one more time, 90, and we'll see if we can get higher into, obviously, above and beyond. So I'm still going to stop out on a 190. We'll stop out maybe on a break if it comes back into where we're long. How about that? 190 stop out for PTR. I was going to go 197, but now that we have the imbalances like really right now, let's just start out. If it takes out 24, we'll push offer, enter, and we just got a net fill right there on ours. So average price good. Let's see if it continues higher here. We're only out of half, though. I'm going to get out another piece before these imbalances hit in 9 seconds.
Yeah, 9 seconds to the imbalance. Like you said, not too crazy. If you see one of the earnings names, maybe it gets a little bit more, of course, the big 3, Microsoft, Meta, and Alphabet.
Oh, there must have been a huge bid there on Palantir. Palantir is now $1.55 in the money now as we just shoot that up. Gold moon right there. That was a good one, man. I don't even have the, there it goes again. We've had like
Nvidia 2.5 million buy.
Good. Oh, man.
That's it.
We had a Taylor. Yeah, we had a $9 winner on Palantir earlier, $1.50 right now, and get that right back to the upside. Man, did we do well? I mean, we don't talk about P&Ls, but I tell you, man, like we were short those Qs, nailed that trade, and then this Palantir trade is just starting to extend life here upside for that stock as it gets back to 198 change. 200 tomorrow is the break on Palantir. We'll have that written out as well, but there it goes. Nicely upside here on PLTR. No positions for Neil, and this is all that I've got right now.
For me, didn't see anything on the imbalances that really like my interest. If anyone, this is a buyout deal, so it'll be gone tomorrow. CCL came out smaller than expected. Nvidia, real buy, and only 2.6 million shares. PL, oh, there it is. You have to scroll by. It came out in the buy, which is pretty sizable for Palantir. So on that, remember at 355, oftentimes these imbalances will pair off, or at least shrink. Pair completely or shrink. So a couple of buy imbalances. The overall market was 1.5 million to the buy side. NASDAQ 1.2. Good rate. The Dow 940. The Min 760. Got Meta, which is absolutely fine going into earnings. Obviously, with some of the imbalances, that makes a little bit of sense. And then, of course, we've got Alphabet, which is at all-time highs. That's another thing that Alphabet has made going against it versus Meta, that Meta has room to the highs on earnings, whereas Alphabet, that wick. Alphabet is breaking out. So it just makes it a little bit distinctly different. Microsoft, of course, as well, going to be after Bell. Small move on Microsoft. It hasn't been strong all day long, especially after they got that news yesterday. This one just has been selling off for whatever. Meta out of the 3 for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything with my portfolio, rebalancing it, anything like that. I'm just going to wait what winds up happening for these major tech plays. Also, we've only traded 6 names today. We have 1 losing trade, and that was very, very clean, and that was Amazon. Oops, where was it? Right here. Only because we actually lost it. We lost it, not a decent amount, but we lost an amount. I guess a decent amount on that one because we were trying. Just blew up almost immediately against us. We do have that red number, and then this is literally a cup of coffee. Not much going on. We didn't have very many when Tesla did this little dance. So just 6 names for me today. Amazon and Nvidia is huge. Just continues to work out. We really loved Nvidia today. SoFi, another big name today as well. It's two for two. TQs, I mean, we don't need to discuss that too much. That was a really great trade. And then Tesla, we already did that. And then Palantir. Well, you know, when you're going long down here and it ends the day, you got yourself a decent day there. 4PL, including now $1.50 in the bag. That was a buy and balance. It will flip over, so I'm going to get some. So there we go. We just got on Palantir, just hit offer enter and grab that out there on PLTR because at 55 will wind up. I have 50% left of Palantir, and it's a good one. That is for sure. So on this side, we'll figure out Neil when he gets back. We got to go over to Adara. What's up, Adara?
I just want to mention here, since people asking about when the meeting is happening between China and President Trump of the U.S., as far as I tell, what seems to be accurate is 10 p.m. Eastern is when this is going to happen. Now I'm seeing a website that tracks Trump's official calendar, so that would be 11, because I've seen a lot of people say 11 a.m. Looks like it will be, as I kind of assumed earlier, it'll be 11 a.m. local time, which would mean on Thursday, which would mean it's today at 10 p.m. Eastern in Canada. That'll be, I guess, taken there from Busan, South Korea. Looks like the out of there, so there's a pretty large chance this potentially be recorded to some degree, but it really depends. These meetings are entirely recorded. Sometimes it's just the meet and greet. So if I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, unlikely to get more details before that PM Eastern meeting. I just wanted to clarify that's the timing I've seen, though I have seen some other conflicting reports. Now, before we send you back to the guy, I want to take a moment to remind everybody, here is post-market earnings haul. Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, Carvana, Mercado Libre, Starbucks, eBay, Telecom, ServiceNow. You can get these implied moves and this whole calendar and X at GTV Research. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. We're good, Andre.
Thank you very much, Adara.
For too long, way too long. We've been telling you that risking own money has been a tough way to start trading. You got that fear of losing, a lot of traders on the sideline, but guess what? It's changing. And it's changing because Trade the Pool is training how traders can access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use capital while Trade the Pool absorbs it out. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. Disciplined, have consistency, and get growth. When you hit the profit target, you get to keep 6% of the profit. No fears, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by the pool. Visit tradethepool.com, scan the QR code, and 5% off your first evaluation. Want to shout out to them. 355 hit, and obviously a bunch of these did pair off significantly. You're going to see that Nvidia bid, RNA, I do that one, RKT, things stayed. Down to 7,000 is Nvidia. The Palantir also going to be after right at 4 o'clock. Right at 4 o'clock, we're going to get Microsoft, Meta, effective 4 o'clock. Then Alphabet and Carve. Those are going to be the two ones next. We've got a few other ones. Starbucks as well going to be reporting. I like Meta. But the thing to keep in mind, if you're not even invested in these names and maybe you don't care as much, think about the CapEx spend. That's the number that moves the markets. That's the number that matters for the AI trade. And all three of these names, you want to hear maintaining CapEx spend. If they drop that, then we drop. I don't want to say drop like a rocket, but for everything that Nvidia is in a day, believe it or not, but for everything Nvidia has been doing well, this could be a little bit of if you were to see them drop that expense. So that's the key number for myself. About the only thing that would spook me into thinking we've hit a bit of a top there to be the CapEx spend. Top and bottom lines don't matter too much. I mean, guidance, of course, as usual, is going to matter.
Should be something there for sure, but Palantir is not working anytime soon. All right, so again, a great day here. Hoping that this model eventually settle down. As if you're a Bitcoin trader, what? I don't know. I mean, look, everybody that holds Bitcoin is going to tell you the same thing, right? I'm not selling. I'm waiting forever. I'm going to hold hold this in my account. And it's true, right? There's a lot, most people will do that and tell you that. But I mean, if you're in and out of Bitcoin, you have to be a little disappointed, I think, unless you're short, of course, with this most recent, the markets are going to go out nearer at highs, right? I'm going to figure it out where it goes after all of this is settled. But yeah, I can't, I'm not that I can't see how anybody else would be going down another today, well off that 66 and not even close to any of the highs. But a good opportunity that eventually comes back in. So, I like it. I bought recently at 8 flat. So maybe if we get another opportunity to do them, we'll see if it's support again down there for Bitcoin. So Neil's going to go get on all of it, and we will figure out exactly where we go on Bitcoin forward. So, yeah, that's what's going over there right now. Apple, we could check out Apple quickly. Let's just check into the earnings, right? So, this is what we have tonight. We have, and I just posted these up. It's on Trade Search. There's only 1 minute left. We're looking at right here, just real quickly before we go over. It's Meta at 4. It's Microsoft. I'm going to throw it right at 4. Neil may not be ready, but Adara will be. Is that fine, Adara? Are you ready? Okay, I think they're both ready. Microsoft, Google. So they're coming like crazy. So 30 more seconds, man, and we go over there. Carvoro 5, Melly, Starbucks. They're all almost immediately right off the jump. Meta, Microsoft, Google, Carvana. So, yeah, being an exciting one. Watch out now. There goes Google going out into the print at all-time highs. All right, with only 30 seconds left now, 15 seconds left now. Let's get some more out here on PL, and then we'll just work it on that way, right? So here goes Palantir getting some. There we go. We get some 73. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bang. All right, NASDAQ right now as we get ready for earnings, man. They're going to be fast and furious right there. As the board gets built up on us, pretty soon you'll see all there at Trader TV. I still do have some Palantir shares here, so I'll have to get out. Google is almost out now. Give me the thumbs up when they're ready. Okay, you guys let me know I'm here. When to go over. We'll just stay on here until they're ready. Google, waiting for them to come through. We're waiting for Meta now as well. These are going to be the two red jump. Microsoft is out of the gates as well. So we're going to wait. There it is. Microsoft potentially starting to go right now. Andre? Go. See you guys.
And we're locked in. Go Microsoft and Meta already making some moves. Not crazy, and I haven't seen the numbers, but you are seeing fingers. Softy first, then obviously, of course, Meta. Softy is going to be flat. Bring all of the action to you, and here's Meta as well. Little bit of a upside, but it's flat. Hasn't broken the top. If the numbers are already out, this is a bit of a disappointment in terms of action, but that I don't think these numbers are. I haven't seen them just yet. Floating around a $3 range, 752 into 755. The book doesn't seem to be going just yet either, as you can tell. Like you see, time in sales, that's not really doing much. So of course, Market Show brought to you by Beta Pro by Global. And we'll have these and Alphabet are the first to come out. So Adara,
I'm not seeing earnings.
Neither Meta nor Microsoft. So Microsoft's actually breaking highs, but the volume and volatility doesn't suggest it's out. You remember a couple of quarters ago, we did have to wait for Meta. We stayed until Zuckerberg finally figured it out.
Oh yeah.
But be here for it regardless of how it works out. Microsoft, Meta, Google. We do have Carvana also going to be reported. What I said earlier. Didn't really move all that much, but you did hear Powell throw a little bit of shade on that December cut.
Yeah, he basically said, he said to anybody expecting it, like what I just said, I literally said, expect it, don't necessarily price it in. So I think he just, more than anything, I think he just wants people to be cautious and aware that even if we price the exemptions, we're not automatically going to get a cut just because people want there to be a cut. And I'm not expecting
Alphabet.
Oh, nice. I haven't seen it yet, but
Alphabet's flying to the upside, dogs. We're expecting Meta or Microsoft first. It is Google first off the bat, and they are bumping there.
Okay, I'm seeing this on X here, and all of the numbers either being circulated. So right now, what I'm seeing here looks like earnings of $2.87 per share, that well above estimates. Q3 Google Cloud revenue, yes, so I confirmed there. We had, and it's fast, okay, 287 here earnings per share, as said there, that was correct. It's of 233, sales 102.346 billion, that is well above estimates, Neil. Everybody of 99.64. So double beat, massive double. Google Cloud sales 15.2 billion, well above estimates of 4.8 billion. Mercado Libre, I almost said Meli, M-E-L-I. They also here reported earnings. Right now, looks like Q3 earnings of $8.32 per share. Not really sure how that compares to estimates of $9.40. Here, 7.41 billion.
Microsoft,
beating us there. I don't have Microsoft yet.
Microsoft dropped, we speak, it just lost about 15.5% to the downside for Microsoft. Oh, the Azure one not looking very good. They did beat on revenue, I can see in EPS, but must be down the line a little bit here, Dara.
Tell you so we have 18% year-over-year, operating income up 20% year-over-year, GAAP net income up 12%, non-GAAP here up 22%, GAAP EPS up 13%, non-GAAP EPS up 23% performance. We're up on cloud, you're up on Azure, year-over-year up. I'm really not seeing anything kind of weak or dodgy to suggest drop. I still haven't seen Meta yet either. Again, Microsoft looks like this was a double beat, and Mr. up too.
Well, the key is you want to see what that. It's going to be the cloud numbers. I want to see what Azure's growth rate is going. That's the number
40%.
that we want to see. 40%.
It was above expectations.
How do you flush into the 50 on that? This is the 50 period, might be on the daily, I mean. So the 50 period SM on the daily, that's exactly, and it's already bouncing off about $512 there on Microsoft. Of course, Alphabet had a very fate just now. It's approaching $300, double digits to the upside here on Alphabet, as this is absolutely flying. I mean, the 31% margins, that's going to be fantastic. Of course, they beat as well. And yeah, claim for sure. Meta, unfortunately, we do not have just yet. So once again, oh, wait a minute. I spoke too soon. Literally saw Meta break the lows. Looks like this one must have just dropped here.
Yeah, waiting for numbers. Meta, looks like, but I'm not seeing those numbers either. I just saw that they released a report. Talk about Microsoft top bottom line adjusted $4.13 per share versus estimates of $3.7. Sales $77.67 billion above estimates of $75.3 billion. And I'm waiting here on META, our good friend. That'll let you guys know, but it looks like it's reported. I was seeing that the report was released. We're going to have to read through this. Yeah. The report out right. Consolidated net revenues up 5% year. That's not bad. Let me see how things compared. Okay, global comparable sales 1%, driven primarily by increase in comparable transactions, so that's not bad. North America and U.S. comparable stores stay flat, which is also not bad, Neil, because we often are expecting decreases for those comp sales in the U.S.
And that's Carvana.
Not a bad look. Pardon?
Yeah, I have Microsoft up as that's right at that 50 daily we were talking about, but Carvana, yikes, and look, Carvana book, I don't know if you guys, it'd be hard for you to see the book, but believe me when I tell you, liquidity is at a it's a lot of premium on the bid here of Carvana. There isn't any on this. It drops now 14%. Very different from what you're saying on Microsoft, which is normal, obviously. Name like Softy bounced and actually got for 520 for a minute there, heading right back lower. So there was a bounce a little bit on Microsoft. Meta, which was a third of these three names, maybe testing that 700.
Meta Q3 revenue 50.24 billion, above estimates of 49.4. Just our earnings here are 5 cents per share, operating margin 40%. They're guiding Q4 revenue between 56 and 50 billion. Not sure how that compares to estimates. And once again, Neil, they raised the lower end of their capex guidance for the year. It was 6 billion as of Q1. It was 6 billion as of Q2. Now the low end of their capex guide is 70 billion. Higher end remaining 2 billion.
But revenue lower.
Yeah, interesting.
Revenue lower. If that's what I heard correctly.
I always thought, I don't know how that compares to estimates, like I said. Actually, so it's in line. It's exactly in line. Q4 As I mentioned, between 56 and 59 bill. Estimates were 57.38 bill, so their midpoint right in line with estimates. They also took on a almost $16 billion non-cash charge on their tax bill. Almost $16 billion charge. I say almost because it's 50.93 billion. Starbucks here, review of 9.6 billion above estimate, 3.5 billion. Adjusted EPS narrows, it's 52 cents versus 56 cents. And as I mentioned there, China sales up % year over year. U.S. sales are going to be relatively flat year over year. Not a bad look. I have Carvana as well.
One thing, I think you said one off there for Meta.
Seems like it, yeah.
One off skewing that EPS much right into the 200 period moving average on the day. So it was the 50 period for Microsoft. It looks like it's a period for Meta, which is the buying. That's what we like, those metrics. And you see, I know a few people have mentioned this chat. I want to appreciate them, of course. A bit of a drop in Amazon. Look, a situation where two of the big three drop, doing just fine, at least was the last time I checked a couple so. But Amazon on heading to the downside. And if you look at, if we have a quick look at or glance over at the curing all of this, like the futures were higher, like the first one to come out, so we actually broke higher. Now just coming back in flat because it's a little bit mixed. Now, a couple names down, one to the upside. Figuring how that CapEx working for Nvidia in state stands put, stands pat. Really doing absolutely nothing. But remember, made some all today. But that's a bit confirmatory, at least from the standpoint of it's confirmatory for the CapEx spend. That's what you needed to see. I think there's a concern if Meta or any hyperscalers had dropped their expect for CapEx spend. I don't think it does much to boost the AI play, but certainly it could have done some harm. Looks like it might not have done so, at least for today. But Meta, 200 period moving average, trying to hold $700 here, but it is that big off, which has caused that miss, like the big EPS looks like.
The second thing is without them, they actually would have beat on EPS.
Right.
So $1.05 would not have, it actually would have been about $7.25 without the charge would have been a beat. Let's talk about Carvana though, because they did beat on meal, but they missed on EPS. Gap $1.03 per estimates of $1.24. Sales $5.47 billion, up a whopping 55% over year, and beating estimates of $5.61 billion. So good look there for Carvana. Net income for CVNA of $263 million. Now what I'm just looking here for our pal eBay. eBay is out. I just saw, so we'll go over eBay. EBAY.
Is up.
ServiceNow is out. Okay, I'll look for that. ServiceNow, look at, looks like it's up. Okay, ServiceNow is a double beat, guys. Q3 adjusted earnings, 82 cents per share, beating estimates of 426, and sales of 3.407 billion, beating estimates of 3.353 billion. They also going to be integrating FedEx Works economic supply chain network with ServiceNow AI platform to some apparently supply chains of the future.
It's a pretty decent beat for them, but maybe on the EPS anyways, but the rest, a slight beat for them, but a pretty good beat on EPS. Only a couple of percentage to the upside. It is worth mentioning. It's always worrying. You got to temper the expectations here for ServiceNow. This is a good spike, but half the implied move was 8%, and you are moved 4% to the upside. So a bit of work to be done. You can go both ways with that. Like we can look at something like Alphabet, which also initially and the expected move was 6.5%. It's dipping back into 6.5% and hold right now there on Alphabet. So if it can hold 85 area, I'm not really seeing anything that stands out on the tape or the book at that price, but for now it's holding it. It's holding above the. That's a little bit bullish for Alphabet. I wish to tell you that Meta was bullish. The good news, it is seeming like a item, which caused that APS miss. The bad news, it flunked down 6.5 plus, was down more than that. Case of Meta, the implied move, more or less right there. Like it was 6.9%. It's right now down just about that. Let's see if it can hold on to this bid. My guess is that that 200 period probably opportunity in there for Meta if you're able to use. That's why you zoom out, especially when you see something like that where it's just one off line item causes that bit of a miss.
Yeah, I want to talk here about Starbucks. I did go over these earnings, guys, but I'll go over them again because a lot of people asking about them. So Schmo, very understandably asking, why is this on these earnings? And the simple reason that I mentioned, we did not have a decline in U.S. comparable sales flat year over year. China sales actually up over year. They did miss on, they beat on sales. So again, I think with Starbucks, the biggest thing you have to remember, those comp sales not being in the U.S. is a nice positive surprise. It's sad, but it's also true. About eBay quickly, and then I'll go over to Chipotle, see what they're spicing up there. Let's talk about eBay. Revenue, $2.8 billion above estimates, $0.73 billion. Adjusted earnings, $1.36 per share above estimates of 33. Now we'll talk here about CG. Chipotle, 9 cents per share in line with estimates. Revenue, $3 billion, above $3.02 billion. In line or narrow beats, that's really all we got there for eBay. Chipotle. Kind of. With Chipotle, they also said here their margin, 15%, comp sales up 0.3% year over year. At their fiscal 2025 comp sales, they're decline in the low single digits, and they are apparently 15 to 345 new restaurants.
Well, I can tell you this much. They better have beat because you're very, very close. It was 20, the 4P was 20 going into this, and it's bottom. So improvement there to get it in the low 20s should be a little bit of a help. I actually don't know the number. That'll correct tomorrow. But basically flat on this, up less than 1%. I'd call that expected move was almost 10% with Chipotle, 9%. And again, for a stock that's trying to bottom out, when you beat, you're supposed to fly. Why? Because expectations can't be that. It's like how much further can it get to the downside? So I think that's a little pointing, at least so far, Chipotle. But we can see what happens next. I do want to remember the big three, obviously, are going to move the market the most. One, Microsoft, down less than the expected move, only 3.6%. I believe that to be true. Yeah, it's 4.7%. So it's slightly underneath that move, but to downside for Microsoft, it just feels when they that massive beat in last earnings, look, it made the exact top and just pulled right back in like nothing happened. So I think it's going to be key to hold on to that 510 for Microsoft. It just feels like it was going to be spectacular for them to get through that top on Softy, and that's certainly holding true right now. And then, of course, the good news is, can Google do all right now? Good job of it, dragging the Qs to the upside. Still finding support at 85. The case where you can look at that and move, and it is providing support for Google Alphabet after their beat. Let's see if we can get to 3. This seems like it is the one. It just can't stop. You have a great moment with them. Everyone's concerned about search, and then they're forgetting about cloud, and then they're forgetting about YouTube, and then they're forgetting about the fact that it's probably the best play out there, making it work. And everyone, again, always concerned. Browser, search, OpenAI, forget a level that they're able to pull. The craziest thing about it is it was the cheapest of the Mag 7 names on the P. When it was making this rally, and now you just get absolutely more of that for sure. But it's the disappointing one. Microsoft that bad. Meta's the disappointment here. I just question when everyone sort of go over the report, maybe take a look at the EPS miss, what happens overnight, and then look at the conference. It's probably going to be pretty big for them.
Yeah, I think that would be significant. I do want to go over Microsoft, though, because as you said, it was very obvious why it's down with Microsoft. I
couldn't tell you.
So revenue up 18% year over year, EPS up year over year, double beat. Income up 24% year over year. The more per computing revenue segment up 4% year over year. Cloud revenue 26% up. But intelligent cloud revenue up 20% year over year, and Azure up 40% a year. Let me know when you guys want me to stop. 40%. There is a segment that is down year over year. Even Xbox is up 1% year over year. These increases, guys, are in the double digits. I have very little to say except for a big eyebrow raise in the Scooby-Doo sound, because I really could not to be honest, Meta, it's quite all they're down. I kind of explained why I think Starbucks is up here, because SPUX, sure we have an EPS miss. Oh, it's the rating. But Starbucks, sure you have the EPS miss, the Meta beat, and you also had, again, comparable sales increase in China, and the lack of sales decrease in the U.S. and just flat. And I'll show you my fun little nickel infographic, if I can find it quickly, X at GTV Research, so you guys can see generally how this company has done recently. So, like 325, because they just reported for Q4. Global same-store sales were down 2% year over year than expected. Now, North American sales a little bit better than down 2%. You have to remember, context, this is actually not a bad look for MEL. Mercado
Quick question for you, just sticking with Starbucks. Adara, what's the date that Brian took over?
September 2025. September 8th or 9th. I think it was.
I love putting Adara on Spock's memory. Either way, it has been languishing a little bit here. This could be the start of something. Jackson, you want to be starting something? Well, you got to be holding the average if you want to be something. And that's what I think you key on going into tomorrow, the $5 on this bad. So, I mean, ultimately, as you say, store here, I say here, but in the U.S., looking pretty good. Maybe that'll be enough, but you've got to it's one thing to level in the aftermarket, right? It's another thing to do so when the big money can open tomorrow. That's the bigger story. And even that for Meta, I'm going to go back to Meta because, I mean, obviously, look, Microsoft, that's a big beat, but I can wrap my head around the price action, the price that it was trying to get past massive earnings beat. However, I was just talking about Google and how cheap going into this rally and why probably the valuation caused a lot of that bump. Meta is going to, and someone mentioned Rivian Millionaire in the chat, shout out to you, Rivian Millionaire. You just out that Meta is going to be cheaper on this than Alphabet. And without doing the math, I did a quick glance at it, and you're absolutely going to be right. One down 7%, and the other one up almost. That's an absolute no-brainer. To me, based on that, is going to start being on these earnings. It's that one line item there, Adara. And then Carvana. That's the other name that we haven't talked as much about. 10% to the downside here for CVNA. This is, for me, this is not something that I'm like, oh, let me go run out and buy this one. It's a 200-period moving average. I don't category. However, I'm pretty sure a certain person that I know might sit in trading this tomorrow.
Yeah, I was literally just about doing a mental note to feel for shorts on this tomorrow because this is my type of play. And Carvana, I've noticed with Carvana is it's always like the time that looking at it when I have my low to go. Well, sometimes they don't even need to pay for shorts. But the point is, with Carvana, it's always the moment you're not looking at it that it moves with this mixed. But either way, now I have to be pretty. One of my spready ticker friends is leading me. ServiceNow with a 5-to-1 stock split. I'm split $200. But either way, your ServiceNow,
good news.
It is good news, and I'm joking a little bit. But Q3 earnings, $4.82 per share, well above $4.27. Sales, $3.7 billion, above estimates of $3.53 billion. I mentioned as well that FedEx. And I do want to thank everybody in chat for the kind words with regards to and everything. I really appreciate that. I'm happy to use it for something because it's such weird little, I guess, access that I have. So I really appreciate it.
It's a gift. It's a gift to you, to us. I don't have to remember Jack around here. I can just ask Adara when something that's supposed to be in my isn't actually there anymore, so I can just sit and look at charts. It's what we love to do. But it's a view to you. It's guys. The viewers, because they have that resource, and then the live news to be able to ping very quickly and then be able to bring it. Trust me when I tell you, it is incredibly hard to do. I have to fill in for Brendan when he was off. It was absolutely terrible trying to be on the news desk. It's a ridiculously difficult job. It seems easy, it's very hard, and you know people are relying because they want to make sure they get everything correct, and they're not blind with the correct information. So you have idea how much of a resource for everybody. And thank you everybody for the kind words
We have a
for
super
sure.
chat too.
Oh, we did?
Thank you to
there.
Nvidia, Apple, $10. My chat was for Oklo Call. My send is for Google. You guys gave today. Thank you so much. Tesla, Nvidia, Apple. That's that person's name. Thank you. 3/7 of the megs for your $10 super chat. Much Sprouts, Farmers Market as well. People were asking about them. SFM here and EPS. Not sure how it compares, but that's the deal with Sprouts. So that's what's happening here with SF. I do want to talk about Mercado Libre in a minute. They are not liberated here. Rough report, but I think they're not super urgent or anything. So yeah, I want to. You're seeing right now, Neil.
No, is that SFM? Again, probably not a stock we trade. Now and then, you look at something and you cringe. That is a cringe. That's a chart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Dropped System said, all agree Microsoft is a buy level. I tend to think, well, the 50, maybe not, look, more technically the 50, but if you guys can see this last earning, right? Fail, I mean, you could call the fail 55 and then pull back. And it was a huge, like how crazy it was. And it just sold off after that. And all we did is find a bottom eventually and then rally to the top in just a couple, and then fail that high. A few people have mentioned in the chat, and I agree with them. Feels like a technical drop on a good quarter or a great quarter, a lot of going to say. Then yeah, you buy the technical. And the first support then was 513.50. I really should make that bigger. And where did it bounce? More, I don't know if it's to the penny, but very close. And it also happens to be the 50-period moving average. That's why we pointed that one out. That makes sense. I think it's a little bit when it comes to Meta, because at least with Meta, they're looking like, what's going on with? You can't miss by that much on EPS. So it's getting challenged a little bit more. With Microsoft, there was nothing in that make you scared to buy the dip or hesitant to buy the dip. With me, I'm going to be more into what happens overnight. I want to see what goes on and see what the reaction is. How they explain this is going to be very important to me, and how the market reacts to that tomorrow. Because with this stock, for the long term, like what do I $680 or you get $700? Like it doesn't matter that much. The confirmation that there isn't something amiss here with Meta.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting look for META. I do apologize. I was just quickly typing earnings for people in the chat. But yeah, that is a really interesting point with regards to that one-time tax charge. I want more details. Like people were joking in the chat, are glass tariff now? Like what's happening for Meta? But all jokes aside, it is kind of, especially if you're involved in Meta and you see this number context and you're like, arr? But I want to talk about Mercado Libre because, oh my lord, this report. So revenue beating estimates, $7.41 billion versus estimates of 7.1. That's up 31% year over year. Sounds great. EPS 82 cents. Well below S1032, 82% year over year. Now their operating margin 9.8%. Well, last year's margin of 12.2%. Now their merchandise volume here up 28 year over year, and apparently their growth is reaccelerated in price. Their PV is up 4% year over year, ad revenue up 6% year over year, monthly active users up 29% year. This is another Meta. It's a massive EPS miss, but unlike Meta, I don't super have it explained, especially because report is quite stellar, Neil. It's quite good.
And it's getting the mixed reaction being flat. In fact, I also noticed that you didn't hear they split. So
I did not.
Once again, this $2,200 stock that nobody will continue to be this $2,200. Absolutely nobody. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but there's always options out there. Although remember, Mercado Libre, and more importantly, I'm going to forget about them, Carvana for this. If you split, more people will play options in your name. If you happen to be a shorted name, that's the thing that you're interested in doing. Not that they're listening to me, not that they care, but this name I think would be pretty good. You don't have to do a big one a little bit here, but yeah, we'll see. A lot of people continue to ask, think Meta is a buy. the difference in terms of what happened. The reason I can say Microsoft, everything about the quarter good, on the daily chart, it's like, okay, well, the most obvious level, we're at bounce today. So yeah, off that level. With Meta, there was a significant so there is something that you can point at. That's more of a put the 3-day rule in effect, gotta hear the gotta see what's going on underneath there. Some confidence from Zuck. So that's what I want to hear. Let's not Fed. Only a few minutes to go here was Fed data. We did get a quarter like was expected. Powell's comments, some of the whole. Well, what do you do if you drive into the fog? Get off the gas, and that the odds of another quarter point a little bit, and that caused market drop. Actually did not see going higher. It continued to fall to the downside. GLD might have expected would bounce a little bit, did not. Also it was a pretty weak day for going into it. And flip side, this did a bit of a bounce going into the end of the day, kind of with the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ was able to bounce. The best story this afternoon to be the 8.5% that Alphabet is. That's what we like to see. Gold bills just asked, how do 290s affect the market's projected open? A bit mixed, right? You go from Microsoft, but it's down slightly, but not huge. Meta being down significantly matter, and then Google being a bit mixed that way, slightly favoring the downside. Then you have the CapEx spending up the way that you wanted to see it. So the A plays, the Nvidias were overall, I don't think we got much in terms of direction. And I would tend to say that they agree with me, because we're basically where we were at the close. Right into the middle. So a bit mixed. It would have been, this is going to be obviously true. If we don't have that EPS miss on the item from Meta, then the market probably stronger. You saw there on Microsoft as well. Oh, did you just say Cleveland offering?
Yeah, Cleveland Cliffs offering 70 million shares. I just saw it like 30 seconds ago. Came out there. Yikes. So I wanted to post that. It's falling off the Cleveland Cliff.
89% falling.
Makes sense.
Oh, you already said it. You can't beat it. First of all, she has perfect memory and everything, and then you can't beat her to a point. That's and then for the most, I give up. I don't try to pun.
I don't care if people beat me. I'm jokes about me versus Obi. I don't care. I have no.
Because you'll win. That's why.
Well, I don't know.
Said you whoop Obi's butt. I love Obi. I just think you're definitely. It's already 4:30, Adara.
Sing now, and you're eating pizza.
Oh, I can't.
And you're wearing plastic blue flannel shirt.
It's like I can't see it angle of the desk, so I have no idea. Throw it up so you can actually see what we're talking about.
The classic
big is up.
There we go. Right.
Okay.
I mean, like your blue flannel.
Yes, eating real pizza.
And it's not.
That's what I.
Rafe is inexplicably holding a chicken.
And we're all younger. Yeah, because.
Oh, that makes sense. Wow. Wow, I'm slow on that.
17 eggs a day.
Is there an egg out
That is an absolute fact.
Yes, there is. I love that.
How is it coming away? It doesn't.
I don't know that half the people in the photo are on their phones. Joe is crying for some reason. Brendan has phones. And then I'm just in the corner ignoring. I love this is a shout out to Ramin for that.
I feel like I'm winning at life there. Everyone. Pizza. I'm laughing at one. I'm eating a pizza which everyone can get on board with. Phone, which is just chill. That's what most people. But crying, eggs, and a drink. I think that's perfectly fine as well. Brendan doing two. You know how you can tell, Lance, see what I just did? All time because I did this instead.
I still do this for phones. Who's calling my?
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't have a cell phone until I was 12, which for my cohort old.
What do you mean it has hold on, that pizza has pineapples on it?
That's cheese.
No, it doesn't. There's no
that
on that pizza, everybody. Then it wouldn't actually be. Then it wouldn't be a pizza. It's not real. But you know what time it is, everybody? For a little bit of roll. Before we get into that, I think it's going to be pretty obvious. Major earnings day. When it's a major earnings day, then you know get that work, which she absolutely did. So first, everybody on the team, whether it's Fabian, Dre, obviously graphic, we love that picture of to Mark, and of course Rob getting that up so quick so you all guys can all enjoy it. On to Brendan, to the Midday Boys, and Joe. But say thank you there. She put in a lot of work. She works overtime, literally speaking, when we have these earnings. So jump in the chat, say, get it, Adara.
Thank you very much for that intro, Neil. And I want to thank Neil for being here doing these earnings. Thank you to Sean, to Cherie. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Brendan, Fabian, Andre. We've got Mark on the TV. We have Randy, Russell, and we have everybody you see, everybody you know. Is a big thank you to everyone. Thank you to Doc Watson, Green Day, DKC, 526. We've got Travman, Hinsey, Grob, at Pelican, Joseph Schmo, Ron Miller. We've got Dinkley, Schwans, Chris Strader, Nesta Marley, King Clutch, Lana Stewart, Donkey Trader, Sean Murphy, Zero Ground. We've got Saul, G Diaries, and we'll stop Patrick Irving and A Day in the Life. Thank you to these markets for giving us excitement every single day, day in, day out. And guess back tomorrow with lots of madness. And have a great one, guys. 2 a.m. bright and early with more.
And before the bell, we didn't even talk Eli Lilly before the bell. That's a big one. And of course, the reaction to that by looking good looking absolutely great for Alphabet. And I'm going to say it to end the show. We'll see you tomorrow morning. This is Trade TV Live, brought to you by Globex. And let's go Blue Jays.